And we're back, this time with sound from CEO Dreamland, where the Brawlhalla 1v1 tournament is taking place today. I'm Dan Ray the Nichols. I'm joined by Defensive.
A guy from the community, you probably heard of me. If you haven't, you heard of me now.
And today we're going to be doing Brawlhalla 1v1 pools, where we've got the next 4 hours of pool matches to be taking place today. And it's one of the things we talked about a bunch before we actually came out here is that these pools, they look like quarterfinals of most online tournaments.
It's crazy. I was talking with Foda. He said the average rank of the 1v1 pools is 30 overall. The average rank is top 30 globally.
Jeez. Like, so
it's
to put that in perspective, I'm not anywhere close to that level. Like, I don't think anybody is that close to that level.
I scraped
and that's
top
the average
250 this season.
Yeah.
And 30 is average. This is insane. You see diamonds. Diamonds in this season are like 20 or 2,000 EO, obviously, but they're top 500, top 600, top 700.
Yeah, sure.
These guys are like top, like
double digits,
1%. Like, these guys are the best in the world, hands down. We have Dobrain at his first LAN ever.
Yep, which has been super exciting. Like, watching him just meet everybody for the first time yesterday was a really cool experience. And just, having all these people together in the same place to fight and duke it out, it's hard because it's, you're friends with all these guys online, but then you get here, you compete, so it's always interesting. There was a lot of good friendly competition yesterday. We're currently trying to get into a match from pools. We're going to be seeing Midget versus Atrophius. Midget is a somewhat newer player on the scene, very young guy. I got to meet him for the first time on Thursday, and he's been, like, super pumped this entire weekend.
Right, playing with Hyper Hero yesterday in 2v2s. They did well. I think they were definitely in top 8. I'm not sure where they finally
I want to say they finished 9th or 8th. I'm going to have to double check the bracket on that one. Yesterday was a really interesting twos experience. We had, admittedly, like on the BMG end, we had some Brawlhalla issues that we discovered thanks to some action per minute nonsense by pro players because they're just able to do things that no human should be capable of.
APM of like 1,500 or something crazy.
So we identified an issue. We worked as hard as we could to fix it. We're actually doing a second 2v2 tournament all throughout today that's going to be happening off stream.
Right.
So if you want more information on that, we posted some of that information to the Brawlhalla Twitter. Where you can, if you ping that, you can talk to me constantly and all the other devs, essentially.
Make sure to tweet at him as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's his job. He's there to retweet.
Tell me what weapon you want buffed, because that's my favorite thing. That's my favorite
thing. I think the guitar sidelight needs buff, so if you could just push that through, that'd be great. I don't play guitars, but...
Oh, man.
So Atrophius is also new to the scene. He started in January after the Mirage release.
Okay.
So he's actually a new player that's always had Scythe in game.
And so he's embracing the Scythe life. It looks like he's locking in more decks here.
Right, and he's great with the Scythe. I played 2v2s with him before the tournament started, but like a couple days ago on my stream.
Okay.
And we both played Mordex. We double dogged, and we did awesome.
It was awesome?
It was a lot of fun, and we were warming up for 1v1s for him. I'm not obviously in the tournament, but he did me dirty a couple times. It was saddening. Apparently, dodging out of Scythe is more difficult than just hitting the dodge key. Yeah,
it's definitely something a lot of players are working to adjust to. But this is going to be interesting. It's like old versus new school right now. If Midget does decide to play Bodvar,
it is literally the first character on the roster. Bodvar, the poster boy of Brawlhalla, and the new guy to the block, Mordex.
Yep, Alpha and Omega, man. All right, looks like we're locking in. We're going to get into this first match. We're going to get the map striking out of the way. Now, the leaning has always been like Mammoth Fortress. It seems like that's, still one of the favorites. And there we go. See?
Immediately there it is.
Predicted it, players staying true to their nature. All right, so we've got Midget on Bodvar, and we've got Atrophius on Mordex, the beginning and the last.
Right.
And we're going to see how this first match of the day at CEO Dreamland plays out.
Season like Atrophius gets the first weapon pickup, but Midget's the first one to get any damage on the map with his unarmed. He quickly picks up a hammer, and they're spacing out Atrophius with a dare and a neutral air, able to rack on damage. And it seems like Midget is a little bit tentative to approach because he's getting hit on, but a hammer string comes out.
Yep, Midget does love going in with his hammer play, and you're going to see him. He really likes playing off the edge, but that's going to be pretty risky against Mordex with Gauntlets and Scythe, both really strong weapons at edge guarding.
Yeah, we see Atrophius now on the edge. I feel like he's going to want to have map control the majority of the time, so he's going to go to center like he did with those Gauntlets and try to string it together just like he can with the Scythe. Starting out with a downlight, which is long range.
That's one of the interesting things now ever since that balance adjustment to make combos a little bit more difficult. You get just a slight bit of tournament nerves. Maybe you're nervous playing on stage and you you can start dropping those things that you land all the time.
It's like Hollywood, man. There are bright lights and cameras everywhere.
People are watching.
It has to be intimidating for him. But they're
goes for the
well
grab
so
to cancel. Big risk deep on the edge, but he does make it back. No knockout just yet.
Trophies went in very, very deep with that ground pound, trying to get Midget. Midget has Trophies on the edge and a side air. Connects.
Solid side air from Midget to get the first stock. So shades of Starlight there. Every time I see that solid side air play, you know, that's something that that I ran into with him last year at one of our first events, and I always love seeing it because I don't have the patience for that. I just go deep.
Right. It's just more fun to do that.
It's just totally more fun.
And we are seeing, like you said at the beginning, I remember back in the day where Bodvar was the basic pick.
Right.
And Snacks actually talked about it in his famous song, I Miss the Old BH, where everybody used to play the same dude BH. And that was Bodvar.
That is accurate. Bodvar was the meta of this game for such a long time. You don't see him played nearly as much anymore, but I talked to Midget a bunch on Thursday and yesterday. He just said that's who he's comfortable with. You know, he's put a lot of time into the character, and you know, big mistake. That dodge read coming out from Atrophius to get that unarmed.
And he really needed a stock off to get momentum back in the game because he's sitting deep in red on his second stock while he just now, after 2 minutes into the match, is able to knock out Midget's first stock.
Yeah, Atrophius needs to put down some damage if he's going to make the rest of this. Oh, but good side air again from Midget. Just being really smart with these edge guard plays. And from here you can see, you know, Atrophius trying to calm himself down a little bit.
It is a high-pressure situation, and both these players, again, I think this is both of their first time on the main stage.
Yeah, being on the stage is a whole different type of pressure. Midget is just looking really confident right now. It seems like he's starting to go in. He knows he has the lead. He can take a couple bigger risks, but Atrophius turning it around.
Missing that neutral light was a big whiff.
Oh, goes for the Russian Mafia. Drops it, however.
Atrophius still with his hammer. A side sig miss from Atrophius. It gets punished by Midget's own side sig. And Atrophius is deep in the red on his last stock.
Uh-oh.
He might get Midget here. Atrophius with the weapon. Midget unarmed. Atrophius not going for the weapon starve. Gets a nice string on Scythe. Isn't enough to knock out.
Can he get the knockout? And he gets it.
It looks like he was playing it safe, not trying to go too deep off the edge for the edge guard, but he just waited for Midget to get close to the wall. He did an instant ground pound on Scythe.
Atrophius has got to play flawlessly here if he's going to get this match.
He really doesn't have much allowance. If he gets hit by a couple
and there it is. There's the Sair to get the knockout. Midget's going to take game one of this best of three.
It's always Caster's curse, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's just how it goes. You know, we say stuff and then it usually happens immediately before or after.
Right.
You know. All right, game two. Let's see if Atrophius can adjust. He was looking pretty solid there after the first stock. It looked like he was making some adjustments, and it was interesting because yesterday I was talking with Twilight after he took the 2v2 tournament, and he was talking about how in previous tournaments, because he's been to the most lands out of any player that we have currently. He was saying how he plays so much more cautiously at tournaments, but this time he realized that that's probably how everyone else is thinking. You know, when you're at a LAN environment, you don't want to go for big risks. You don't want to go in as hard because, you know, you're nervous. You're not feeling as confident. There's this big environment going on.
Right.
And he said yesterday that he just looked to take advantage of that because he knew people were going to be playing different.
So he's the seasoned pro at LANs, and he's figured out how people feel, and he's coaching that.
I mean, that's what he's saying. So big hit right now from Atrophius. He gets the first stock.
Way different momentum than the last match where we saw Atrophius actually get knocked out first. We'll see if he can do the same thing Midget did to him last match, get Midget down into red or even knock him out before losing this first stock, because all of this is considered free damage.
Yeah, this is looking completely different right now from the first game. Atrophius, you know, maybe he just kind of calmed down a little bit and settled into himself. We'll see if he can make it back. Midget's been really strong on these edge guards. Get caught by the recovery, however. Oh, interrupted by the Scythe.
And still not dead with that side air. Atrophius dodging through the dare from Midget.
Atrophius still alive. Oh, but this should finish it. Let's see if the edge guard comes through.
Atrophius answering back with a recovery, able to get back to the edge, and he has Midget in red.
Really good play from Atrophius, how he's mixing up how he gets back every single time once he's knocked off the stage. But this is enough damage built up. But this is the exact reverse situation of the first game. Atrophius is looking pretty good right now.
Right, he's gained his confidence. He's found his zen. He's figured out the Bodvar sword skills. He just has to avoid the side lights and the Sairs.
He's got to remember the classic Bodvar play and be ready to counter it.
Ground pound whips on the edge. Side coming out from Midget.
Midget loves playing off stage. He loves playing deep. That's his wheelhouse. So I can see him trying to force that situation there, but Atrophius is just not going for it.
Right. I think Atrophius' go-to move on edge is just chasing with that ground pound, able to steer with gauntlets, the most unique ground pound in the game, but he's missed him so far. And he's back on edge. Midget almost evening up the damage in the match.
Closing the gap right now, but Atrophius has got him on the edge. Goes for the ground pound.
He's trying to get a hit with his scythe, but Atrophius just spacing around him, staying out of those diagonals.
Oh, that's a big hit from Atrophius. He goes for the weapon toss. Will he get the knockout?
Midget saves himself with a weapon toss and gets himself a hammer stomp. Almost converts into a Sarah. Another Sarah hits. And Atrophius is in a dire situation. And the recovery knocks out. And Midget takes the lead.
Atrophius right now feeling it. He just needs to get this hit in. And that could be such a frustrating situation when you know you just need to land that one last hit to get a knockout.
Right, and we saw he just started this first stock dodging in with aggression, knowing he just needs that one hit. And he got punished for it. I think Midget has read how he's playing. He's playing aggressively, and Midget just knows that if he just has that patience, waits for the combos, waits for a sig, waits for a Sair, he can get Atrophius whittled down to red before he loses his second stock.
Oh, that's going to be it. Midget, though, playing really smart, even putting down a bunch of damage while at that low health, and this is looking pretty scary for Atrophius.
I was hoping Atrophius would be able to starve Midget from a weapon for a little while to even up the damage, but it seems like he got a weapon. Midget got a weapon immediately. Atrophius already down into red as Midget gets into his final stock, but quickly evening up the damage. Atrophius is doing a good job with his scythe, spacing away from the hammer, but Midget back with his bread and butter sword off on the side of the stage after a down air from Midget, or from Atrophius.
Both players playing really patient. Nice down sig from Midget right now. Oh, and the side air. Is he going to be able to get back from this? Does he have enough? He does not. Midget takes it 2-0 over Atrophius.
So we'll see Atrophius obviously in the lower bracket. He has his climb in the lower bracket to redeem himself.
The lower bracket run. That is the new mission. But those were really close games. I'm really glad that we were able to see those on stream. You know, and I always love seeing. This was one of my favorite things about starting all these new tournaments again this year was just all the new names and faces compared to the year prior. You know, and Midget, one of those guys. Atrophius, one of those guys. You know, like I talked to Midget about if he was at BCX, he's like, no, I didn't feel like I was skilled enough. I wasn't good enough.
He's been playing for that long, but he hasn't been on the scene yet.
He's been playing for a long time. He wasn't at BCX, and I asked him, I was like, why don't you go? He's like, oh, I wanted to level up. I was like, no, just go. That's how you level up.
Compete. See the pros play in the flesh, in LAN, no ping. It's the best way to train. It's the best way to learn.
Absolutely glorious. I mean,
it's fun.
It is fun.
It's a hell of a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. So, yeah, we're going to be having more pool matches as we go along today. It's going to be pretty much for the next 3.5 hours, I believe. We're going to have full-on Brawlhalla. Then we're going to be taking a break. We're going to be having Rivals Aether is going to be doing their matches on stage after that. And then we're going to be coming back for quarterfinals tonight. We're going to do top 12 to top 8 because at Dreamland, for the first time in a Brawlhalla tournament and at a CEO tournament, we're doing 3 out. 3 out of pools, which is a new system that a lot of new tournament or have you heard much about this? Like,
absolutely not. I'm trying to look like I know, but I'm just waiting for you to explain to the audience so I can nod and agree.
I figured that might be the case. So, what it is basically typically what would happen in a tournament. You have 2 out of pools, and those guys they populate quarterfinals. And if you lost in pools, your loser side. If you won, your winner side, and then you play that out till to the end.
Okay.
With 3 out, what happens is the idea is that you don't have to play the same guy that knocked you down to losers within your own bracket. So they send those guys. So they send 3 out of pools, and the guys who are on losers side get shuffled. So they play other people from other pools.
Okay, so they're not against the same people that already kicked their ass, pretty much.
Pretty much. So the idea is to avoid like a double jeopardy scenario. Like, let's say you're in a pool and there's a guy that just like straight up counters your play style. The idea is that you don't have to play him twice. So it's a really interesting system. It's something that's been adopted by a couple major tournaments this year. It's something that was kind of born out of the hive mind of a lot of tournament organizers. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how that plays out. We're going to be doing that portion of the tournament later this evening. So remember to watch the Brawlhalla Twitter for information. Of course,
we'll have the
watch
top
the
8
stream
on Sunday, right?
And yes, the top 8, the finals for Brawlhalla 1v1 is going to be happening Sunday on twitch.tv/CEO Gaming on the main stage.
The glorious main stage.
I don't think we don't have like a shot of it from here, but
you guys will have to wait and see. Jabali did a great job.
It's nice. It's
Very
good stuff.
cool.
All right, so we're going to be figuring out what match we're going to have up next. In the meantime, what's been like your best experience so far? Like,
well, Korean barbecue last night was pretty amazing, but as far as Brawlhalla goes, just the friendlies, just the casual play, the talking back and forth with people that you've only ever talked with on the internet.
Oh yeah,
being across, playing twos with Mother Russia and Cyclist later, yesterday was a lot of fun. Just being able to, John's back and forth across the table instead of over the internet. It's a lot of fun.
Did you do like any first 5 sets? You money match anybody? Like,
Nope.
None of that.
No money matches.
You're
have been
just
set
like,
yet.
no, I'm the most skilled casual there is, guys. Like, just
the master casual, right? I don't need to put up money. They can come to my stream and challenge me for money. $200 minimum, just so it's worth my time, obviously. But like, yeah, come by my stream.
Because I run into this guy on ranks sometimes.
You finally beat me.
When I'm playing online, and whenever I do, I never notice it's him because I never see the load screen, right? Because I'm like, I queue and I'm over here and I'm working.
Right, you wait for Brawlhalla to like flash yellow.
I'm one of those guys.
3, 2, 1,
so I never see who it is, and it's always like halfway through the match, and it's playing like some random off-meta character, and I'm just like, this guy plays like a total nut job. Like, what is this? And I go to check who it is. I'm like, oh, of course, it's defensive, the master casual.
The meta can be a little bit repetitive. So I mean, playing random and ranked is a lot of fun. I think I have every character level 20, about. So I play Brawlhalla. I don't play Nash anymore. I mean, he's my go-to if I'm like competitive.
Brawlhalla.
Yeah, I play the entire game.
The entirety.
Right, except for Diana and Queen Nai. They have my lowest play times. I know it's bizarre.
They're completely different characters, though.
I don't know what it is about them. Nai's slow, but like I just can't convert kills. I know she's got like 7 force, but it's just.
I can't play Diana because I'm convinced that she requires skill. And that is something I don't have.
That's a big issue for me, too.
Yep, that does put a damper on things.
Bow and blasters are definitely something that are string intensive, and if you don't hit those strings, you're missing out on a ton of damage.
Oh, man. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to be taking a short break here in just a couple minutes. But what I'd like to do, we have a couple of things to talk about with upcoming tournaments for Brawlhalla that are going to be right around the corner. One of the big ones, yes, the spring champion that we announced recently. You can even see it if you go to Twitter or if you go to Twitch and we're not up. It's going to be like it'll be all over the offline screen.
The offline screen, right?
Yeah, because we want people to sign up. We want you to come out.
It's got a huge prize pool, right?
Yeah, we're BMG is putting down $10,000 for that, so that's going to be split across the 4 tournaments, just like the spring champion or the winter championship. But it's basically double what we were doing before. And we also have a couple of other things coming up. We've got the Brawl League is doing a spring fling.
A spring fling. I love that.
Have you heard of this?
I've not heard of it.
The spring fling, man, from Brawl League.
Okay. Oh, that has to be like the best art I've seen for a tournament in a while.
We are all blessed by having amazing fan artists in this community. But yeah, it's going to be an EU 1v1 tournament, $1,000 prize pool. It's going to be happening at the end of the month, April 29th at 3 p.m. Central European time. So if you guys are EU players, it's definitely something to look at and check out. And just like all the other tournaments that go on, you can find all of them at smash.gg/Brawlhalla. And then also coming up this month in April, we've also got the Stream.me tournament that's going to be happening. That's actually next week.
The big event with professional grade, studio equipment, right?
It's
the
supposed
BCS
to be.
boys.
It's supposed to be done by the top casters in Brawlhalla. It's supposed to be produced live at a studio. There's going to be a $6,000 prize pool. It's going to be North America and Europe 1v1. And again, just like our other tournaments, you can go register for that on smash.gg. So that's going to be really exciting. And, all this esports, all these tournaments that are happening on the Brawlhalla circuit, all leading to BCX, man. Like, BCX next year is going to be... Well, it's always next year to me, right? Because it's.
Well, I'm just wondering, are you leaking that BCX is going to be in like February of next year, like January of next year?
No, I mean if you look at the slide, it says November, man.
Oh, does it? It's already been revealed.
So it is. It's going to be happening in November. It's going to be happening in Atlanta, Georgia again. We've doubled the prize pool this year. We are going to be. There's a very high chance for everybody who went last year, like yourself, that we'll be in the same venue, but we're still kind of working out that information. We should be able to have more things to leak about when, where, and how to register and all that, but we're basically planning to make it, bigger and better than last year, and it's going to be really exciting.
Is it going to be louder? Are we going to have bigger speakers so we can hear Sparky and Duke yelling at the top of their lungs at every gimp and two-stock?
As they're like backstage, you know, getting all excited, and you can hear them across the hall. There's a good possibility of that.
Okay.
There's a very good possibility.
I'm thinking like concert-sized speakers. You know, maybe a huge
we'll
projector
get
screen.
like the full stack, you know, like the kind where like I can scale up and it takes like 30 seconds, so everyone can be ready for me to jump into the crowd and crowd surf. And I may have climbed a few speaker towers in my day.
Okay.
You know.
I also heard that I think Dota did holograms. Will we have holograms at BCX too?
Holograms? I don't know. We'd have to talk to our hologram provider for that.
No, yeah. Make sure to hit him up.
Yeah.
Make sure to hit him up. That'd be very cool.
All right, everybody. We're going to be going on a short break, and we'll be back soon with more Brawlhalla 1v1 here live at CEO Dreamland in Orlando.
Be excited.
Very excited.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. Local.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of CEO Dreamland in sunny Orlando, Florida. I am Sparky878. You may remember me from yesterday, and sitting next to me is a face I'm sure you remember from yesterday.
Duke X fam, how's it going, everyone?
Why'd you say your name with a question mark?
I was more confused on why you were like, you're sure they'd remember me, but not you or any of that. I was.
You're a memorable person.
You're a memorable person.
Don't say that to me so threateningly. You're a memorable person. No, you are.
You. Anyways, how's it going, everyone? We're here. It's day 1 of pools. It is Saturday, day 2 of CEO. If you're trying to keep track, that is day 2 of CEO, day 1 of pools, 1v1. Let me add some more numbers in. We are currently in F1 of the pools. I think this is round 2 or 3 of day 2 of CEO, day 1 of 1v1 pools.
How many times are you going to say that it's day 2 and day 1? Like, how many? I think they get it.
The hot mix-up.
I think you're not mixing. You're saying the same thing. I think they got it, bud.
It's going to be Dobrain versus Silly Gobi, the young and only Silly Gobi, who just took down his teammate, Fable Wrench. And Dobrain, I didn't get to catch who was playing in pools, but he seems to be doing well today. They've got the hot build. They're doing the button check right now. Gobi's giving him the thumbs up. Dobrain's got the thumbs up.
It looks like Dobrain started with a guy named Pickle, and then he moved on and beat part of the Creed, and now he is against Silly Gobi.
No surprise on that.
Yeah, of course. Gobi started out against Meow Mix. I'm not sure if Meow Mix was here. Then he went to beat Wrenched, which apparently was like down to the wire. Like, Gobi was dead.
I caught the tail end of it.
Yeah, apparently Gobi was dead, and then Wrenched went down and to confirm a kill that was already confirmed, and Gobi ended up daring him or naring him under the stage.
It was a nair?
It was a nair, yeah.
Into the bottom of the stage to bounce him down.
Gobi just confirmed that it was a nair, and that was what sealed that set and sent Wrench down. In round 2, 2 players in the same org.
I mean, that's what we were talking about with the pool just yesterday. It was like, this is going to be killer for the Fable boys. There's only going to be so many that can get out of pools, and Gobi and Wrenched of Fable had to find it out, and unfortunately only one can go on. It's going to be Gobi, and he's going to be going up against the EU terror, the Russian mafia man himself, Dobrain, on the that is.
Look at those graphics; those are great. They have the flags and everything.
Yep, that is the American flag, and what I can only presume is the Russian flag.
I think that's the Russian flag.
I mean, really, the only Russian flag I know is the red one with the.
We don't talk about that one. That's not Russia. That's the USSR.
Yeah,
it's
USSR.
totally different. Don't get those confused. But we have, of course, Gobi on a Lance character with the Scarlet, and Dobrain is playing this Mirage. He was kind of one of the first people to play Mirage in tournaments when a lot of people were kind of like new to Scythe and didn't quite know the nuances. There was like Effie, and that's pretty much it, other than Dobrain.
Right. It's really not a whole lot of Scythes in tournament at all. But Dobrain has been a big fan of it. He has a very different style of Scythe than Effie. It's a little bit more read dependent. And he's also been a big proponent of this Mirage with that spear kit.
Ooh, that's a great dare off of the weapon toss.
Ooh, and he's going to turn it around with that simple tap.
Gobi tried to pull a wrench on him, and he ended up pulling a wrench on him and falling. Meanwhile, Dobrain getting back to the platform. Putin's Golden Boy going up a stock on Silly Gobi.
That very simple edge guarding from Dobrain. No overcommitment there. Just wanted to cover that corner and punish Gobi for coming up. But Gobi's going to get a nice side air. Still not enough to finish off this Mirage. I'm not sure if we got to check stances, but still, he's got that hammer combo. That stomp into side air is true. The timing is tighter, but I'm sure Gobi, a player of his caliber, has learned that new timing.
And it was looking like Dobrain was having a little bit of trouble getting in. Gobi was just getting in and around him with his dodges. He was dodging through, he was dodging back, and Dobrain was just hardly able to connect with anything. He was using a lot of downlights, and I don't think he hit any of them in the past, like, 30 seconds on Scythe, and he was getting punished for almost every single one. And Gobi is continuing the punishment right now, hitting that down air, trying to go for the recovery, missing the side air, but he's not getting punished for any of these. He's able to throw out these hitboxes almost safely until there's the downlight right after the nair. Oh, and there's the neutral signature.
Big neutral sig. Gobi had to turn and look at us and make sure.
Gobi, play your matches. Don't worry about me.
He's like, what just happened in my ear? But a nice neutral sig read from Dobrain to pick up the stock lead again. Gobi, though, he's still got the hammer options. He's got the stomp into a kill move. If he can get that first start up, there's the stomp, there's the side air, and it's going to be a kill. I mean, it's really Lance's the damage build hammer. It's got such consistent kill options. And with this Scarlet, with that 8 force as the standard, again, I don't remember if he put on a stance. I doubt he would go with less force, but he's got so much damage build with that 8 force Scarlet.
Now Dobrain's doing a good job dodging through everything. Ooh, Gobi went for the mix-up there, getting the side light into the turnaround side air.
Oh.
There you go. There are those
Nice
dodge
jump.
reads that Dobrain likes to do with Scythe.
Oh,
It's a nice dare, and the weapon toss, gets back, picks up the spear, goes for the dare. I can't believe that dare connected.
Oh, that down sig was so close. Back when Dobrain first started playing Mirage, down sig was his primary kill option. You'd see it hit so often. Still in the kit, still a strong move, that down sig, both on spear and Scythe. Absolutely monstrous. Dobrain takes game 1, but not a terrible showing from Gobi.
Gobi started out of the gate really, really strong. His lance started to lack a little bit towards the end. I think Dobrain might have had it figured out a little bit. Maybe if Gobi focuses on the hammer a little bit more, he was having a ton of success with that. He was dodging through a lot of Dobrain's attacks, punishing a lot of Dobrain's attacks. And Dobrain's actually switching up to Nyx. The Kremlin Gremlin coming through with the Nyx.
He's still got the side kit, which is, I mean, we've seen his hard dodge reads. It won't have the exact same effective down sigging that we saw just as the finisher of the last round. But then he has the addition of the gun kit, which is a very strong option. A lot of people like Nyx of the side characters. It's got a really strong gun kit. And I mean, guns are just really popular right now in the current meta. It's got great damage build.
I think he does have the down sig option here. Obviously, the Scythe down sig is very fast.
But it's not the same as Mirage's down sig.
It's not quite the same, but then with the gun down signature, it's really, really hard to punish.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you happen to be in the right place at the right time. When he uses it, it's incredibly hard to punish. That's one of the things Memoria told me to just use almost all the time whenever I played Lance.
It's got a great hitbox for sure. It's got the first tap on the ground, and then it's got the follow-up big explosion that, to a degree, is a bit of an anti-air.
Yeah, I hit it more as an anti-air than anything else, and I hit it as a grounded attack. And there are those
chase.
dodge reads. More coming out from Dobrain, the slide charge.
And the Nair reversed. One recovery, but not able to hit it. Gobi, great dodging, but the side sig, and that side sig has gotten so popular when people started realizing you can use it as a long-range anti-air.
Absolutely.
You pick it up on the end. Generally, you won't hit it grounded, but again, it's just one of those anti-air style moves.
And it's kind of like the Diana gun side signature, just with the range that it has, but it's a little bit better. It just has a overall larger hitbox, and it does have that vertical portion of the hitbox that Diana's side signature just doesn't.
Oh, but the Scythe combo's coming out again. Gobi having to back off. Maybe he's found an answer to the Scythe with this hammer, or he just knows that he's had slightly more success with it. Nice dodge through from Gobi, though, to punish that side sig.
And it's interesting that Dobrain, whenever he hits those nairs, he's reversing them. He's using that active input to turn the nair around. A lot of players will just go for the nair, side air, nair, side air. That's what we saw Effie doing almost exclusively. Great vertical dodge up from Dobrain there, and picks up the side sig. That huge range on it.
It's the verticality, though. You don't expect it. Almost kind of like a Roland's Land side sig. Sometimes you don't expect that second swing. But a great finisher from Gobi to get that ground pound down under the stage. But he's got to build more damage, which with Scarlet, not the hardest thing to do, but he hasn't been getting those big land strings that he was hitting yesterday in the 2v2s.
We were talking about range with the... what's that weapon called? The Scythe. The Scythe. It's called the Scythe side signature. Now he has the range with every single light attack of the guns. He was able to dodge through that side air after Gobi's dare. Not really aggressing, trying to stuff.
Turn around.
Oh! Gobi's still able to use all of that movement in Lance's kit to get back pretty much safely. Not a huge lead for Dobrain right now. That could be big. Are we going to see a weapon toss here?
Oh! He was mashing that dodge. You know, he was waiting for the ground pound to come out. He was going to try to dodge to the wall once Dobrain had committed to the ground pound, but it just did not come out in time, and Gobi is now almost a full stock behind. He's going to have to bring something big here.
A lot of players will charge that Lance recovery as long as they possibly can to get that huge distance it can cover. He knew Dobrain would expect something like that, so he was trying to just charge it as little as he possibly could to get that little boost and then dodge through the attack and then use Lance movement to get back to the wall.
Well, it's a big commitment. Once you start those recovery movement, once you start those active frames, you're just in that direction. And Dobrain could easily have punished it, so Gobi went for the shorter distance. But again, Dobrain, he's just got this consistent scythe play. The side sig picks up again. Gobi, nice ground pound. Does he have the movement? Yes, but another hammer ground pound will finish off that second stock. One stock left.
Great timing on that hammer recovery. Dobrain was still in recovery frames at the end of that scythe recovery. He has so much defense, though. That's one of the things with Nyx, and he's playing the defense stance, so you don't really feel it in the force department. That's where you lose one of your blocks, I believe. But you're so hard to kill, so incredibly difficult to kill. And there is a big down signature
right
coming
out
from Dobrain, the ravishing Russian, 2-0ing Silly Gobi. And you didn't see it on the player cam, but the second that it happened, Gobi stood up, I guess, in frustration.
I think it's a little bit of like I could have sworn he was like, what?
Yeah.
That hit me. But regardless, well played on both sides. Solid scythe play, just consistent stuff coming out of Dobrain. We didn't really get to talk about it a lot, but he had just such good fundamentals of scythe, good fundamentals as a player. He's one of those players who he's not like Boomie where he's practiced every single weapon a whole lot. He's just so good at the game that you could put almost any weapon in his hand and he'll be just an absolute monster.
He's one of the people who has the just biggest encyclopedic knowledges about the game. He's developed so many strings and combos that people are still using. He helped develop the Russian Mafia. Daiku physically could not pull it off. Daiku came up with the idea for it, but physically could not pull it off. He went to Dobrain. Dobrain was able to pull off, and I think finished the latter half, actually turned it into a kill option instead of just a damage option. That is that huge knowledge that Dobrain brings to the table. That's why he's made those spreadsheets that I use, that I'm sure a ton of other people have used.
I mean, he's tweeted them out. He's given them out to the world to look at. Those specifically the Dex one is kind of the biggest one that I think he's put out. But he used to have, if you donated to his Patreon back in the day, he had that Dobbs notes. That was just a spreadsheet of matchups, and I think just helpful little notes that he had in his brain of hey, you need this much force to kill this early with this weapon and this character, and it was just Dobbs notes. And he made that available to so many people. And as a player who sometimes plays things close to the chest and will be midway seeding through a tournament just because once he's qualified, he's fine with that. He doesn't have to be first seed. For someone who plays some things close to the chest, he has released so much content that has made so many people get a lot better at the game. Definitely me, and there are countless others out there. Not even to mention, he's got so many of those combo videos. I know more than a handful of people have been I was just getting into the game, trying to, pick up what kind of things do I need to learn, and Dobrain's combo videos have been absolutely monstrous, so incredibly helpful to so many people. The guy is so intelligent, and he plays like an absolute monster. One of the best EU players out there. Awesome to see him here, but again, great showing from Silly Gobi on the other side. We don't really sing his praises a lot because he doesn't.
He doesn't play in tournaments that much, and he needs to do that. I don't know if it's an internet issue, but somebody.
I mean, it's
Comcast,
his twin brother is taking up the other half.
I need you to fix his internet, please, because I want to see more of Silly Gobi. I want to see more Lance in tournaments. We're going to see some Lance probably from Daiku today. I want to see some more from Silly Gobi.
He's also got some of the most insane Gauntlet moments. He's kind of back in the day when Egg Soup first started playing Gauntlets, you'd just be like, what is this guy's just hitting things and it's amazing. It's the same kind of concept from Silly Gobi when he's on those Gauntlets. It's not always the most consistent at high level because people will start to counter read his ground pound reads, but at the same time, absolutely lights out player. But coming up next, we've got stevenator. 546. He's dropped the numbers, but in my heart, they're there in parentheses.
I'm always going to say the number. I'm never not going to say the numbers.
Versus Tommy Boy TB, the winner of Riddle Brawl.
Now we have another NA versus EU. Stevenator hailing from Chicago, Illinois, the frozen tundra. That's probably it's probably still snowing right now. And TB coming all the way from sunny Finland.
I guess we went over this yesterday.
No, I just didn't know if it's sunny right now. I like to call things sunny
there.
I don't think so.
I mean, it's always sunny in Finland, right?
Somebody please help. I'm being held here against my will. So this is going to be just button check time, I'm sure.
Probably,
as every new player that comes up needs to get all their buttons correctly. But we're seeing stevenator lock in on that Val, even just for button check. That's not a surprise. He's played Val for such a very long time now, and he's just stuck with that. Even when you might have seen him on Twitter talk about how he has no idea how gauntlets fit into the meta, whether they're really good, whether they're really bad. Sometimes they feel great, sometimes they feel terrible, but he's still stuck with this Val for a very long time. Meanwhile, on the other hand, TB Will he be playing that cross?
He's been playing cross.
Is he going to play it in 1v1? I haven't seen any of his 1v1 games today.
He's been playing cross. Just yesterday, that's all he played was cross. He
Yeah.
He popped out the Wushang for a little bit, but I think that was mostly just like a synergy team thing. I doubt the Bodvar is going to be the pick. You're seeing him already start to make his way down to cross. There it is. There's the cross. We're going to have double gauntlets.
Let's see what guns he uses.
I think stevenator has the better gauntlet play. I've seen a little bit more consistent gauntlet play from stevenator, but I think TB's got such an insane gun kit that if he can pull out the gun moves, if he can keep stevenator at bay, I think TB's going to have an all right time. But if it comes down to gauntlet versus gauntlet in that mirror match, I think Steve has a slight edge.
stevenator giving us the thumbs up. He is ready to go. I don't know about the weapon skins. Yes, that is Core's gauntlets.
I like those. I never see those.
They're okay.
Is that a skin? I don't remember a boxing skin.
I think he has boxing gloves. I think Core has boxing gloves.
Is that a boxing skin though?
I have no clue.
Okay, that's fine.
I need to do a skin tier list one of these days because everybody knows I'm a skin queen.
I mean, we all know Creeds would be at the bottom.
Absolutely.
But regardless, stevenator on the Val, not repping the new Val skin, that Dragon Slayer. But TB is going to be on that Mafia Man in honor of Russia, the Russian Mafia maker.
That is offensive.
It was a Russian Mafia joke. All right?
That is offensive.
Chill your pants. All right. Anyways, TB versus stevenator, Val versus Across.
And we are going to see, I'm sure, a lot of gauntlet matchups between the two. Both players having gauntlets right now. TB starting to get the better of stevenator. About tied right now.
Recovery.
Both players playing very aerially so far. TB using a lot of those dare initiations to start his strings and then following up, trying to get below Steve, pick up with those nairs. Ooh, just blatant side signature coming out.
Didn't get punished. stevenator, I think he shook his head a little bit that he knew he had an opportunity there, but instead he just decided to back off. At least he didn't take damage, but that was a missed opportunity there. Nice little string from TB on the gauntlets.
And because these players have such good movement and such good just inherent dodging skill, I don't think we're going to see any huge strings unless they're on the edge. I think it's going to be these 1 or 2 hits in a row that we've seen back and forth between the two.
Just trading slight blows, but stevenator picks up the downlight into the recovery. It's become a good kill option from Sword as of late. The recovery force got buffed, so I mean, everyone's picking it up. He went for the ground pound, but the gravity cancel neutral sig from Cross, that's the only place you'll ever see it is off the edge.
Yep. You rarely see it just in the middle of the platform unless someone's playing really, really floaty and not high floaty, but like low to the ground floaty.
1.5 jumps.
Yeah, maybe if you're like up against a gun character and they're trying to go for a lot of dare initiations, maybe then you'll see it on stage, but you're right. You really don't see it very much on stage. You don't see a lot of cross signatures specifically on the guns, really. You don't see a lot of side signatures very often. You don't see a lot of down signatures. I hate it.
I think it's great.
I used to love it.
It hits stacked. It's got solid force. I know the down sig, it's kind of popular at times just because it shoots in both directions, similar to how the Cassidy down sig on guns is a little bit popular because it just covers such a huge horizontal space. But generally, you'll see the neutral sig and a nice gauntlet gimp on the right side. Not too much damage on stevenator, just a simple ground pound to finish it off.
Even though he did the downlight in the wrong direction, I love how quick he was to respond with that ground pound. He didn't just completely disengage and say, well, I didn't hit my downlight, I'm just going to get back on the stage. And now we're seeing another edge guard coming up from stevenator. Now he's playing a little bit safe. He has a pretty solid lead right now, not even in the orange yet, on his second stock. He has some serious room to go. He can just hit those ground pounds, get back on the stage, and wait.
But he's completely disengaging off the ground pounds. He's not revealing his full hand. stevenator in the back pocket. You've seen him do the ground pound, then he'll do a weapon toss follow-up, and then he'll try to chase with some sort of
That's the biggest string we've seen so far today on those gauntlets.
Neutral.
Oh, and he dares
sig.
right into that down signature. That's 2 down signatures we've seen coming out of Cross's guns. The first one was a gravity canceled on the edge, did not hit. That one hitting, though. You saw stevenator kind of waiting for that dodge read.
Nice side air will send Steve off stage. He's got plenty of horizontal movement with those side airs. Side sig connects! Final stocks, but Steve still has a significant health lead.
Now, if Steve hits even a single ground pound on the edge, that might kill even Cross at this point. He is using the dexterity stance, which takes 1 out of Cross's force. So his defense is still extremely high. He still is almost an unkillable beef castle, which is one of the reasons I play him in ranked. Great spot dodge into the sword, neutral light. He needs to be looking for those kill moves there, and you see him. He's throwing out those dairs. He's waiting for TB to recover high.
Nice side
He
air.
doesn't even have to. Goes over the edge, hits him with that side air. Did you notice? Clock was at 420.
So was the damage.
Was it really?
Yeah. The damage on TB, the damage put out from TB and taken from stevenator was 420.
I didn't happen to notice that.
Well, a little coincidences. It's the little things in life, right?
Steve going up game 1 on the Finnish Fiend TB. I like calling people names.
Apparently.
I have a couple more
You
for
don't have
Dobrain
one for
that
stevenator?
I mean, I just like to say believe in Steve.
Okay.
Yeah. Stevenator in its own right is the greatest name on the planet.
Stevenator Potato gonna mash him up.
Yeah, Stevenator Potato gonna mash him. The old-time copy pasta that he hated.
He just looked
He
over
hated
at
it.
us. It was like, did they just? But we're going into game 2. Stevenator already one game up, and we see TB swap on over to the Wushang. He's gonna have roughly similar gauntlets, but he'll have the extended range with that spear. So if he goes neutralite to neutralite against the sword, he'll have that range advantage.
Now, you were talking about TB's guns, and we saw a lot of gun work in 2v2 coming from the Cross. We haven't really seen that today in ones from Cross, and I guess he's not feeling it either here, which is with this Wushang pick. He is going to have that spear. He's going to want to get that spear and just completely keep Stevenator zoned out, kind of like the way he would play guns a little bit.
It's going to be similar situations, but just slightly different combos, different signature kit from the Wushang. Gauntlet throw from stevenator. He loves to do that, especially the down throw and then pick up neutralite. That's one of his big initiators when someone's playing below him. But he's disarmed from the spear play from TB.
Ooh, just barely dipping under that side signature coming out of stevenator. And this is one of the first times we've seen King's Pass.
I was just thinking, I was like, is this King's Pass? What?
And with that cranked back unarmed side signature, you saw stevenator kind of put his head in his hands for a little bit bewildered as TB takes an early lead.
Who doesn't? Who does those hard side heavies but the EU kids? But regardless, stevenator wanting to get this stock up. You're seeing him wait for the opportunity, trying to get TB over the shenanigans hole, and then go for that ground pound. He's gonna throw out a neutral sig, but he's just looking for his kill option. The ground pound is gonna be it as it connects onto TB, and he's gonna clear the board, sticking with his gauntlets.
Both players heavily favoring gauntlets. TB with that spear now. You see him come in with that recovery. Tried to do a chase dodge dare. I think he's trying to get those dares to relegate Steve down into that shenanigans zone where we saw Pugsy at BCX hit Daiku with something like 6 dares in a row. Like a tilting amount of dares. Not even just Daiku, but I was tilted watching it for Daiku.
I mean, we affectionately renamed Pugsy to Daresy at the time.
And that's when BMG actually nerfed dare after that point.
Well, no, it didn't have the recent buff of Spear Dare, which is that it turns you around so that it's easier to hit other dares. Back to gauntlets, though. Neutralites and ground pounds from stevenator. The recovery from TB might be looking for that vertical kill, but the vertical kill box on this map is relatively high, especially from the right side.
And both players playing very vertical. Steve started it with those ground pounds, and then you saw TB adjust. He started going for almost exclusively recoveries, and he was trading out, if not beating priority, on Steve's ground pounds.
Nice neutralite to interrupt. Ground pound connects. TB gets taken down. Last stock for TB, but stevenator is getting close to that kill range. Likely going to stick with the gauntlets. Oh, no, can't pick it up.
A little bit of a misstep. I think he accidentally might have just pressed the button at the wrong time. And there's that on-arm from stevenator trying to get the gravity cancel down signature. Those downlight into the side air, into the gravity cancel downlight. He tried to get that gravity cancel down signature, not quite connecting, putting out a reasonable amount of damage. The unarmed kit doesn't have a lot of damage, but that's vintage stevenator right there. He used to hit insane unarmed strings back in the day to the point that I think shortly after, once he was hitting them in tournaments, they were nerfed.
They were, I mean, he was the real pioneer of the unarmed kit combos, the just absolute monstrous combos. But he's back to the sword. I feel like he'd be more comfortable with the gauntlets. He's been doing so much work with them, but he's had that sword consistency if he can get that downlight recovery.
I mean, he's kind of 50-50, at least at kill options here so far. He got the kill with the ground pound, which he had a great stutter before, like, oh, am I going to commit to this or am I going to go back to the platform? And that just completely threw off TB's timing. That's why he was able to hit that just raw ground pound.
getting close to kill range. TB starting to fish for those signatures, but the side sig over the edge. One more hit, but TB's able to get the wall touch, and immediately stevenator disengages, recognizes that he's likely not going to get the kill, but the follow-up off the wall, neutralizes him into the wall, gets the side light into the recovery, and a helpful handshake, handy handshake.
Yeah, very nice coming out from stevenator.
Good, well-mannered.
Now, going into this today, stevenator, like we were talking to Steve the other day, and he was like, the person I'm most worried about is Hyper Hero. Hyper Hero. Of all the people, he has TB in his pool, the guy who won the most recent EU 1v1 in the Riddle Brawl tournament. He was most worried about Hyper Hero. He made it through Hyper Hero. Is he just steady cruising? Is he just booling the rest of the day?
I mean, I think this pool's almost over if he's already running up against TB, but really, I want to go back to the point of he was worried about Hyper Hero because Hyper Hero was someone that he knew was a strong player, but also was a player that he wasn't, like, stevenator was not really ready for.
Yeah,
he wasn't
he
ready for the tech that
consistently
Hyper Hero had.
He consistently loses to Hyper Hero, and having to face was he round 1 against Hyper Hero?
I think it was 2.
I'm gonna pull up the bracket, say some words.
Okay, well, he had to play against Hyper Hero. That's, I mean, the best words. He managed to get past it. I didn't get to see the score, but he obviously just beat TB. You just saw that. Coming up next, we've got Dobrain versus Boomie. Boomie's over there. He's already flexing. He's wearing the Enix jersey.
He's wearing LDZ's jersey. Like this is a straight BM move. I asked Dobrain on when we had dinner, like
on
the night
Friday.
that, on Friday, the night that he came in. I said, do you have LDZ's jersey? Because I actually wanted to wear it, but of course it's gonna look better. It's gonna look better on Boomie. He's actually a player. He's gonna be able to wear it. We have to look nice, I guess.
You can't just like pop it on underneath the outfit, but it's just funny because he's going up against Dobrain, who's also probably I didn't get a catch on what Dobrain was wearing, but he should be wearing the jersey likely. But that is that's gonna be the next set. Did you get a catch? Who's stevenator versus Hyper Hero?
It was round 2. You were right.
I know my stuff.
And see, this is interesting because at BCX, Dobrain wasn't able to make it, and you saw Daiku draped his jersey over his chair in an homage, in honor, in respect to Dobrain, his comrade who couldn't make it. Meanwhile, this is just a straight BM move. He's just BMing his old teammate. He may have a new teammate in part of the creed. He may just be completely throwing LDZ to the wolves. You see him standing up.
Literally
he's showing
Dobrain.
He's showing it. To the camera, to everybody at home, and to Dobrain.
He wants everyone to know that he is wearing his teammate who could not make it. He's wearing his jersey and repping LDC. But let's see. Currently happening, for those of you who are maybe curious about what's going on in other pools, in the winner's bracket of, I believe, pool F2, Daiku versus Blood Diamond is happening right now. In the loser's bracket of either that one, or I think this is F1, is Logic and Atrophius are fighting out. One of them seemed to have lost to Hyper Hero. What? F1 and F2. F1 in the F1 lower bracket, Logic and Atrophius are fighting out. In F2 in the winner's bracket, currently Daiku and Blood Diamond are fighting it out.
Yeah, I'm looking through the bracket here a little bit. I don't know if I don't have the one that. Oh, I do have the one. I have the one that Daiku is in. Let's just look at his. He went 2-0 against Winged Shell, and then he's fighting Blood Diamond right now in the winner's semifinals.
He had a pretty smooth sailing. I think I was talking to him earlier, and he was like, "There's only really one person I'm worried about in my pool, and it's either stevenator or TB."
Yep.
And since stevenator just beat TB, it looks like Daiku is really only worried about stevenator in his next match. I think he's pretty confident in his matchup against Blood Diamond, but we're not going to watch that. We're going to be watching Dobrain versus Boomie as they go to the button checks. Boomie and Dobrain. Dobrain likely will be playing that Mirage first, and then he might swap on over to the Nyx depending on how it feels. Boomie's got a large character pool. He's got the Thatch in the back pocket. I know he played a little bit of Diana. I know he's got that Braid. It's really going to come down to what he feels confident against Dobrain Scythe play.
And I don't know if this is just for button check, but he's playing Ada here. I'm not sure if that's.
I don't think it's the worst.
I mean, I trust any
He's
character.
got such good guns.
Any character that Boomie picks, like I trust it. I just don't know if this is for button check or not. He did lock in the defense stance, which I don't know if he would do that if he was just playing a character for button check, just to really get those fingers moving on his gun inputs.
You got to button check, make sure the dex is just right for what you're about to do. But it seems like he's good on his button check already. playing the song that he wants to find, or finding the song that he wants to play. Those are the same
Now,
concepts.
in my opinion, of the players here, I personally think these are the two best players here.
I think to a degree, a lot of people would agree with you. And I know Boomie was a little bit upset that he had to go against Dobrain so early in pools. But regardless, there is still potential for both of them to make it out of pools. I believe 3 people make it out of every single pool.
Yes.
So since this is the winter finals, they both will make it out of pools. It's really just a matter of who's going to be in what part of the bracket of the top 12 in just a little bit. That's going to be happening tomorrow. Wait, no. We're going to do a little bit of the top 12 today. Top 8 will be tomorrow.
I think it's up to top 8 today,
Yes.
and then all of top 8 is tomorrow. We are seeing the stage banning coming through. Looks like we are moving in. He is playing this Ada, but he actually switched off of the defense stance. That's a little bit interesting here.
You got to button check with the defense. You know, you don't want to die too early in the button check.
3, 2, 1.
Now, going into this game, we are on Great Hall. I hate the stage. If King's Pass didn't exist in the game, this is the stage that I ban when I queue into ranked. I feel so claustrophobic, but I don't think Boomie feels that way. Great neutral light. Oh, look at this string. He's trying to follow Dobrain. And see, Boomie plays guns like you're supposed to play like Gauntlets and Scythe, where you're supposed to stick to your opponent. And look at this. Almost coming into a clean stock, just barely missing with that side signature. And Dobrain looking worse for wear right now.
Not sure what to do about this gun kit. Gonna bait out that recovery and try to punish. Can't pick up the downlight. Boomie is just playing so well with this Ada gun kit. The side sig connects, and Boomie is looking pretty. He was trying to shadow step that weapon toss.
And he's barely in the yellow. He's not even midway through yellow. He is just at the beginning of yellow. Let's see what his spear has in order for Dobrain. Dobrain looking very shaky coming out of the gate. Has no idea how to deal with Boomie's guns or apparently Boomie's spear at this point.
I think he just doesn't know how to deal with Boomie. The down sig is going to out-prioritize the downlight from Dobrain. Dobrain really hasn't been able to get any momentum. It's been Boomie taking the pacing, taking control. Every single time he hits Dobrain, he's chasing right behind it. Down sig connects.
Oh my gosh!
There is a very real possibility that Dobrain will not be able to take a stock off of Boomie the way that Boomie is playing right now.
There is literally zero punishment coming out for all of these moves that Boomie is doing. His light attacks go unpunished. His signatures go unpunished. Even when they miss, even the Ada Spear neutral signature, which if you don't get hit by it, I feel like that's one of the easiest signatures to punish in the game. And Dobrain was able to punish. He's finally able to chase a little bit with this sight, getting the ground pound. 3-stock Dream is dead. Dobrain needs to keep that exact momentum going throughout this entire stock, or he has a very real chance of losing this first game.
Well, it's going to come down to the weapon starving, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to punish the pickup. Nice neutral sig pickup.
That's it.
And
that is it.
Gonna be
That's a
clean
JV3.
two-stock.
Boomie just JV3 Dobrain, and in true Dobrain fashion, he's just throwing his hands up a little bit saying, all right, I'm going to wash my hands of that set. It's just the first game. Those are the kind of words that when he and Daiku play, and Daiku starts getting a little bit out of control and a little bit out of hand and angry, Dobrain's the one saying, it's okay. It's okay. We can do this. It's just the game. We can come back, just calm down, and we can play.
Swap to the Knicks. It's going to be guns versus guns. Boomie's guns have been absolutely lights out. And it's going to – my question is, can Dobrain handle the pressure? Can he figure out a way to disengage from Boomie's guns or spear and then turn it around?
I think that's exactly it. Dobrain's going to have to disengage effectively because the way Dobrain plays guns isn't as momentum-based from moment to moment like Boomie's is. Boomie's is just he gets on you, he stays on you, he chase dodges after you, he uses all of his movement to just completely stay on you, give you no room to breathe. Dobrain, not as much.
Oh, Dobrain!
That's a clean stock. I don't know.
Did he not have a recovery? Was it interrupted by the dare? I'm not sure.
It must have been interrupted if it was very early in the frames of it. It had to be in the very beginning. I didn't even see any animation.
But that is a huge swing for Boomie.
And see, we're not seeing huge momentum swings coming out of Dobrain. It's a couple moves at a time. There's the neutral light. He goes the neutral light into the nair. Doesn't pick up the recovery, though. And he disengages for a moment. Almost gets picked up.
And the game has slowed down a little bit, and you're seeing Dobrain. He is starting to build up that damage on top of Boomie. That's what he needs. He needs to keep this slower paced game so that he can build that damage safely and securely. Nice punish onto the side sig. Another side sig thrown out from Boomie.
Oh, just barely. If Dobrain had a few more frames, he would have been able to get that ground pound out. That might have out-prioritized. He might have had the timing.
Nice side
Gets
sig,
the
though.
side signature, keeping it even at least on stocks, but possibly not for long. Dobrain in the red on his second
Back to the
stock.
side.
And we could see just huge DPS coming out of Boomie, getting him into that dark red, real kill percent time. Or he could just hit a side signature, or any of the other myriad of
sig,
signatures that
down
he's hit.
sig. He's going to hit the dare, goes for another down sig. Dobrain's going to get the punish, just a simple downlight. Didn't want to go for any sort of dodge read or string. Risky spot, but Boomie makes it out.
Trying to use that side signature, that wake-up side signature, almost very defensively, expecting Dobrain to dodge in on him, even with the weapon toss. Boomie's not even going for the weapon. He wanted to get that unarmed side air. Such huge force on that unarmed side air compared to everything else in the unarmed light attack kit. And Boomie is just looking like an unstoppable force right now. If anybody can go toe-to-toe with guns against Boomie, I thought Dobrain might be one of the very few, but it's not looking like that's the case. Are we going to see a big gimp here? Dobrain's able to safely go under.
There's still a possibility here. Dobrain could take this stock off. Boomie's been throwing out a whole lot of signatures, and Dobrain's starting to figure it out, starting to punish that signature kit. I think if we went to a best of 5, we might see Dobrain have a little bit more success. The side sig connects, but not enough to kill. Boomie was already scooting back in his chair.
Still didn't kill!
Nick's defense is real. Down like ground pound. He's got jumps. No, he doesn't.
Didn't have a dodge. The dodge was certainly almost off cooldown. A few more moments if he was able to somehow halt himself in the air, but he ended up falling. And Dobrain, nope, that's it. That had to be it. And there we go. Boomie standing up, shaking the hand of his good friend, Vladislav Bogotov. You may know him better as Dobrain. I'm so happy to see these two play together on land. What a hellacious game coming out of Boomie. I love how he was able to use those Ada signatures so aggressively, especially the down signature on Spear. You see it a lot used like Orion's Spear down signature, where if someone's like chain dodging in on you or dodging in on you, people will just halt themselves and then do it when they expect the aggression. Boomie was able to chase dodge after his opponent. He was able to use that aggressively to kill Dobrain so well. He was also chasing after Dobrain with the side signature on Spear. Dude, Boomie's just so good at this game. Like, it's stupid
and that's
how good he is.
That's just one of his myriad of characters in his character pool. He's got so many different options for so many different people. It's going to be absolutely insane. If you were watching that set and you're like, all right, I think I know what he's going to do with that Ada, guess what? He's probably not going to play that Ada again. He's got Cassidy.
The second
he's got
you think,
Roland, or he's got any other character in his pool.
The second you think you know what Boomie's doing, I feel like Boomie's already won. Because you have no idea. It's not even a little bit safe.
Well, coming up in just a little bit, we are going to be watching Daiku versus Blood Diamond. That is going to be happening on stream in just a little bit. They are getting set up, but Daiku, he's looking absolutely lights out as well. He is going to be one of the other EU monsters. I think Multimum is going to play later today. He's in my pool, and I don't look forward to that. Let's see, TB, we just saw him. Those are the big fours. Zaloxtry's in your pool. He'll be playing later today as well. So he's I'm
not worried about Zaloxtry.
The fifth EU. I mean, he just got second in 2v2s yesterday. That's all.
Yeah, but that was the fake 2v2 yesterday. That was the fake news 2v2.
That was just the alternative facts 2v2.
Yeah.
We've got the real 2v2 going on. I think pools are going on as well. In the side station. I think Photo was periscoping it earlier, so if you want to find that, you can probably find the VOD periscopes.
If you look at his Twitter, it's on there.
Somewhere out there. But regardless, that was, we just watched Boomie versus Dobrain. Boomie's looking absolutely lights out. I think, looking at how Boomie's playing right now, I think it's going to be hard for anyone who's in his path.
I wish LDZ was here because I want to see those two play again. Because I don't know how LDZ is playing recently. Because I haven't
watched them.
We haven't seen any 1v1 tournaments since Block 1v1, so it's been a long time. But before we ever see LDZ again, or before we even talk about LDZ again, we have Daiku and Blood Diamond coming up next. Blood Diamond, probably the second best in the West right now.
He's trying to show his jacket. I couldn't see what it said.
It says a weird like German word or like
He's not German.
Is Skeinerhoff or Skeiderhoff or it? Just because he's not German, not Hasselhoff. I would have remembered that.
Okay.
Just because he's not German doesn't mean his hoodie can't say a German thing on it.
Oh, well, you know.
It doesn't say "Kiss me, I'm German."
Are you sure?
I mean, it might. He might have a shirt
might
under.
say it in German.
He might have one under his jersey that says "Kiss me, I'm German," or or at least "Kiss me, I'm Kurdish."
But you can see him on the left, Daiku in the Enix jersey. On the right, Blood Diamond, teammate to Noel, also a member. He's on Flashpoint, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I had to double check before.
Look at his shirt, man. Flashpoint Esports. You can see the N and the T and the Esports.
I'm sorry.
Lord Vrax.
Is that the N and T of Point?
No, that's the N and T of Flash. Yes, that's the N and T of Point.
I don't see the H of Flash.
That's because you can't.
2.
The
behind the
monitor.
monitor?
The monitor is blocking.
Because it looks like there's a logo, and then you just see Point underneath. Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond. He's in the zone.
Somebody come collect Duke away from me right now. Don't worry about his shirt.
It's critical to how well he's gonna play.
His shirt says Flashpoint. Just trust me, please. But we're seeing Daiku on Vrax here. I'm a little bit curious why he's playing Vrax specifically here, because I was talking to him earlier and he was like, I'm gonna play Vrax against Gauntlets because Lance absolutely counters Gauntlets, just a ridiculously hard counter to Gauntlets. But of course, Blood Diamond has played Hattori and will keep playing Hattori for the rest of time.
He's got the backup Koji if things go.
He does have the Koji.
Too awry, but generally you'll see him on that Hattori. I agree. I think the Vrax pick is one of those things where he wants it specifically as a counter. He might be just warming it up. His next opponent, if he gets through this, is going to be stevenator. So maybe he's just like, I got to get my Vrax warm. Make sure that when I'm playing with Vrax, I'm at my best and I'm not warming up other characters. What's up? Yeah, you're good.
Show Duke your shirt. Show Duke your shirt.
See, it says Point. The flash is in.
Yeah, it says
the
it
flash
right
is
there.
in tiny font to the side.
I still don't understand what your problem is.
I don't know. I would have assumed that Point wasn't the critical part of that text.
It's Flashpoint.
Yeah.
It's Flashpoint.
Okay.
We are in the stage banning section. We are going to Mammoth Fortress, my personal favorite stage. Some people find it boring that so many games are played on Mammoth. I
Creed
like
hates
Mammoth.
this map.
I don't
Creed
know.
legitimately
Yeah, but
hates this
Creed
map.
likes King's Pass.
Well, the reason Creed hates his map is because that small platform, that roaming small platform, has interrupted more than a handful of his combos, and I think that's been such a huge sticking point for him that he's willing to shark around maps on King's Pass, and that's what he does.
I mean, that's the only way he's able to get fourth in 2v2, let's be real.
Absolutely.
We're seeing Blood Diamond really zoning out. Even when Daiku went to the vertical game, Blood Diamond was able to, oh my gosh!
I think Blood Diamond is not too wary of those nairs, though. He seems to have found an answer. He's hit, he hit one down air to interrupt. He hit a side air, and he's going to get the spear down air. Daiku's dead.
Daiku's dead.
For sure.
And Daiku started out of the gate playing a very defensive Lance. When he would miss his attacks, you saw him back dodge almost every time. He was throwing out a lot of defensive nairs. And see, look, Daiku can't even play Vrax very well. So I don't know why people expect me to.
So you being bad at Vrax is totally fine.
Yes, Daiku, thank you for playing this.
See, that's what Daiku's doing is trying to get an argument for buffing Vrax.
I mean, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to convince very many people. Tivorus plays Vrax, so Daiku pretty much has a captive audience right now.
It's going to be the unarmed play for Daiku that's it's a little bit more consistent. He doesn't play these weapons. I mean, his opportunity with Lance would have been, what, Roland or Olgrim, neither of which he really played a whole lot. And then his opportunities with guns, I don't think I ever saw him play Thatch, which I think would have been his biggest option. Does he ever play these weapons?
I don't really think so. And
it's generally axe, sword, and hammer.
The way he's playing them looks like somebody who is picking these up at a tournament as a hard counter and not like somebody who plays this character. Like he doesn't have any flow to his Lance like a Lance player does, like you see Lance doing or you see Silly Gobi doing. He's kind of using the moves from moment to moment.
You can see him thinking. You can see him being like, okay, I should be naring here. I should be going for a recovery in this situation. And there's just that little bit of clock time in his head that it's slowing down his movement. It's not as smooth. Like we saw just a second ago, Boomie with his guns, so smooth, able to just immediately recognize where he should be moving towards. Instead, Daiku, he's thinking a lot, and it's been one of the big reasons why he is a little bit more damaged than Blood Diamond as we come into the final stocks of Game 1 of Pool F2's winner semis.
But with anything new, there is always going to be a feeling out period. I think he may have played, if anybody, he might have played Vrax before. I remember in my head Daiku playing Vrax. Blood Diamond with that is going to take the first game, almost a JV2, and just the look of flow between Blood Diamond and Daiku just completely different. And it's not because Blood Diamond is that much better than Daiku. Honestly, I personally think Daiku is a better player than Blood Diamond. No disrespect to Blood Diamond, but I think that Vrax pick might be a misstep right now. I think he needs to go back to the Bryn or possibly the Jala that we've seen him play in the past. There's the Bryn pick. We heard it. I wasn't sure if it might have been Blood Diamond switching. I agree with this Bryn pick. His flow on Axe is better. His flow on Spear is better. I am 100% in agreement with this pick, and he's playing the defense stance, which when I saw him play in his pools earlier, he was playing the 4 stance on Vrax, leaving that 4 defense. I still don't know how I feel about using the defense stance on Vrax because it takes 1 out of force, which puts you in that 3 force range.
I mean, there's not a huge difference between 3 force and 4 force.
I'm terrible at killing. So with 4 force, I think with 4 to 5 force, you were able to kill at one point with like 2 or 3 recoveries earlier than you would if you were playing with 4 force. So with guns, I like higher force, which is why I play a character like Cross or a character like Nyx because of those higher forces. But back to this Bryn pick, I'm absolutely loving it.
You're already seeing the just knowledge of the Axe kit.
Yeah, we're seeing Daiku on Axe. This is what you and I began our Brawlhalla experience seeing, was seeing Daiku on Axe.
I mean, he started off as Taros. He was one of the big reasons why I picked up Taros a long time ago, and he's just been an absolute monster with Axe. He switched to Jala, we switched to Ragnar. He's just had that consistency with Axe. It's basically his bread and butter weapon at this point.
We might be running out of movement options here. Gets the dodge at the last moment. I can't believe we didn't see Blood Diamond aggress on that. He is a little bit worried. Gets the down signature. Such a hard signature to punish.
Blood Diamond going hard off stage for imaginary Sares, but he is able to make it back safely. Daiku going for the unarmed options. Currently disarmed against Blood Diamond, but if he can connect with a nice ground pound, it still will lead to that kill.
And you were just seeing Daiku do something that a lot of people hate Thunder Guard for, which is playing in that shenanigan zone and going under the stage back and forth to stay safe. Finally gets the dare deep down on that right side wall. And we're seeing Blood Diamond, even with the Bryn pick, Blood Diamond is taking a lead. Even though that unarmed recovery didn't quite kill, one more has to kill, right?
There's the dare. That should be a kill. I don't think he got the wall touch. Yep. So Daiku is going to take his time clearing the board. He's going to leave that trap and immediately comes up, gets that ground pound. Such a long active frame move.
I thought he was actually going to go for the nair there over the ground pound. I thought he was going to try to maybe hit the nair, then dip back down, try to hit 2 nairs maybe.
Or maybe pop up with a recovery.
Absolutely. I love that he hit the ground pound, though. I still think that is such an crazy move in the game. You can do something like 30 damage if you hit
the double tap?
Yeah, if you get the double tap. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Daiku staying off stage, looking for the pop-up recovery, but great placement from Blood Diamond. Trying to get the finisher, went for the gravity cancel downlight, likely would have ended with a ground pound. But Daiku, great movement, able to avoid it. Gets the side sig, Blood Diamond down to his final stock.
And you don't see a lot of signatures coming out of Bryn players. I don't know if that's just a Bryn player thing, but you don't see a lot of signatures. You see the occasional down signature just because it has on Axe or on Spear, just because it has so many active frames. You see it on Axe because it pops you up and has that scooping, like wonky lower hitbox. But you don't really see that many signatures. Occasionally, it's also that like side signature read, which is what we just saw from Daiku.
You'll see the down sig. I think for a while there, Crocky was doing it off a neutral light. He'll do the neutral light and then chase dodge into that down sig just to like kind of trap someone who spot dodges a lot. But like you said, not a whole lot of popularity amongst the signature kit of Bryn. Doesn't really need it on Axe though. Axe just swings so hard.
And that could be why a lot of people don't play Bryn. Or definitely didn't used to play Bryn, is maybe they just don't like her signatures, but I'm glad that Bryn is getting more play. You see Daiku going back and forth under that left hard platform. going unarmed, but
trying to
staying
extend the
very safe. As he's in the deep red, I think that's the darkest red we've seen anybody so far today.
I mean, this is what Daiku's known for, not necessarily playing under the stage, but just extending stocks for absurd amounts of times. He used to do it in 2v2s all the time, wasn't able to do so, but in 1v1s, you're seeing it come out. He's gotten basically infinite damage at this point. A downlight on the sword might actually be enough to kill, but it's going to be the recovery from Blood Diamond, but he's in the red. He's got to be careful about this.
And you see Daiku immediately go for the unarmed, those side air kills. We saw one unarmed side air kill earlier. That's going to clash out. Going for the ground pound. He was able to use that dodge just to barely get back up. But Blood Diamond has a lot of ground to cover.
Side sig!
There is the axe side signature. We only saw, I think, 3 signatures that entire
Spear
time.
Side sig,
Spear side
axe
sig,
side
spear,
sig.
axe side sig, and axe spear neutral signature as well. 2 of those hitting. One of them,
I don't think
actually
he hit
both
the spear
of them
neutral.
were a kill. No, yeah, that's the one that didn't hit. He hit
But
the
he
axe.
hit both sides.
Yeah, he hit the axe side and the spear side. I'm seeing Daiku holding up
2, is that
2.
piece?
I don't.
2 games. That was game 2?
I don't know. He's Norwegian.
You're number 2 to me?
Maybe this means something else in Norway.
V for Vendetta?
Maybe this is really offensive in Norway.
I mean, that's an option.
Like a thumbs up is offensive somewhere in the world.
Showing someone the bottom of your shoe is offensive in some places.
3, 2,
I feel like that's offensive here. Why would you show someone the bottom of your shoes?
Well, I mean, like if you kick your feet up, if you like put your feet on like a stool, and if they're on the other end of that stool, then that's offensive.
I don't want to see the bottom of your shoes that have been stepping on.
I mean, I'm not
in
like putting my
bathrooms.
foot in your. All right, whatever. Blood Diamond versus Daiku. Game 3. Either one of them 1 game away from getting knocked down to the lower bracket. Winner of this will go on to fight Stevenator.
And now we're seeing that Koji pick come out that you mentioned a little bit earlier. Maybe it's those lower punish windows coming out with that very high dex. I didn't actually notice if he had a stance. I would like to see maybe a defense stance coming out on Koji, just give him a little bit more survivability.
Take that 4 to a 5. But regardless, he's also got the bow kit, which is bow's such a strong weapon, especially off stage. Daiku playing this incredibly safe, not going to risk it going up until just now. He wants to make it to this winter semis. I told you before, he was so confident coming into this. Blood Diamond making him work for that money, though.
And you've seen Blood Diamond play it pretty safe as well. He's not going in for any aggressive edge guards. He's going for like, oh, I missed my bow ground pound or I missed my bow dare. I'm going to get back immediately onto the platform. He's afraid of that Daiku axe on the edge. I almost called him Exo.
The good old Exo. But regardless, he's back up. He's got the spear. He's got the recovery. He's looking for the side air, but it's going to be the side air from Blood Diamond that connects.
Nice.
Great play from Blood Diamond.
Great spot
play.
dodge, just messing up that timing, keeping it. That's where he wanted to be when he started his dare. That's where he wanted to be. So he's going to spot dodge there, wait for Daiku to blow all of his movement options, blow his dodge most importantly, giving him that free kill, confirming that edge guard.
But Daiku's got that big swinging axe, trying to connect with that recovery. If he can get a full force recovery, it will be a strong kill option. But Blood Diamond, just great movement, staying outside the hitboxes of it, and when he's inside of it, he's already in the dodge frames.
Exo really.
Oh, the softy!
Why do I keep calling him
softy!
Exo? He's still looking for
He
that
wants that
axe recovery.
I mean, there's so many options for it. You can just pop up from underneath. You can go from the sides for it. You're seeing him. It's almost always going from under the stage height into that recovery because he wants to catch Blood Diamond with it, but he's been swinging so hard for it that I don't think it's worth it. Ooh, that was close.
You saw Blood Diamond didn't immediately go down and try and can you quit saying softy? Like, that's
He
making
keeps
me
getting
really
the
uncomfortable.
soft force. He's not getting the full force recoveries.
We're actually not seeing him go for any of the exhausted axe recoveries either. That's one of my favorite things when Boomie would play axe. He would use those exhausted recoveries. He would use the initial one, then the exhausted one to cover so much territory. Blood Diamond finally falling, but look at Daiku's health.
He's sticking with the spear. Looking for a Nair startup.
And we are tied
so
1-1
spacey.
in this winner's semifinals. The winner of this game will be moving on. The loser will be going down into the loser's bracket. And Blood Diamond, in game 1, he had a lot of room to catch up. He took an early lead, but needed a lot of room to catch up. Game 2, same exact thing. But now we're actually seeing him get a lead, hold his lead, and he is carrying that lead all the way to Daiku's last stock.
Blood Diamond looking real strong as Daiku is on his final stock. Daiku has had such trouble not only building damage on Blood Diamond's Koji, but finishing off the stocks of this Koji, predominantly been those recoveries. And that's one of those things that we were talking about just a little while ago. If Bryn's signature kit isn't a reliable option for you, then you start running out of your other options, as Daiku's been just mostly going for those recoveries.
And now you're actually seeing Blood Diamond play sort of a little bit more grounded game. He's not playing his floaty. He's not giving Daiku as big of an option to hit those recoveries. And I think because of that, Daiku has switched a little bit. You see him going for the side airs, going for the nairs a lot more, something with a lower recovery lag time at the end, so he's less easy to punish. He's still not necessarily working for him, as he's going a little bit better than even in terms of damage, but he's still behind a stock.
Behind. Side stick thrown out. Solid punish. Wants to get that off stage, but can't quite get the Sayers. There's a recovery again from Daiku's second recovery.
Finally, he gets the meaty recovery on that.
Dare? Blood Diamond had the touch, and the Dare will finish it off. Daiku, he's going to try to stick with his axe. No, he's going to go for the spear for the range and the damage build. He's going to go for those neutralites, those nairs and Sayers.
We haven't really seen him use the neutralites very much. It's been a lot of nairs and a lot of Sayers. We haven't seen hardly anything from the ground game so far with this spear.
I mean, part of that is a reaction to how Blood Diamond's playing. Blood Diamond's been playing at that 1-2 jump height area, and so Daiku wants to jump up there, go for that nair into that recovery.
Daiku opting to use that weapon as a trap, trying to force Blood Diamond over to it so he can put that damage out instead of just completely stripping the field and keeping Blood Diamond weapon starved. He has to be careful, though. Daiku's stock is winding down. Blood Diamond's getting closer and closer to red, though. He's now in orange. And Blood Diamond is playing so much slower, and I 100% agree with this.
He's not making any big commitments off stage. Instead, he wants Daiku to come up, wants him to try to get back to him, and the side
side signature.
Daiku goes down to the lower bracket, getting beaten out by Blood Diamond of Flashpoint.
Was that
Esports.
the only signature we saw from Blood Diamond on that Koji? I think it was. That was the only signature we saw. And it was that punishing side signature. Usually, I mean, back in the day when Dobrain would play Koji, he got down signature nerfed because he basically won a tournament with Koji down signature. With that high dex, you're able to throw out those signatures and have very, very low recovery time. Blood Diamond didn't even mess with that. He was light attacks the entire time to build up the damage and to secure kills. And it's not even like it took him that much longer to secure the kills, where he was getting damage built up on himself. Great play coming out of Blood Diamond, definitely securing that, I guess, moniker of second best in the West. He's the best U.S. West player here right now, except for I think I saw Enix LDZ walking around.
Yeah, I think I saw,
there. He looks a little bit,
the jersey.
He's a little bit different than I remember. I think he's a little bit shorter in his.
You know, it's the offline versus the real online LTCs. But regardless, Blood Diamond, absolute monster. He will continue on. He's going to be going up against stevenator. I think our pools are starting soon, so hopefully someone's going to tag out for us.
Supposedly in 20 minutes. I don't know if that was the end well, no, because that's not the end of that pool, because that was semis. So there's still at least one more game for them as far as the upper bracket goes. There's the lower bracket where Daiku's going to have to try to fight his way through it. I think TB is currently going up against evax, the person who took down Daiku in twos yesterday. So that is likely happening. There's Wrenched. We're going down
in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we're going down into the losers bracket. We're doing Wrenched against Cyclist. Again, Fable against Fable. Just never lucky for the Fable boys today.
Pool. That pool was deadly for the Fable boys. Silly Gobi got taken out, didn't he?
Yes, by Dobrain.
By Dobrain, okay. So Silly Gobi, he's currently awaiting in the lower bracket. Wrenched and Cyclist are fighting, and there's one more of Fable that I can't think of right now.
Well, stevenator's Fable.
Is he in that? Was he in that pool? I thought there were 4 people in that pool. That was right.
Maybe I'm
mistaken.
Let me just pull up that handy dandy pool right here. God bless Smash GG.
There's
stevenator was not in their pool. Let's look at this right here. There was Gobi, there was Wrenched, there was Cyclist, and that is all the Fable boys in that pool.
Well, either way, one of those Fable boys will not be getting past this point, as Wrenched and Cyclist are both in the lower bracket, about to fight it out. And then further on, likely one of them will have to run up. Whoever wins this will have to go up against Silly Gobi. So
now, just going into this, I have to think that Wrenched is just the better 1v1 player. If we look at Cyclist's very, very short 1v1 career, he's really been better known in his 2v2 career.
Sure.
And not even with the partner that he has here at CEO Dreamland. He was better known with Isidru, which is where he came and got 3rd place in the Winter Championship 2v2. Meanwhile, in the block 1v1, you're just standing right in front of the camera.
There's literally
Daniel.
Come on.
Raven. You're
We
standing
were-
right in front of
we
the
were on
camera.
with that camera.
You literally just put your chest right in front of the camera.
They just saw like your hairy armpit for like a hot minute.
Gosh, I was in the middle of talking too.
Raven, please.
We were going over Cyclists.
We're about to go play
tournament
pools.
history.
Take over.
No, you guys, you're still on deck. Don't worry, I got backup coming.
Okay.
Well, anyway, before we were
Don't
so
get in the
rudely
camera.
interrupted by this strange bearded man's chest, Cyclist, the only time we've seen him play 1v1 in a tournament, he tied for 17th. He's had just a lot of trouble in 1v1s and lately just in tournaments, period. I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but in the block 1v1, he lost 0-2 to OMG It's Barry, a player that I would think, after seeing him in the Winter Championship 2v2, I would expect
I think you would have had a better time with them.
I would too. And then he lost 2-1 to Cody Travis. No disrespect to Cody Travis, but Cody Travis is somebody that hasn't had a lot of success in 1v1s as well. He's kind of on the periphery of that top 8 in North American tournaments. So I just have to think that Cyclist might be struggling here today. And I'm trying to look through Wrenched's 1v1 tournament placings as well. And
It's been slightly better.
and BCX 1v1, he tied for 13th, which
not
isn't
bad.
terrible.
At BCX,
Compare
that's
that
not
to
bad.
the block 1v1 where Cyclist tied for 17th. That 13th is looking a whole lot better. Meanwhile, the Winter Championship 1v1 tied for 7th. And then in the block 1v1 also tied for 7th. Now, if we go back all the way to the end of last year to Brawl League Masters, Wrenched went kind of toe-to-toe with Starlight, one of the strongest players in North America that entered into that Brawl League Masters tournament. And he went toe-to-toe in a mirror match, no less.
Right, it was a Surrey versus a Surrey.
That was a just ridiculous set to watch. So back and forth between those two players. So I just, straight off the bat, I have to give this at least the edge to Wrenched going into this.
But keep in mind, both of these players are going to have those guitar kits. They basically only pick one character. Cyclist has played Ragnar throughout his entire history in tournaments. On the other side, Wrenched has more or less been playing Ember for quite a while now. He'll swamp it up, but it's generally a guitar character. And as of late, Qatar's kind of been on the bottom end of a lot of people's weapon tier list. It's not the most popular. It got a couple of nerfs, a little bit more startup frames on all the grounded moves, except for maybe one. I think one is still 5. Neutralite's still 5. Is that right?
I got the spreadsheet right here, my dude. You don't even have to guess. Neutralite is 6 now.
Okay. It's Downlight. Downlight is still 5. But the rest, Neutralite is up to 6. Sidelight is at 7. They've gotten a couple of nerfs. The stringing is not quite as easy as it used to be. But at the same time, we've seen people still have success with it. I mean, Wrenched did reasonably well yesterday. I can't quite recall how well he did, but we saw Zeloxry all the way in the grand finals with his Ember playing those guitars. So they're not out of the meta completely, but they are a little bit on the lower end. And at the same time, I think Cyclist with this Axe is really strong against guitars. It's a decent option against bow as well. I think Cyclist has a slight weapon advantage, but when it comes down to it, I think Wrenched has a slightly better just tournament experience.
Now, since both players are playing guitars, I think that's actually going to work to both of their favors because they're not having to play a weaker weapon into a stronger weapon necessarily because they both are kind of primarily guitar players. So if they go head-to-head with guitars, they're neither one's at a just right off the bat number statistic matchup disadvantage. That really comes down to player skill. So I think that's really going to work for both of them. I don't know if they are going to favor one weapon over the other. Maybe since guitars have got that nerf, Wrenched is going to focus on bow in 1v1. Maybe Cyclist is going to focus on axe more in 1v1. I mean, we've seen him do a lot with axe. Specifically, he incorporates the side signature
he's a big
lot
fan of that side
into his
sig.
play, just on stage, right over the edge,
Gravity
all the
cancel
time.
that like a half jump height.
Of course.
He is a fan of that side signature for sure.
As long as he doesn't do the axe down signature, like, me and Cyclist can still be boys, even though I tweeted out that he looked like White Nelly yesterday. I hope. I
You
hope.
allowed to say that right
I
now?
hope I didn't overstep my boundaries with that one because I don't know if me and Cyclist are boys yet. But as long as he doesn't use the axe down signature, he's okay in my book.
Well, he's got the guitar signature kit as well. The side sig has taken a couple of hits, but it still has great movement. He's got the down sig, which we saw, I think, Daiku hit a down sig with that fire blast to get a kill yesterday.
Yes.
And then the neutral sig, it's a great option, especially with the axe. The axe neutral sig is a really popular option when you get like a sideline and then you go for that speed dodge neutral sig to punish some sort of jump read. It's definitely, he's got a strong signature kit with that Ragnir, and he's more than familiar with it. It's really, I think it's going to come down to tournament nerves. I don't know how familiar he is with playing on the main stage. I know he's been on more than a handful of stages, but I'm not sure if he's been on a tournament stage.
He is an actor, so when it comes down to that, just like general nerves have to be not necessarily the biggest issue for him, but because he is a relatively new Brawlhalla player, I didn't know his name back when I knew Wrench's name. So
I still don't know Wrench's name, so.
Well, you probably still halfway think it's Wrench D. You probably still think it's Wrench D.
There's no E, so like Wrench D. But regardless, both of them of Fable Esports. One will make it out. It's going to be Wrenched versus Cyclist. I think they've done their button checks, and they're going to start getting into the weapon or the map banning. At this point, is there really a map that you think either of them would want?
I'm glad neither of them apparently wants to play King's Pass, or at least Wrenched doesn't want to play on King's Pass. We're going straight to Mammoth. I think that's
just a simple comfort pick.
I don't think
when you don't know what to pick,
yeah,
you pick Mammoth.
I don't think any map would favor one or the other, even if you went on something like a King's Pass that is so much about the edgeguard game. Both of them have Katars, an edgeguard heavy weapon. Bow can be an edgeguard heavy weapon, and of course Axe. We just saw Daiku edgeguard really, really strong with those Axe stairs. Even though he didn't win, Axe is just frightening on the edge. But we're seeing Cyclist just completely control the neutral game so far with those downlights. That happens a lot when I play against you, because I like to come at people from the air.
But we're seeing Wrench. He's starting to get those strings going. He got on top of Cyclist, and the second that Cyclist was in the air, he went for that down throw. Wrench was able to dodge out of it, and it's left Cyclist disarmed. He wanted the axe for that max range. He was hitting such extended range moves, but he's going to get a nice punish onto that side signature from Wrench.
And even though Cyclist was unarmed on the edge, it looked like Wrench was putting some respect on his name, not trying to go too ham on the edge early in the game. I think he's worried about these Cyclist edge guards because he just completely disengages from that, gets back on the stage, and throws out that side signature.
I mean, if he goes up against Cyclist Katars on the edge, he's got the optionary to go for that gravity cancel neutral sig, similar to the Asuri neutral sig, where it'll be an anti-air, which reverses into a spike. It's so strong, and there's the side sig, which we were talking about. Cyclist loves to use that gravity cancel side sig at just about a jump height to get that downward explosion.
Yep, it's that bottom edge of like the end of the swing that he uses that on the edge so well. He uses that gravity canceled so well. I think he even slide charges it every now and then, but that's great uses of the signature kit. A lot of people will flame old Ragnir players for using the Katar side signature. People say that's the only reason Multimum got second place at BCX.
No,
but Cyclist is able to use the Axe side signature as well. Such a great signature. You see part of the Creed using that a lot when he plays as well.
It's just an all-around good move, especially because it explodes out from the axe if it lands on a platform. So sometimes it'll spike people in very wonky directions that they're not quite expecting, and they're able to follow up in interesting ways. But no punish on that ground pound from Wrench. Wrench looking for the bow, but Cyclist just great movement, backs up, and punishes the weapon pickup attempt from Wrench.
There's another side signature coming out of Cyclist. You see him back off a little bit. He tried to go for that on-stage down signature. You don't see that a lot. Wrench ends up picking the unarmed recovery up, taking out Cyclist first stock, but he's kind of worse for wear. Both players using the defense stance, so Ragnir is going to have 7 defense compared to Ember's 4 with those two stances. That is a big hill to climb, almost twice as much defense.
Survivability is the name of the game. They are going to be going the long haul, blow for blow. But Cyclist, he's got the slight advantage, and Wrench is already getting close to that kill range. Might start seeing more of those gravity-canceled side sigs. Don't need it. Gonna just get a simple axe recovery to take down Wrench. Second stock, put him down to his final stock.
And that's one of the things we're seeing out of Cyclist so far. We're seeing a lot of damage being built with the Katars. He's able to build it relatively quickly without taking too much damage himself, and then he's able to kill with that axe. Wrench is having trouble killing. He's able to build some damage with the Katars, but we really haven't seen anything from his bow, a weapon that definitely on the edge can kill reasonably early without too many hard, difficult reads, putting you in a dangerous position. He hasn't used the signature kit too well yet, except for those couple side signatures he hit. And so Wrench just really struggling, putting out damage and killing.
We haven't really seen any signatures come out from Wrench. When we were watching Zelo just yesterday, he loved the neutral sig on the bow. We saw him get more than a handful of kills, especially charged with that bow neutral sig. He got a side sig as well. But Wrench, he's just going to go for the standard Qatar stuff, the side air, slapping Cyclist down, getting down to the final stocks on both players. Wrench, he's got the bow, he's got the weapon advantage, but wasn't able to pick up the string onto Cyclist.
And what we haven't seen from his bow so far, we're seeing some more side lights coming out now, but we haven't seen the side light, down light, neutral light.
He got the side light, down light, but he didn't go for the follow-up. I don't remember how much of it is true anymore. I think every single part of it is dodgeable, but I think Wrench recognized that, went for the side light, down light, and wanted to do a dodge punish. There's the side air, wanted to punish Cyclist spot dodge.
There's the down light into the neutral light. He didn't get the side light startup on it, but he was able to use the range, that high range of the down light, and he's still going for those side lights. I thought he was going to go for a down light right after the first one, just because of how far away and how defensively Cyclist has played so far today. I think he should try to initiate more with those down lights. He ends up holding and charging that side signature, hitting with the second swipe, playing low on that side of the wall. He knew that side signature was coming from Cyclist. That kind of lower swipe gets the unarmed side air, and is that going to be the game? That is the game one, going the way of Wrench, and it looked, I don't want to say hopeless for him, but the way it was starting, the way
Cyclist started rough for Cyclist.
Was playing so defensively.
Started getting his momentum slowly throughout the game, but, you know, he ended up closing out. It was just a little bit of a turtle in the hair kind of game, right? Cyclist started out a little bit more explosive, got that big kill. He was up, like yellow on his second stock versus Wrench's final stock, and then Wrench just started chipping away at the Ragnir and ended up getting a kill with the side air, and then coming back getting another kill with another side air on the right side. It's, game one goes the way of Wrench. We're going to game two. If Wrench wins this, he's going to be knocking his boy Cyclist out of the tournament.
I think Wrench is now realizing that he's going to have to play that spacing game a little bit more, and Cyclist actually kind of coming out of the gate more aggressive than we've really seen so far from him, especially in game one. He's going to really have to use that bow spacing, try to use those down lights especially, and even maybe just try to go for the second swipe on that Qatar signature. That's what he's going to be successful hitting, because Cyclist was playing so defensively.
The bowstring from Wrench. Starting to build more damage consistently, but one of the key things is when it comes to offstage play, expect Cyclist to go for that signature. He'll go for the side sig with the axe, or he'll go for the down sig with the Qatars. Wrench, on the other hand, completely recognizes it and can punish every single time if it comes down to it.
We haven't seen the standard axe edge guards coming out from Cyclist. We haven't seen the dares. We haven't seen the ground pounds on the edge. When you get below your opponent, try to hit the recovery, send him off the top. We just really haven't seen that. It's been that side signature right over the edge. Maybe he's just not comfortable going really full committing to that edge guard. He's more comfortable hitting signatures in the neutral game to secure those kills.
I mean, if he's had success with those signatures in the neutral game on that edge guard, I can't blame him, but just at the same time, he's got to keep in mind that if you keep doing the exact same thing, Wrench will eventually adapt to it, recognize it, and start to punish it.
And now we're seeing that bow spacing game coming out from Wrench. Cyclist actually slowing down a lot as well. That might be, no! A 100% SD coming out from Cyclist. There was little to no real pressure coming out of Wrench in that moment. It was just a misstep, and even with that unarmed side signature, you see him kind of do that little BM shuffle, if you will, coming out of the edge saying, all right, we're still in this game.
Not over yet. Stocks completely even. Damage basically even. Cyclist back on the axe. He's got that range. He's got the heavy hitting axe, but he's just got to start getting those strings together on top of Wrench. Looking for the approach. Gravity cancel side sig again. Such a popular option for Cyclist.
We are now more than 2 minutes into this game, and only one stock has been taken. That is a testament to how Cyclist is kind of just controlling the pace of this entire game. You saw Wrench coming out of the gate a little bit faster, and he's had to slow down ever since. He's having to keep pace in terms of slowness with Cyclist so far, and I think Cyclist feels reasonably comfortable here. You're seeing this game go a lot more 50-50.
Oh, but he's burned a lot, and Wrench just hit 3 side airs off the stage, and that's one of those things that bow players love to do. And he's got the same option rate. If he had the Qatars, he would have just hit 3 Qatar side airs. But just great play from Wrench to close out that stock. He might be playing Cyclist game in terms of neutral, but when it comes to the offstage play, Wrench has a huge advantage.
And he's kind of playing that bow off the edge, killing with side airs, like we see LDZ used to a little bit back in the day. Usually LDZ...
It was like side air, dare, and then a ground pound.
Usually LDZ would like bounce them off the stage. So
Oh, yeah.
he would dodge
Oh, yeah.
through to a turnaround side air, or just if he was recovering back to the stage, use a side air.
Oh,
Just
ground
a
pound
raw
connects.
ground pound after the
Push
weapon
off
toss.
column. Wrenched, maybe a little bit of panic. He was on the wall and then maybe didn't recognize the cyclist was going for the outer edge of that and ended up jumping into it.
I think after he saw the weapon toss, he didn't expect Cyclist to come down into that territory. He didn't expect the full commitment to the edge guard because we haven't really seen that from Cyclist so far. And that's some later game adaptation coming out of Cyclist. Just kind of keeping Wrenched on his toes. And I think it might have been panic when he saw him queue up that ground pound. It was, oh, I didn't expect this.
Cyclist knows that he's getting close to that kill range, starting to bring out those axe strings, a dare into a side air onto Wrenched. Side stick thrown out, Cyclist with a punish, and he is going to take game 2. We're going to game 3, and it has been back and forth, blow for blow on both sides. Neither of them wants to knock out their friend, but neither of them wants to get knocked out. Only one of them, again, from Fable Esports, will be able to continue on.
Yes, both of them are in the losers bracket right now. Who knocked out Cyclist? I can't remember who knocked out Cyclist.
Silly Gobi.
Did Gobi knock out both of them?
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, Gobi knocked out Wrenched.
Gobi knocked out Wrenched. On the other side, Cyclist, I can't quite recall.
I'm trying to pull up the bracket right now. I don't know if it's been updated.
TB?
On it was Crazy Bone.
Crazy Bone.
Crazy
my
Bone, the
boy
legend
Crazy
killer, dude.
Bone.
Crazy Bone 2-0'd Cyclist in pools so far. And now we're seeing Wrench come out of the gate quickly because Cyclist didn't have a weapon. We've seen little to no unarmed play pretty much coming out of
side.
Cyclist. We're seeing Wrench play very, very carefully. He is almost 100% controlling the approaches so far. Cyclist playing very defensive in this moment.
I mean, this is kind of how you have to play Axe against guitars. Once guitars are on, they can start being aggressive, start stringing you around. If Cyclist can maintain this range, maintain these max range side lights and down lights on Wrench, Wrench is going to just take a hit every couple seconds. That's exactly what Cyclist is going for. He's trying to keep his back to the wall, keep Wrenched moving towards him so that he can get those max range hits.
And
but Cyclist is getting fast. Great punish on the spot dodge.
And kind of before that last string that Wrenched was able to get, if you went hit number for hit number, Wrenched was hitting so much more than Cyclist was. But because of the low damage that guitars have, Wrenched could hit 4. Cyclist would just have to hit 1.
He could trade.
He would just have to hit a neutral light, and then he could get hit 4 more times, and it's still 50-50.
Not only that, but he does have the stat advantage. He's got significantly more defense than Wrench does, despite the fact that they're both on the defense stat. But a nice ground pound into a weapon toss from Cyclist secures the first stock off of Wrench. And we are down to the second stocks each.
Now Wrenched is actually the one playing reasonably defensive. You saw him running all the way to the right, then he ran all the way to the left. You just saw him back up before trying to hit that side light. And again, we're about 2 minutes into the game, and only 1 stock has been taken by each.
Oh, nice dares. And Wrench is looking very healthy right now. I'm not sure what Cyclist can do. He's been trying to stay safe, trying to play max range against Wrenched. At this point, I think Wrench has figured out how Cyclist is going to try to punish his approaches, and Cyclist has to mix it up, maybe go a little bit more aggressive or play more of this guitars.
And you're seeing Cyclist is actually the one approaching now. I think he's trying to shake his play style up, put Wrenched on the back foot, but Wrenched is kind of has his number here. I think Wrenched is playing Cyclist game better than Cyclist is.
And that's just that tournament experience from Wrenched. He's played in so many more tournaments than Cyclist. He's had such a longer journey that he just is able to adapt a little bit faster than Cyclist.
Nice dare, downlight dare. We haven't seen that in a long time.
That's
ever since
old school.
Ever since the Qatar Dare Force got, I think, technically buffed, so that it pushes you farther away. You can't really go for the dare downlight loops anymore, which is possibly one of the reasons that Starlight doesn't play Qatars anymore. That was a huge thing in his toolbox. Oh!
Wrench got the
He's
touch.
still able to get back. Cyclist didn't fully commit.
I think he thought Wrenched was dead. Wrenched hit his head underneath the stage, but a nice side air will take off Wrenched's second stock. Down to his final stock, Cyclist is close to kill range. Wrenched is not even going to look for a weapon. He's going to go for that quick unarmed uppercut underneath the Cyclist. but not able to do so. Not going to go off stage. Instead, try to punish cyclist coming back up.
But this game so far, it started 50-50 and has been going slowly in Wrench's favor. So based on past history, I have to think that at this point, with Wrenched in white, Cyclist in red, Wrench has to be able to take this. Are we going to see a side signature coming out soon? There's the first one.
Side stick thrown out from Cyclist. Side stick from Wrenched.
And
But
you see
Cyclist is
Cyclist,
just outside the range.
he's playing even more defensively now, just spacing out those side signatures completely.
Easy punish, that neutral sig from Cyclist. Gonna try to get the most out of it. Trying to force Wrench to approach onto him. Wrench trying to get those speed dodges in, but Cyclist just keeps backing up and punishing.
Bit by
Neutral
bit.
air!
Oh my
neutral
goodness!
air!
How
Above the island!
How did he not have a hitbox still? How did he not have active frames on that axe recovery? I wish I could see a replay of that with Powers Viewer open, with all of the hitboxes.
frame by frame.
I want to see that frame by
TWK.
frame to see how absolutely close that was for the axe recovery. That probably would have killed at that moment with how damaged Wrenched was, with that lower defense, with the higher force coming out of Ragnar, with it being an axe recovery. That came down to pretty much the last hit, and that's not the first time that's happened to Wrench so far today in 1v1s.
That was an incredibly close game. I'm surprised he had the presence of mind to go for the nair towards the wall. If he had gone for it inward, in towards the map, I think Cyclist would have survived. It wouldn't have killed in the top hitbox. But by going for it towards the outer corner, he ended up leading to a kill. That was very close for
I want to know what
Thank
blast
his lucky
zone
stars.
that Cyclist hit first, whether it was the top blast zone or whether it was the side blast zone. I'm really curious. There's, I guess, no way of really knowing that, but I'm really curious about that. Great 50-50 game between Wrenched and Cyclist.
Back and
Cyclist
forth.
almost had it at the end. You saw, like, before, Wrenched and Cyclist were playing like this far apart. Then towards the end, Cyclist is like, nah, I'm just going to be over here. And then Wrenched is going to throw signatures that can cover this much territory. But Cyclist is right here. You can't hit him with that. Such great 50-50 play really towards that end. Really great stuff coming from them. But we have a promo coming up for, is it Brawl League Spring Fling? I saw the picture earlier. We are going to do an Astro promo for, you can, it's right here. It's over my left shoulder. The people at
There's
Astro,
one literally right between us.
who lovingly provided. You can see them with those headsets. That's how they're able to hear what is going on in this game. There's raucous crowd noise that I don't think the people at home know is going on here. But with those beautiful Astro headsets, they're able to hear.
You're not doing the promo. They have one.
They have
just
a
go
promo. Then. Please, I had no idea.
They
just
have
go.
a promo.
Like, play it, please.
Hattori. Thou. Three, two, one, brawl!
That was a great promo. Do you think we Do you think Sparky should have just kept talking?
I think Sparky would have done a great job with the promo, but then again, you know, professionally made, you know,
Yeah,
production
I
like
think
that.
I prefer the promo where it's not just someone who doesn't know that much about Astro headphones.
Yeah.
Anyway,
They look really cool, man.
they look pretty cool.
They really do.
So I'm part of the creed, and you're defensive.
This is true.
And we've got some really interesting sets coming up.
We do. We have stevenator and Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond who knocked out Daiku,
And stevenator who knocked out TB.
which is like two like titans from EU, and they showing up strong today.
And he's doing amazing.
I mean, it was true at BCX when they did the crew battles, and it's just showing true here on I think the most diverse land we've ever had, the most EU participants ever,
Yeah.
and he's
mean,
showing strong.
You get Dobrain. He's getting knocked out. He got knocked out by Boomie handily. I mean, if you saw that match, it was kind of brutal.
It was exciting to watch.
Stevenator, he took out TB. I think they're doing a button check. They're doing a button check.
Yeah, they are.
Stevenator taking out TB, and Daiku getting taken out, and he's gonna end up fighting evax. I think we're gonna watch that match, but that's gonna be really interesting.
Do you have any idea if Daiku plays Rax?
I know he plays Vex. Are we watching a match?
I don't think so. I was certain this was a button test. I thought the overlay went up if it was match time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just it's a very intense button check.
It's a competitive button check. Oh wait, there is an overlay. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the first match between Blood Diamond and Stevenator, we see Stevenator taking the majority of the damage from Blood Diamond's Hattori pick, the same pick we saw him use against Daiku to take victory.
And Stevenator Hattori does some pretty amazing things. I think his gauntlets, he's one of the players that has really stuck with gauntlets once he made that switch. And I know a lot of people tried to drop gauntlets in sort of the dark ages, but now, Stevenator, he's gotten so good at getting that muscle memory down. He does some just incredible gauntlet strings.
Right, gauntlets do, work primarily out of the first couple moves, like the downlight and the side light start the majority of the combos. Grounded, and the aerial kit starts with nairs and siders, which you can combo out with a dodge and nair. It's a great kit, and Stevenator is one of the people that have been playing it, like you said, for a long time. I think since Core was released, he's been playing gauntlets.
And Blood Diamond, on the other hand, a lot of Hattori. Again, we're talking about consistent picks. Blood Diamond very consistent on Hattori, and Blood Diamond's Hattori is just bringing it out today between, beating Daiku, and now against Steve. He took the first stock. He's putting down damage. The stuff we're seeing from Blood Diamond today is incredible. Right,
his pacing is great. His off-stage work has been fantastic. And his signature uses. We just saw him miss a signature there, but it was in a situation where if he didn't hit it, he wasn't going to be punished for it. It was a fast sig on the spear, and Stevenator couldn't chase him down on it. And we see that Blood Diamond's taking not only the first stock, well, Caster's Curse.
Spoke a little too soon. Stevenator pulling out that side sig, getting the quick kill on Blood Diamond, denying any more of a big lead. And now I think it's going to be up to Stevenator. He can pull out an amazing gauntlet string right now and even up the damage, but of course he has to get that at the right time, and Blood Diamond's going to deny it with that downlight recovery, that good true combo, and making sure not to drop it at the end to get the kill on Steve.
Right, the newly buffed recovery on Sword as well. That it didn't used to have the same kind of knockout potential it does have now. It has a lot more force if you hit it all the way through.
And you're seeing a lot of Sword players using that recovery very effectively. And Blood Diamond especially, he's made sure not to drop a lot of those downlight recoveries that we've sort of seen other people do, because you have to steer it properly at the end. You can't just use that recovery and say, oh, I'm going to move left and right now, it'll be fine, it'll carry my opponent. No, you have to make sure you don't mess that up.
Right, it's kind of like dropping a gun recovery. If you don't get the final tick, it's almost not worth hitting. So keeping true to the sword is a good thing. We see Steve getting a lot of damage onto Blood Diamond. He's absolutely come back from being down a stock. He almost has Blood Diamond knocked out. He's not quite deep in orange. He's not quite red. And what kind of
beautiful
witchcraft?
He absolutely read the dodge backward.
Right, and he caught Blood Diamond in just the same combo, aerially, for the knockout with recovery at the end. Fantastic play from Steve. And he just evened up the damage.
He's making those gauntlet strings work just like I was talking about. Steve right now is sort of in that gauntlet zone, especially at the kill at the end. He knew he got that downlight into side light, and he knew that he was in a position where Blood Diamond was going to say, oh man, if he gets this recovery, I got to dodge away. But it was very much a 50-50 head coin of, is he actually going to dodge away, or is he going to end up beating the recovery? I'll go ahead and not use that immediate recovery, wait for the dodge away, get the gravity cancel sidelight, and then follow up with the recovery. And then right after that, put out another beautiful gauntlet string.
I mean, the gauntlet string that immediately got Blood Diamond into orange, and they played footsies on the edge for a little while there, and I was worried that one of them was going to get to Gimp. It looked like Blood Diamond almost reversed it on the edge. But in the end, it was whoever decided that, okay, we can get weapons, we can get back on the stage instead of playing on this edge. And they both have sword now, and they're both deep in red. A couple more Sares from either character, from either player, could be the deciding factor of the match. We see Steven there with a Sare there, close to the bottom of the platform. Blood Diamond's not quite knocked out, but Steven's gauntlets, he decides to throw him away.
Yeah, he had the gauntlets. I think he was looking for a ground pound opportunity, but also knew that Blood Diamond had his recovery, and that would absolutely stuff Steve's ground pound if he tried to do it. But instead he opted to throw away the gauntlets. I'm not sure if that was the best call. He's unarmed again, and his edgeguard game while unarmed isn't quite as strong as when he does have those weapons. I think he might be getting a little bit desperate for the skill. He wants to get rid of Blood Diamond as soon as possible, and the recovery's not quite going to kill him.
stevenator throwing down his sword, trying to catch Blood Diamond unaware. It doesn't quite work out. He's now unarmed against Blood Diamond with a spear, and a side air from Blood Diamond is still not enough to knock out the 7 defense Val. But a second Sare following up on the edge guard is enough. And Blood Diamond takes the first match against stevenator.
Blood Diamond taking the first game against stevenator. This is incredible.
That was close. I didn't see the damage at the end there, but I have a feeling it was extremely close.
Extremely. I mean, at the end, both red, both in kill percentage, and they just had moves that were barely not able to kill. It was Blood Diamond finally getting in on that edge guarding, watching Steve use his opportunities, his jumps and his recoveries, and saying, okay, just one quick side air, and I got it. And I'm sure Steve is thinking he had that comeback ready. He didn't quite pull it out, but this second game, this is going to be it.
It was anybody's match at the end there, and I have a feeling they're going to play just the same hard-nosed Brawlhalla we just saw, and it will end up being close red final stocks in the end. And we're on Twilight Grove now. Automatically, I mean, Blood Diamond gets an advantage here. It's Satori's home map, right?
Yeah.
Plus 1 speed.
Of course. Just extra speed. Map picks. Steve, what are you doing? Not banning Hattori's home pick.
Right. It makes up for the fact that Blood Diamond doesn't have a skin, obviously, too. So I mean, it is an even playing field because of that. I mean, skins and map advantage, man. It's the meta. You can ask me. I'm the master casual.
That's like, the meta. Okay.
More important than actually knowing how to play the game.
Of course. But these are two people who know how to play the game. Blood Diamond pulling out that recovery, almost getting that side stick. Good on Steve to not try to fastball immediately. Be patient on his way down. However, he wasn't patient with that down stick. The side stick's going to catch him. He's just not able to make it back on stage, and he's going to lose his first stop.
Right, Blood Diamond throwing a lot of signatures and making contact in the first stock, something we didn't see in the first game just as much. And stevenator's falling for it. Stevenator trying to go in with a ground pound, doesn't quite hit. Blood Diamond's able to punish, and Blood Diamond gets a lot of damage on the sword and kind of throws out a down stick, just like, hey, Steve, by the way, I'm going to sig this match.
And it almost feels like Steve is most comfortable when he's below Blood Diamond. At least then, he can pull out maybe some gauntlet nairs, or if he's on the ground, use those sidelights. But as soon as Steve is above Blood Diamond is just able to juggle Steve, use these signatures on the sides to make sure Steve just cannot get back down. And it's really interesting watching that power struggle in terms of position, especially on a map like Twilight.
Right. And again, we see both players with their swords, their preferred weapon, it seems like, in this matchup because they're on an even playing field. Blood Diamond trying to go for that down stick. It's not quite going to make contact. stevenator is trying to be below Blood Diamond, but it seems like Blood's letting him do that. Blood's floating, but the side air makes contact. And again, just like we saw in the first match, stevenator is down by a stock and red in his second before Blood Diamond's knocked out. And the down stick connects, putting Blood 2 stocks ahead and stevenator in his very last stock.
Blood Diamond looking for a 3-stock here in game 2 of this set. stevenator immediately comes out with a nair and recovery. No, you're denied. He's down an entire stock, but he was basically down an entire stock when we were looking at the last match. So I absolutely wouldn't put it past Steve to make this comeback work.
He'll be looking for those same gauntlet strings he got in the last time to rack up quick damage on the Blood Diamond. He'll want to start anything with at early damage, downlights, and do a Sare or something that's true. Blood Diamond wants to bring him off the top of the map, though. stevenator's not having it, canceling it out with a down air.
I mean, again, I think that's a lot to do with just Steve's positioning. He needs to get under Blood Diamond. As soon as he's above, he just struggles to get an approach on Blood Diamond or even get back on stage. Blood Diamond burns 2 recoveries there. I think he's getting a little bit greedy because he probably could have used some slightly safer options, but of course he has the extra stock to work with, and he's just looking for the skill on Steve now. Steve unable to do the damage he wants.
Yeah, I think Blood Diamond realizes they has the safety net of an extra stock, and the downlight recovery should kill on the top platform of Twilight, but Steve just barely escaping death. A side stick connecting on a Blood Diamond. I think Blood Diamond is utilizing his recovery as much as he is because it is interrupting Steve when Steve's above Blood Diamond, right?
Yeah, and it's good at interrupting, it's good at racking damage, and as long as he connects that last hit, it's a great move for force.
Right. We saw it almost knock out on the top platform there. Blood Diamond with a spear toss trying to get Steve. He's really low on his last stock here. Down sig, Steve floats
Good
him in there
patience.
exactly. Just waiting for the sig to go through, not getting hit by it. Stevenator has to play carefully here. A Sarah off the wall of life, the island.
Kill.
Not quite enough. Steve's will be looking for a side air here. Blood Diamond's unarmed, trying to get back to the map. Steve needs to guard that weapon. A side air finally confirms Blood Diamond's second stock. And Steve has made this a one-stock match.
Yes, even stocks, but he's down in the red, and Blood Diamond knows if he can juggle Steve even a little bit, he's going to get this in the bag. Steve getting a neutral light. I was wondering if we'd see the start of a string there. I think Steve wanted to do a chase dodge in air there, but couldn't find the chase dodge. I think that he used his two dodges a little too soon, too close together, and the side air is going to take out Steve. Blood Diamond takes game and set, and he's guaranteed himself in top 12.
That's the guaranteed top 12 for Steve?
For Blood Diamond.
For Blood Diamond, right.
Yes, because it is Blood Diamond who just won.
Right.
Yes.
Congratulations to both players. They both did a fantastic job. Blood Diamond advancing. Stevenator, he plays extremely well. I'm excited to see him play in the lower bracket.
He's going to do good stuff, absolutely no doubt. But Blood Diamond is making probably the most incredible run I've seen out of someone who I'd say was considered an underdog.
Right. He took down Daiku. Nobody saw that coming. He just took down Stevenator. Nobody thought he'd even be playing Stevenator because he had to beat Daiku first. So it is a surprising show from Blood Diamond, and I'm glad. Blood Diamond's been in the scene for a long time. He's played consistently. He's been a member of the community. I
know Duke and I were talking about this yesterday. Blood Diamond and Noel together have made incremental but constant and long-term progress. You know, you look at where they were a year ago and where they are now, and it's a huge step up. And at no point have they sort of dipped. I know a lot of the top players, they'll take a break or they'll be washed or whatever and what have you.
Right.
Blood Diamond and Noel, it just feels like that's just been constant.
All right.
And it's so good to see Blood Diamond coming here at CEO and really just pulling it out and making it work.
I'm glad to see it. And ladies and gentlemen, I will be replaced by
No,
that
you got
man.
another match. You got another match. You're still
Funky
here.
P? I think we are switching.
Oh, we're doing it right now?
We're doing it right now. Live
Okay.
on the stream.
Okay.
Creed, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
And that boy Frone. Camera angle's too small. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello,
How are you doing?
Froned.
How are you doing? How'd you enjoy that last match?
That was very interesting.
Very interesting. That's one way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an upset, right?
I mean,
It's a bit of
it
an
sort of
upset.
is. I mean, no one expected, I think, Blood Diamond to get this far, to play this well. I mean, he's been really consistent in all of his games. I know he was putting in a ton of work yesterday with Noel. I mean, I couldn't even guess the amount of games that they played after their 2 sets were over. So to say that Blood Diamond's coming into this tournament prepared is an understatement. So I don't know if it's necessarily surprising that he's getting this far as much as it is just unexpected from his recent tournament stuff.
But I feel like it's. I've been trying to get a gauge on Blood Diamond through the sets he's been playing, and it's sort of hard to put it down. I think part of it has to do with just the fact that he's got a lot of these mix-ups in mind, especially when it comes to this sort of neutral game hit confirm, saying, okay, once I get something, where do I go from there? And, you know, a lot of players will say, okay, that's dodge reads, right? But Blood Diamond feels like he's playing at a level that's a little higher than dodge reads. And it's saying that, okay, you know, even if I do get the dodge read, what happens after that? What move can I use that not only hits well, but also allows me to get the follow-up afterwards. It's playing multiple steps ahead, and I look forward to seeing more of that from Blood Diamond in the future. But
I mean, everyone else as well. I mean,
right
once
now-
they get up to that level,
right now, we're gonna see another underdog, evax, playing Daiku.
all right, now who is evomax?
Who is evax?
That's the big question. I mean, I don't know who evomax is, but he's
answer-
been coming up through the. He's just been
I
coming
can't
up.
tell you the answer.
No one can, and that's what I've been waiting to see in every single tournament I've ever seen for Brawlhalla. Someone unknown to just appear out of nowhere.
And to be clear to people, evax took TB out of the tournament.
Yeah,
evax took Midget out of the tournament.
2 big players.
And now evax is playing
That's six-
Daiku.
And
If
what if
evax
he,
takes
what
Daiku
if
out
he
of the
wins?
tournament,
Tell me right now. What if he wins? Are you gonna pop off?
Daiku
Are you gonna
will be
pop off?
eliminated.
What if? Are you gonna pop off for
He will be
evomax?
gone from
I wanna see it.
CEO. I will be excited.
I'll pop off
Okay.
because I'm excited. I want to see this right now. I don't know who evomax plays, and I've seen Daiku. I've seen Daiku play pretty much everything this tournament.
Yeah, he's
So,
been messing around a lot. I don't
he-
know if that's just like
Well, he did say on Twitter that he doesn't really have a main, and he feels kind of bad because of it. He's just been playing everybody. So, I mean, after the most recent patches, I could kind of understand that.
I mean,
Because
I almost
when-
wonder because he said in the weeks leading up to CEO, tons of training, getting in there, practicing Brawlhalla. I almost feel like, did he over practice? Did he say, to practice, I'm going to practice every character and every legend so I know how they work? And then he got to CEO and he was like, well, I've practiced everyone.
Well,
now I have
that's the
to
thing.
pick one.
Well, that's the thing, is there were so many big changes recently that when you were so used to playing one character and how they work, and then all of that changes, and the dynamic between your character that you played before changes compared to all the other characters in the game as well, you kind of do have to play everyone to see the timings, or at least to go into training mode and look at some of the frame data. Because otherwise, maybe you don't know the matchups like you used to.
It's true.
And then when you come into this and you don't necessarily have a main anymore, then you have to figure out who to play. And it's like, well, I've kind of been in training mode with, I don't know, Koji the most, or, anybody really. Then it's like, you lose with that character. Then what happens? You panic pick? You pocket pick? Like what?
There's no pocket to pick because you didn't have a main to begin with.
Or maybe you just put all the legends back in your pocket.
I guess, shuffle them around, grab one at random, and today's random is gonna end up being Koji, I think.
Oh,
I
they
think-
didn't
I
set
think
up their
that was
names,
Koji.
so I'm not entirely sure who's
Who's who.
So I guess we just call it call it as we see it. All right, it looks like evomax though and Daiku starting things off, and Cassidy throwing out all sorts of SIGs.
All right,
Just trying to cover the
Daiku's
weapon.
playing the Koji, and right off the bat, we're seeing what evax is capable of, and it's good zone control. Using those sidelights, using those side SIGs. Daiku coming in with the Koji, does finally get the weapon and push away evax. Misses the downlight and neutral light.
Good chase dodge, turn around on that neutral SIG to catch Daiku off, and now, Daiku turning it around, trying to get that neutral SIG, but it's not going to connect, and now it looks like Cassidy, or evomax, now that I know who is who. And
Daiku falling to his
is
death.
that
It felt
a
like
taunt?
that was a taunt. That was a taunt.
On to
evax
I
getting in people's heads. I do want to point out, Daiku, he long charged a neutral signature. I don't know if that's he's going for the hard read or he's just sort of shaken up. Like, man, I have to get something concrete. And when you long charge a signature, your opponent has all the time in the world to go, how do I get around this, and then how do I punish it immediately? And I mean, evax did that just fine.
I mean, depending on the situation, a long charge could work out, but right now it looks like evomax is pushing Daiku back. He just took Daiku coast to coast with these guns, and it looks like he's trying to do it again.
It's
Who
basically
is this
a
guy?
lot of, hey, if my opponent's far away, I'm going to come in with a falling stare, and if my opponent's trying to approach me, I come in with a jump dare. And those are, I think, his two main options on guns. I've heard that evax has a really strong gun kit. The
He's
side
also
sig,
got a strong SIG kid. He's been throwing every signature out. There it is, another signature, another kill. evomax 2-1 against Daiku right now. What the heck is going on?
evax is just really experienced on this Cassie. Double
Or
side
is,
light.
I mean,
And Daiku hits with the dare, gets it down, one stock each. It's definitely a close matchup. evax is
Surprisingly close.
I believe he's going to get the guns first next, but before he can do that, Daiku's Koji's going to push him around. He does take his time getting back to the weapon. I think he wants to make sure he doesn't over-aggress and say, oh, if I try to just run straight to the weapon, Daiku's going to come in, chase, dodge, side sig. It's going to be bad news for me. Take my time. And I got to respect that from evax. I feel like he's been playing all of his decisions have had meaning to them.
I think Daiku's figured it out right now because he's playing the sword pretty well. I don't think evax has really gotten anything meaningful in this stock, and if Daiku gets, what is it, one more hit, one more big hit, that's it. And
But
we're gonna see a
closer.
sig come out in the next 5 seconds. At least one from either one.
There it is.
I called it, and that was a kill.
later.
That was
Neutral
literally 5
signature.
seconds.
Coming out.
I don't know
From Daiku.
how much more accurate you can get on a call like that.
Daiku with that beautiful gravity cancel neutral stick basically read the fact that evax was going to approach him off the edge, go for that edge guard, which isn't something evax was necessarily doing all that much. At least off stage, it was a lot of on stage. I'll use a signature that I'm familiar with, and he did try to use a signature there, but Daiku was ready with that gravity cancel neutral stick, and it worked out quite well for him. evax, I don't know if he it sounds like he's playing Cassidy again. I don't know what he does when he loses. I don't know. If
I don't know what he does. Period. So
continues playing Cassidy.
I mean, he changes the skin and the colors, so that's one thing.
That
I mean,
means he's
technically,
going to win. But so did Daiku. So they're both playing the greatest mind games of all time.
Well, let's see. It looks like they're going to be going to Shipwreck Falls.
Again.
How well? I mean, last time evax started out
okay,
really
here's the thing.
strong.
Daiku
evax
doesn't like this map. I know this. Daiku has told me he thinks Shipwreck is absolutely crazy. He's not a fan of this map. And here he is, letting it be picked again. I don't know what he's thinking.
Well, that's a question to ask him a little later, I suppose.
Apparently.
But either way, he's putting the work in with Koji, and honestly,
not quite
things
working
are
out for him.
okay. It was looking a little bit differently at the start, because in the very beginning, evax held a very strong start, holding the weapons, keeping Daiku just pushed off, and it took Daiku 2 stocks to really gain momentum against them, but I thought he had looked strong, but maybe I'm wrong.
On the other hand, Daiku is playing really well now. He basically zoned evax out with those siders, with those downers. The down sig on Koji's sword, connecting with evax. Who saw that one coming?
Nobody, and that's why it worked. I mean, when you do that, you're creating these mix-ups that no one's expecting, and down sig mix-up on Koji's sword?
Certainly
Who throws
something.
that out?
And there's the dare.
Nobody throws that out.
2 stocks each. evax now taking his time, getting that weapon. Nice dare. He's looking for after the dare. He fell down and then did the recovery. So looking for either a spot dodge read or a dodge up. Daiku's going to deny both of those and instead dodge straight away. Now he gets a neutral light, but instead does a chase dodge forward, and apparently he's not finding the confirms he needs. He does, however, get that side sig. That's all he needed.
You know, I haven't seen anyone throw sides or like any sigs out as much as evax does. He's like, it's like every 4th attack is a signature move, and you would think that because of that, he'd be a little bit more punishable, but it's working for him.
Well, I think evax, he's picked a character, Cassidy, who has a lot of signatures with low recovery frames. I think that's very intentional. I think he plans on using those signatures as proper follow-ups, as proper mix-ups, punish the dodge-ins, use those signatures effectively, and he's been doing that really well. And I think, honestly, that's one of the things that's been throwing off a lot of the people he's been fighting. You know, you look at TB and Midget, I'd expect that they play against someone like evax and go, ooh, signatures in 2017?
Maybe. I mean, it all depends, but
oh,
I mean,
no, he knocked
combos
out the
are,
recovery. That's it.
That's it. And he just took a stock against Daiku.
He took a game.
That
We're
means-
going to game 3.
And Daiku could drop.
Daiku could drop. This could be the end of CEO for Daiku.
What the heck is going on?
evax is happening.
evax is happening.
The legend.
At CEO Dreamland. The upset king.
Both of these players focusing Daiku. Daiku's just nodding to himself. He knows what he needs to do.
Does he?
He knows what he needs to do.
We
We don't know if
thought
he'll be able to
that.
do it, but he knows what he needs to do. Doing something and knowing something are 2 very different things.
Let's see how this game starts out. If it goes a little differently, if he can I was going to say if he can keep him off the weapon, maybe. But
he's got
I
these
mean-
dares down like neutral light. Recovery, follow-ups for days. Dare's going to kill you, Max.
What
right off the start.
What
That
a
was 15 seconds.
almost a 0 to, I mean, he took like what, 3 hits
1 hit,
for
yeah.
30 damage? That's nothing.
15-second kill coming out from Daiku. And now it's going to be up to evax to even that up as quickly as possible. Doesn't get the punish on the charge down sig.
Where was this in the last 2 games?
I mean, I feel like a lot of Daiku in the last 2 games was on the sword. This is the first time I'm seeing him use those dares effectively on the bow. He's got the
recovery.
angle on
Oh.
evax.
Trying to look for another dare, but not the angle for it. He does find a neutral air. evax swaps positions.
Expects the signature. I'm telling you, Daiku is starting to learn evax's patterns. Expects the signature, punishes accordingly, gets the dare.
Are we going to see a 3-stock?
Are we gonna see a 3-stock? Daiku is completely pushing out evax and denying him this crazy upset.
Daiku doesn't take an L without coming back with another W. I'm telling you right now. If he doesn't win this, not only am I popping off, but
evax cannot
I'm
find
gonna be
a confirm.
confused at the same time.
Aren't we all? Daiku trying to find those dares, gets a couple.
Oh.
Dare into side air.
We're gonna see another gimp right here.
A hard
He can
read
get
for that
it.
ground pound.
He gets a recovery. I mean, evax is on his last legs right now. He's very close to red. But
There's a recovery.
okay, so no 3-stock, but it's still gonna be close.
It certainly is.
Or not close.
evax,
Really?
he likes the flag taunts. That's a pretty flag.
I think that's the only taunt that they have for all the characters.
That's probably fair. Look at that.
Oh, did he give up? Oh,
Apparently
why
he
did you
did.
give up, man?
Apparently he wasn't having it. He wasn't feeling it. Daiku,
It doesn't matter if you're not feeling it. Just play it out, because you never know what can happen, even if you're not confident.
especially at a LAN. Like,
I mean,
I'm
we
telling
have
you.
seen mind gimps,
People
Z's, we've
fall
seen
apart.
everything. And for any reason, any player can lose at any time. So just stay in the match. Don't SD.
It's worth it. Stay in the match. You know, I saw a match today. It was between Silly Gobi and Wrenched.
Oh, God.
And
I know what you're talking about already.
Game 3, Wrenched had basically killed Silly Gobi, right? He had knocked him out. Gobi had a lance. He was coming back in, and Wrenched sort of took his hands off the controller.
Oh, he stood up and said, "Let's go!"
He
Gobi,
cheered.
And Gobi, he neutral
As he
aired with
fell,
Lance.
nared
Bounced,
him,
He bounced
chase
Wrenched.
dodged,
Yeah.
and then sided back on stage, and Wrench fell down. Guys,
bounced
don't
him
let go
off
of the
the bottom of the
controller.
platform.
I know you're excited, but you can't do that. You can't do that. This is CEO. This is a LAN. And no one has time.
When the
for
game,
antics.
when the post game screen shows up, that's when you pop off.
Yeah. Then you get excited.
Flip the table. I don't care. Well,
On the other hand,
there's a lot of
on
expensive
the other
equipment.
hand, if you're gonna die, if you've been sent off the map, don't just gravity cancel taunt and do a ground pound into the bottom of the stage. You can get back if you get inside your opponent's head and make them try to chase you with a ground pound, or you know, have
Anything.
them stand
Anything,
up
really.
and pop off, and you hit them with a nair and a chase dodge. There's always options. There's always options. Don't give
There's
up.
always a chance. But next up, let's see. It looks like we have Zloxry and is that Noel? I think that's Noel and Zloxry coming up. So
Maybe?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Noel and Zock, we are in the G pool now. We have moved off of the F pool.
Yeah, this is a completely different pool. Like the first 2 pools that started, we're done. Those have ended. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. So
But
now
now-
we're looking at the new pools. We got not Rich. We got
You okay?
Noel
You okay?
and Zelo. Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great.
We got Noel and Zelo. Noel known for his crazy sword play and crazy Koji play
He's gonna
for
stick to the Ember.
for however long, and Zelo long time Ember and Roland player.
And okay, so yesterday we gave
And
a little
combo breaker winner 2016.
I mean,
No
sure.
expectations coming into this tournament. No pressure.
But I do want to say, yesterday, Noel, we gave him a little bit of grief. It is just a little bit, because he and Blood Diamond weren't quite making it work in the 2v2. they were struggling a little bit, and Noel especially, it felt like he was not able to bring forward to the table what he has in the past. Now, this is 1v1, and the game itself is just different. And
The dynamic shifts so
Koji.
much.
And Noel
Because-
is really good at finding counters to people, you know, and that's what 1v1 is all about. It's observing your opponent and finding the direct counter. In 2v2, you've got someone to back you up. You've got someone for your, you've got two people for your opponent. So even if you find one counter, the other one can just come in and like help them out. No, in 1v1, it's all about the mind games. It's all about Noel watching Zelo and saying, okay, you know, he's pulling out these moves, he's using these signatures. How do I make that counter work? And I'm very interested to see if Noel can bring
he put
back
the time in
form.
yesterday with Blood Diamond, and we saw what happened with Blood Diamond. He made it all the way, killed it in the pools. Will Noel do the same? I mean, it's possible. We'll see him using a lot of sword, I think. Noel is most comfortable on that, and
But until then, we're going to see a double bow. Zelo, a full charge on the side stick, but no punish from Noel. Noel just unable to catch up to that wolf, and it almost feels like Zelo knows it. Noel wants a sword. He denies him that weapon. Noel finally does grab a sword, gets the
not
side
sure why
light.
Zelo threw away the guitars. He was in a good position, had Noel off the stage.
I will say, Zelo very comfortable throwing weapons out. He likes to throw weapons out of hit stun. He likes to throw weapons at his opponent for edge guards. He likes to throw weapons. But right now, Noel punishing Zelo for not having a weapon. Got that neutral stick from earlier on. Is chasing Zelo, and
He's
Zeloxry unable to get back.
There it is.
There's a side air.
Side air. Yep, I was about to say that. Just easily presented.
Basically, you know, Zeloxry, I think that if he could train his unarmed game, we could really see something, because he likes to throw his weapons at his opponents, but it feels like after that he just goes straight for the next weapon instead of saying, okay, now I have to treat unarmed as its own kit.
Which is disappointing, because Unarmed has a fantastic kit. It's fast. It can interrupt a lot of things now, because the stun times are increased, or decreased. I don't know why I said that. But they were decreased, so there's a lot of downtime before your next move can come out. And Unarmed, I know, at least in the Qatar game, Qatar Dare into anything else, there's not enough time to get another move out before Unarmed Neutralite.
They did change that.
They did?
Change that.
Oh, then I missed that.
It used to be that Qatar Dare, if you got hit by a Qatar Dare and you were unarmed, you could do a Neutralite and punish the Qatar Dare every time. They did change the frame data there, so now it's not a full combo, but it's still a pretty great idea to do an unarmed Neutralite after Qatar Dare anyway.
Just in case.
You won't be able to get another move off. You can dodge afterwards, but it's still a really good move. In the meantime,
Zelo
though,
read the back dodge.
Zeloxry and
Almost
Noel,
got Noel
very
off the
close.
side.
Very close game. They're both basically even damage on the second stock.
We're gonna
Zeloxry trying to find his way in. I think he really just wanted those Qatars. Does get his hands on them. He cannot find the sider. He uses recovery. Is Noel going to punish? No, he cannot quite get that out. But at least avoids getting hit by the side sig. Doesn't get by downlight recovery, but can't get back. Can get back on stage, I should say. Zelo hitting the unarmed side air. See more of that.
He's doing pretty well.
More unarmed.
I mean, it's. I mean, that you could say that for everybody. I mean, more unarmed. People are kind of afraid. Noel doesn't want to go in unarmed right now. I mean, maybe that's respect for Zelo on bow or whatever. But I mean,
Zox is going to weapon guard right now, and Noel.
All right. I mean, well, now I wouldn't go in on Qatars with unarmed, but maybe that's just me.
Well, I was just saying, Qatars. I would say to you right now, unarmed.
Well, no, then do it.
Yes,
Tell me.
Unarmed has a strong matchup against Qatars. Unarmed has a stronger matchup against Qatars than some other weapons.
Noel just
Recovery.
It was downlight recovery.
Downlight recovery, really strong option, of course. And we're on the last stock here. It is very close. Noel's taking only a handful of additional damage, but he can close that up real quick. Gets the recovery on Zeloxry. Zeloxry's playing in the air quite a lot, and Noel recognized that, immediately did the recovery. And right after that, Zeloxry returned to the ground. He does have Noel in an edge guard position. He gets off the stair.
There it is.
I think he interrupted the recovery.
He has the cover on the edge, but Noel turns it around. He's back on the edge.
I wanted to see a
now they're
ground
back on
pound from
stage.
Zeloxry there. When Noel touched the stage, I think Zeloxry may not have heard Noel's recovery that he had actually taken out.
It's possible. But now Noel, he's got Zeloxry off the side, goes for the downer, doesn't connect, and now Zeloxry looking for the weapon as well, but Noel's going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Multiple recoveries from
And,
Noel. Zelo finally gets back on stage, but he's very wary of that. Noel has a bow this time, so he's going to look for those nairs and recoveries. Does get the recovery, follows up with the dare, follows up with another side air. He's edge guarding Zelo. Zelo is able to make it back, but he can't because he doesn't have a recovery. Noel takes game 1.
Player 2 wins.
I mean, as soon as he was trying to get back, he decided to throw that down air out. I got to wonder if he didn't throw that out, would he have made it back? Because he was on his way there. He threw it out before he reached the apex of his jump. He could have probably tapped the side, but whether that would have made him too vulnerable, it's possible.
I think the dare was smart, but I think as soon as it connected with Noel, he should have chase dodged diagonally upward. Instead, he decided to chase Noel, but you can't do that when you know you don't have a recovery.
It's true.
You're just not going to be able to get back on stage.
I like the gumption, though. I like the bravery in the decision to go after that, something that aggressive. I can't fault him for it.
You can fault him a little bit. You can
Okay, a
respect
little
it.
bit.
You can respect it.
But but me personally, I love doing stuff like that too. So I can't really.
I'll fault him instead.
All right, you fault him for me. Come
on, Zelo. Now Zelo, of course, he hasn't switched his character. I think he feels comfortable on the Ember against Noel. He isn't going back to that roll-in that he's known to do occasionally and frequently, I'd say, in 2v2.
The older pick from the olden days, from before Ember was a pick.
Really olden days.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But I mean, this is Zelo, one of the old guard players of Brawlhalla. Been around the bush for
quite some time. And Zelo, he's using a lot of these side lights, but not finding the follow-ups afterwards. You saw earlier he did a side light and then just sort of dodged backward a little bit. I think he's trying to observe Noel's patterns. He did a side light there a little bit earlier and did a side sig afterwards, but that missed as Noel went upward. Now he's got a bow. He's throwing weapons away. There it is!
The edge cover!
He's looking for the final kill. Noel does not jump.
That double weapon
dodge.
throw directly above it, that's good. That's good coverage.
Very good.
Did you know he has to tap that ledge? He's too low.
Zelo making that work. We talked a lot about Zelo's propensity to throw weapons as edge guards. He finally gets what he was looking for. Now Noel trying to get back onto the ground, finally gets it, and Zelo throws away his weapon. He's got the unarmed kit that we've been talking so much about. Noel drops the edge of the recovery, but he doesn't even need it. Recognizes Zelo is going to move to the side and gets that side air.
That's just 3 defense in red. Honestly, that's just 3 different. Like, once you get hit at that point, you're dead. Unless you bounce off the platform, then that's it. But it looks like Noel's now, he's in the red.
Hits a guitar neutral
well, now he's in the red, but.
Something a lot of players don't recognize that much with Ember, but he made that work. Zelo trying to come in. Gets hit quite a bit by Noel. Just throws his weapon, and Noel sees it, immediately punishes. You throw away your weapon. You don't have an unarmed follow-up.
Noel's taking him coast to coast right now.
Zelo makes it back on stage, picks up the...
Zelo has to have an answer for something. I mean, he started off super strong, but right now it's... He's kind of struggling, and Noel turns it around on the edge. Zelo can't get back, and now it looks like Noel.
He's got the edge.
He's turning around. He's taking the lead.
Zelo went for a very risky ground pound. I think I saw him shaking his head. He knew he made a mistake there. He shouldn't have gone for that, and he's going to pay for it. But he does have Noel on the ropes. He has him in an edge guard position, and Noel's going to try to make it back on stage. Zelo looking for that side air.
How do you get back, though, here? Because Zelo is covering pretty well, and neutral air on guitars, it would just bounce you back off anyway.
He
made it back, but, I mean, in the end, Zelo had him out, got him with the side sig, and now it's evened up. I mean, technically speaking, Noel does have slight advantage, but, I mean, guitars can close that gap really easily.
Oh, nice gravity cancel down sig. And
Noel getting the hard reads out.
Can't quite get it off the edge. Zelo side air. Oh, can't get the down air afterward. Noel has an edge guard position.
Zelo can't get it. Noel had that edge. That was his edge.
Really well. Very strong coverage.
Very well played on his part. He cleaned up his play. I mean, this is what Noel does in his games. And I remember I was talking to him at final round, talking to him a little bit earlier in this tournament. He likes to spend a lot of time reading out his opponents and figuring out their
patterns.
Not just their patterns.
Okay.
It's like the things, because when one pattern fails for someone, usually they have something to fall back on. It's like, all right, if going for down lights isn't working, or going for side lights isn't working.
So you're saying Noel can read the pattern behind the pattern?
Something like that.
That's
I don't know.
pretty
I don't know what to
impressive. That's pretty
specifically call it,
impressive.
but he looks for like the intricate like tendencies of a player, where
The more subconscious tendencies, right?
the things that they do always,
Yeah.
no matter what they decide to do. It's like one of the things that stevenator does is he does like a chain dodge into an upward dodge to like as like something like a short hop, because there's technically no short hop in Brawlhalla, but that's about the closest you can get is like forward chain dodge, backward chain dodge, like, or I don't remember exactly how it is, but he does like a dodge back up chain dodge.
Yeah, he
something kind of
he
fancy,
does some pretty crazy things.
But he does that all the time in his game. Like that's just something you can read out because he just ends up in the air and then you can punish
That's a safe option.
It's sort of
because of the use of those dodges.
But it's
that
the
looks
stuff like
an
that.
aggressive move.
It's the stuff like that that Noel ends up reading out and
makes it unsafe.
He plays kind of safe to figure it out, but once he figures it out, he has no problems just going in. I mean, it's also how he took out Starlight, excuse me, Starlight in the final round tournament. Every single time Starlight went off edge, Noel knew exactly what he was doing, hit him with a ground pound, get back on the stage, hold the edge because Starlight's just going to try to gimp him anyway. So, I mean, every single time he plays against somebody, it's all just a game about figuring out what are their deepest, most repeatable actions and how can I exploit that. And that's what we saw.
That is what we saw. What are we seeing next? Do you know?
It looks like
I see
Crocky and I don't see anyone at the other computer right now, but Dobrain was just talking to Crocky. Crocky is coming up.
Crocky, who are you fighting? Starlight.
So it's Crocky and Starlight now. So we're just talking about Starlight. Speak of the devil.
Crocky and Starlight.
We got an NA match. We've been seeing a lot of NA versus EU, and NA, I gotta say, NA has been showing up today. EU has to step up.
2v2s. I know some of you might have heard out there that they had some issues, and they're doing a rerun of the 2v2 bracket. And they've already started. They started doing their rerun.
Well, they started at 10 a.m. before anything else.
Yes, I was asleep. I didn't wake up. Did you know that? Apparently I had a match. No. So they're doing a rerun. On the first bracket, the matchup of Starlight Astro versus Crocky Doppy occurred, and Starlight Astro beat Crocky Doppy. But of course, because it's a rerun, it's the exact same bracket. But this time, Crocky Doppy beat Starlight Astro. They beat them.
So this is the third salty run back in 1v1.
So Crocky's now fighting Starlight. There's got to be some tension there, right?
Yeah, but for anyone, because this was not streamed, I believe.
Right.
To let people know, Crocky and Doppy won the first game. Second game, they lost horribly.
Horribly. Really?
I mean, like, Starlight got probably 5 kills on Crocky Doppy, 4 or 5, and just took them to town to the point where, I mean, after the whole set was over, that's the one thing that Starlight wanted them to talk about, because it's like, don't forget, we took a huge game off of you.
Yes, but that doesn't matter.
But then afterwards, Crocky Doppy ended up winning. Crocky popped off like no one believed.
Really excited.
It was hilarious.
I kind of
actually.
wish we could have seen that.
I wish it was recorded because I think people would have loved that. But this is the 1v1 run back of that matchup.
We're gonna pop off here, or maybe it's
well,
it's hard
we
to
could
tell,
ask.
because this is
we could ask. See if they're. You gonna pop off after you're done? All right, we got it. Yeah, that's a yes.
Easy, just win. It's only Starlight, right? What's the big deal? Starlight, of course, a very big deal.
You can see it right now. He is focused.
Starlight is.
And when it comes to 1v1s, Starlight doesn't let anything get in between him and, well, except maybe his emotions sometimes. We've seen it happen.
Starlight is he'll get upset sometimes if things aren't quite going his way, but I does feel like he has a turnaround. He knows sort of what to expect, what to go into.
He's been doing better overall with just, breathing and taking each game in stride. But I mean, people can let their emotions take the better of them, and Starlight is no stranger to that. We've seen it in the past. But let's see. They're just getting their button checks out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Starlight, ever since BCX, he's gotten a lot of second-place finishes. A lot of them. You know, and I'm sure he's been stretching forward, trying to get in every bit of extra edge he can get, and he did a fantastic job today yesterday. Yesterday in 2v2s. Now it's up to him to take that forward, but today and tomorrow in the 1v1, I'm sure that's just an accomplishment that...
Well, you know about the bet going on with his sponsor, right? In the 1v1?
No. What is the bet?
If Starlight wins the 1v1 tournament,
Continue.
he gets a tattoo of his choice from his sponsor. They have to pay for it.
Why? Who agreed to
Don't
this?
ask me why. But that's what it is.
All right. Well, you know, for the tattoo, Starlight and Crocky fighting it out here in pools, which of course is still blowing my mind that we're getting such incredible matches in pools all around everywhere.
Well, every single pool is stacked, so you can't be too surprised.
Yeah, you can't. Don't sleep on pools. If people saw pools and just like, oh, Saturday morning, I'm just gonna not wake up. No.
Wake up for it.
So
This
someone
is hype.
call your
This is
friends, call your enemies, because they should really see this too. You gotta
Call
watch
your
this.
enemies? No, don't call your enemies. If they're your enemy, you don't want them to see this.
You want them to see.
I mean, they'll find out
the
about it anyway,
grandiose
but-
level of skill that you will eventually display to them.
And we're talking about grandiose levels of skill. It looks like Starlight picking Val. I mean, he was a Surrey main for quite a long time, but I guess with all the changes to Katars, he's not feeling it. So switching to something like Gauntlets that are sort of similar in terms of like close range, fast, combo, or string-based weapon. I can get that because he's definitely a sword main at heart. He's always played a character with sword, so this makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's sword plus close to the chest style. And on the other side, Crocky, who has always gone with the spear. He's definitely a spear main in his heart. And Nash is a pick that he's been
Kind of disappointed he's not playing Ada. I know he's a longtime Ada main, and I know he loves it, and I love it too, but
he's
gotta give him a little shit for that.
He's been playing a lot of Nash on stream, on his own stream. And so I think the Nash is the pick that he wants.
Well,
right now, however,
it's the pick that he's been doing extremely well with this whole tournament. I mean, in the 2v2, he not in the, it was yesterday before the reset. He did end up winning at least 2v1s on Nash, way behind. So to say that he can't, that this isn't a bad pick, I mean, you'd be wrong. You'd
right
just be
now,
wrong.
though, I mean, Starlight is zoning him out with these stairs that
Look at the damage
he was
difference.
known to do. And yeah, right off the bat, Starlight is really taking advantage of
He's going to throw out a neutral stick. Oh!
Of his one stock lead. And I
There
don't
it
know
is.
what Crocky was doing. He did a stomp into nothing.
I think he just got caught up. And then the thing is, I mean, a stomp into nothing is bad, yes.
It's a true combo, but it doesn't do very much damage.
But the thing is, I see what you did there. The thing is, if you stop and you don't follow it up with anything immediately, they're going to get a dodge out of it. So you might as well, at that point, just go for the dodge read. I mean, true.
I see his
true,
intentions.
Everything into nothing is a true combo. You can't really say that. I mean, you can.
I didn't I?
I mean, I guess being technically correct is the best kind of correct, but screw you.
Downlight into chase dodge recovery. Nicely done by Starlight. I might have misspoke. I don't think there was a chase dodge there. It's just downlight recovery. It works out quite well. And Starlight's got a one full stock lead. Crocky, I think he's struggling to figure out how he gets the approach on Starlight. I feel like all of his moves have sort of been single hit moves. A lot of these dares, he can get it if he's above Starlight, but you can't rack up damage with only spear dares.
Yeah, you can. What are you talking about?
You can try.
You can try, and you can do it. I mean, if you just go for spear dares, the possibility for following up with another spear dare is pretty good if you get the read. And we've seen Crocky get like triple spear dares onto people.
He does, but when he drops a downlight stare on the spear, it's gotta hurt. He did that downlight, and
also, what is Starlight gonna use on Val that can really punish being someone being directly above them? He's using gauntlets, and that neutral stick is pretty angled. He could do a jump, but he'd be jumping right into the down air.
On gauntlets, I don't think he has that many options, but on sword, he can absolutely get ready after the downlight follow up
Look
with
at this.
with that
He's still
Starlight.
only building really with down air, and he's got him in the red. So now he's
But
probably
he needs the
within
kill
Sair
option.
range.
He needs the kill option. And
Sair range, he's got side sig, he's
Crocky's
got down
already in
sig.
orange and red.
Oh, so close on the combo.
Weapon
But the timing was just barely off.
He just does not have the advantage there after the weapon throw to get in a nair off the bounce. Looks for the side sig. Starlight sees it coming. Does a dodge down like
That was a down sig opportunity because you know he's going to dodge at that point.
You mean the
spear?
breakdance?
No. The spear down sig on Nash where he rolls back and then goes because he's. You know
I
he's
don't
gonna
think he had the
dodge.
frame advantage for that. I think after the side sig, there were too many recovery frames to try to do anything after that. I see what you're saying. A neutral light might have done it. Maybe. Just because of how
neutral
few
light,
startup frames there
neutral
are.
light into chase dodge, charge down sig to read the dodge.
Bit dangerous, but at
Bit
that
dangerous,
point,
but that's the kind of mix-up you need.
at that point, you're going multiple steps ahead, and anything could happen there.
Well, if he did this very specific string of attacks
Starlight could just jump
really
away.
early
He
on,
could just jump
the
away.
game might have been different.
So what you're saying
which
is
a
at the
very
beginning of this
generic
match,
statement.
you have to do a jump into chase dodge, do the nair, and catch your opponent, grab the weapon, and because he has Ada, he can just do another gun recovery. This is exact. Everyone write this down. It's going to happen at the beginning of the match.
All right, so what's going to happen? The platform is going to start moving. There's going to be a weapon that lands on top of it. It's going to carry over.
No weapon is going to land on the platform.
Yeah, well, eventually. Not that far over, but once it starts moving, I guarantee it. At one point during this match, a weapon will land on the platform.
That's a very conservative prediction. Yes, okay,
I
a
mean,
weapon will land on the platform.
I didn't say
Real
win.
good, Frone.
I didn't say win.
Check it out. Frone is just...
Look at that, going for it. Spear dares again.
Spear dares, but he's not.
And he's playing Ada. Let's go.
These aren't... Like, I understand...
No. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter.
That spear dares rack up the damage. But he's not finding the kill options with spear dares, and it
You
really
don't
does...
need to find the kill options with spear dares. I mean, you just need to build the damage up
You need
and
to
then
find
finish him
kill
off with
options,
a sig.
period. But he's not finding kill options because he's going for only just spear dares.
He doesn't need to find the kill options that early, though. He's trying to get him into red. And now he's got the opportunities to get the kill options. There it is. Look, see,
All right.
and it works.
All right.
It works.
Builds out the side stick and the flag taunt. I don't know what Starlight's thinking, but he's going to need to step it up. He's got the gauntlets this time.
I am loving this right now. Oh, what a freaking great chase dodge in a neutral air.
The nice X
I
pivot.
love it.
The nice X pivot.
I love that he's playing Ada right now. I am super
see
biased.
that. Starlight looking for the sidelight into recovery, but he did a reverse recovery.
Dare?
I don't know what he was
Let's get another
thinking
dare. Let's get another one.
With the reverse recovery is not what he wants.
Goes
a
for
nice
the side sig.
sig.
I mean, it hits, but
You don't like the
you
side
gotta.
sig?
I mean, I like it, but I like it when they're deep in the red, because otherwise it's just. I don't feel like it's going to be anything meaningful. It's got range, I'll give it that, but that's all it has early on.
Starlight, he did the wrong dodge read. He got the side light and then went for a gravity cancel reverse side light. Didn't matter though because he did end up getting the kill, punishing Crocky's third spear side sig in a row. With
Goes for the
gun.
neutral sig. Who uses that?
Crocky uses it a lot.
I
Crocky
mean,
loves
not-
using the gun neutral sig.
I mean, me too, but there's a time and place for everything. Put the bike away. Professor Oak said so.
I'm not.
That's
even
a
gonna-
reference.
I'm gonna,
That's a reference. Oh, the down sig, great option. I mean, what is not a good option to throw out Ada down sig?
basically, it covered the dodge in, and he knew that Starlight was going to try to get around him. He denied it. There's that side sig we talked so much about. You're right in saying that that early on side sig is really not going to accomplish very much.
It doesn't have any force behind it.
I
early
will
on.
say it does seem like it's done a good job at basically forcing Starlight back a little bit.
Ooh, good gravity cancel into down sig from Crocky. Something I like to see, just because Starlight likes going in. So getting the punish on that. Smart.
Basically-
See, he could have done it right there.
He's using the side six to push Starlight out. He's saying, even if this doesn't do all that much damage, even if it doesn't do that much force, if you keep trying to approach me on this very horizontal angle, I have that side sig handy, and I'll just keep hitting you with it.
But that's the thing.
It's
is
a mind game.
Starlight likes coming in, and the side sig doesn't have very many frames to cover the dodge in. So
He's still hitting
the
it.
down sig would just be a better option for doing that.
He's hitting it.
I mean, occasionally. Starlight's getting used to it. He's dodged the last couple. That's
coming
risky.
out
That's
from
risky.
Crocky
It's got a lot of startup
when
frames.
he's far away.
Oh, but there's a kill, and it's 1-1.
Player
Gets the
one
recovery.
wins.
I want to
Nice.
see Ada come back.
It can happen.
I mean, he was playing Nash in the
But
first game.
I wonder if Starlight's
and I've
gonna
seen
make
him
a-
I've seen him pull out of Ryan this tournament as well.
Is Starlight going to make a different pick?
Is he? I don't think so. I think he's going to stick with Val. It's possible that he switches to another sword character, but I don't think he goes to Suri.
I don't think
he likes
Suri.
Suri.
He doesn't like the Katars right now. He could go to Hattori. He's played Hattori in the past before. You know, he's got the sword, of course, and maybe he's feeling I can use a spear
I
against
think
Crocky.
he sticks on Val.
I'm
95% sure he sticks on Val.
But I do want to say, just to prove a point, because you know I love doing that. Crocky
right, go ahead.
didn't use very many spear dares in that second game,
It's true.
and he won.
It's true, but it didn't take away
His
from him.
game
winning.
was much
He
more
could've-
grounded. The grounded game is so important, I'm telling you.
It's important. But
Crocky
spear
getting,
dares are still
Ada.
great at building damage. Not as great as they used to be. They used to do like, what, 20 damage? No, 18.
I don't know what it used to do.
It used to do something ridiculously
Something
high.
crazy.
Because if you hit, it came out faster too. And the thing was, and the reason it got nerfed was because you could hit one spear dare and almost guarantee getting a second one. And it was like 35 damage or so.
It doesn't say it over here. Anyway, Crocky
This
versus Starlight.
There's just a couple. Oh no, right here. Spear dare 10 or 15.
No, that's startup. 15 damage
15
is what
damage.
it does. 15 damage is what Spirit
So
does.
it used to do 18 then.
Seems right. Starlight, of course, as we talked about, he's back on the Val. He's pushing Crocky outward. He's got him away
Ada's
from the
got
weapon.
great stats, but the low defense makes it very hard when someone's weapon guarding you because the weapons that she has, guns and spear, long range stuff, go hand in hand with protecting your hurt box, keeping spacing, and just making it so that the 3 defense doesn't matter. And if they force you to go in close because you don't have a weapon and you're unarmed, that's where your weakness as Ada comes in. And I'm happy to see him grab a weapon finally, but it took him a while, and that damage that he got built up is really high because of it.
Right now, it almost seems like we're watching Twilight gameplay. Starlight using a lot of these sword sayers, both as an approach option and as a cover back option.
Ooh, he gets a spear dare. Doesn't manage to land the second one, which would have guaranteed him to kill. And Starlight is looking for something right now, but
He's moving away. He's trying to find the one opening he needs, and that was it. That was absolutely it. Comes in
Crocky
with the
misplayed,
dare,
went off the side. He made himself way too vulnerable.
saw the recovery coming, and then hit the second dare, and got the gimp off on Crocky. Really well done by Starlight. Basically being patient and saying, I'm going to watch you make the mistake I know I can punish.
Starlight is playing so differently in this game, and I don't know what it is, but it's very safe compared to how he was playing the last couple games.
I'd say that too. I think Starlight's taking a step backward. He's not using the gauntlets, that close to the chest weapon that forces you to get on your opponent and start punching him right away. No, he's sticking with this sword and using those long-range side airs to push himself back. And this is another edge guard coming out from Starlight. The ground pound finishes it off, and Starlight's got 2 stars
Starlight
on
is not
Crocky.
playing around this time. He's taking that edge game to heart.
And now he's got the gauntlets. Now that he feels safe, now that he's got a 2-stock lead, he's going to pick up the gauntlets, try to get a bit of
Oh,
neutral
and you hate to
damage.
see that he drops two recoveries.
Dropped recoveries. Finally picks up the 3rd.
I guess 3rd time's the charm then. But
Finally
it
picks
shouldn't have taken that long.
He really shouldn't have, and I think Starlight
Starlight could have capitalized on that so
much.
hard, but he didn't, which is unfortunate for him. But
Starlight's got the sword back again. He finally did lose that stock after picking up those gauntlets, but now he's got the sword. He's going to go back to the sort of jumping and using that cider to zone out Crocky. You can see Crocky's afraid of Starlight.
Well-
He's coming in with these sort of double jumps and using these falling side airs to basically zone out Crocky. You got to back up because there's no way you're going to be able to get through my fortress of side airs. Crocky goes down. This is a dangerous position for Crocky to be in. He's tied there a couple times before, able to basically cover himself from a punish using that neutral stick. Really well done. Starlight punishes the down stick with a side signature. Crocky does the weapon up to cover his own gun pickup. tries to get on Starlight, but now it's Edgeguard City here. No one getting a hit.
And there it is.
side
There's the
pick.
kill, and now it's all evened up. It's 1-1. Crocky, I mean, he's almost in the orange. So he's approaching that like kill threshold that Ada becomes really vulnerable, and he's got to be careful. And Starlight, you know, he's been very aerial this game. Crocky's been still going for the down airs, which is not bad when Starlight's on the ground, but oh my God, Starlight with the gauntlets!
There's the dodge read that you're looking for. We saw him do that once in that last game and just not get it, but this time he knew Crocky was going to dodge away, especially given the sort of pace of this game. It's a lot of, we need to dodge away from each other because we're looking for those extra punishes. And no, he's going to make it back on stage. Starlight hits him with a recovery. He's got him in the damage zone. He's looking for this final side air. Crocky's going to double dodge in, get the Starlight to interrupt. He's got the guns this time. He can space Starlight out, but it's going to be an uphill battle. Nice X pivot from Crocky. Looks for another hit on Starlight.
This is the moment of truth, though. If he needs guaranteed damage right now. He can't take any risks against Starlight because sword side air is going to kill him if he gets connected.
And there's
there
the
it is.
downlight there.
There it is. He had to play careful. And gun downlight. There's too many frames. If you get caught out in that moment, Starlight is going to punish you. And that's exactly what happened. You can't just, you have to play safe in that moment.
You have to play safe, and in that case, it just wasn't working out for Crocky, especially after Starlight had done such a good job zoning with the sword, especially after Starlight got this really nice gauntlet dodge read, racked up the damage, got in Crocky's head. It just wasn't going to work out for him.
Yep. Well, that's that game in a nutshell. And that one's all wrapped up, but we got the next one coming up. I think it looks like
I see Multimum
and Starlight's still sitting down, so we're waiting on the other one. But I'm not going to be casting this one. We're going to get defensive back in here.
I like defensive.
Defensive over
You're
here.
cool, too. That wasn't in frame. In frame's like, you guys got to do it closer. You guys got to do it.
Superman high five. Switch in.
And here we go.
There we go.
Hey-o.
Yeah, you're going to put him on?
I mean, that seems to be like the most effective technique available.
Usually. How's it going defensive?
It's going well. I tried to get lunch, but yo-yoed right back.
Yeah, basically. I'm wondering if I'm ever going to get lunch.
I mean, we have the biggest McDonald's in the world just a block away.
Excuse me?
The biggest McDonald's in the world. Yeah.
I feel like I would have noticed if it was that big.
It's not that big.
I didn't
But it's
think
the biggest
so.
one.
In the world?
Factually, yeah. I looked it up earlier. It's just the biggest one. It just has like a fat play place. And they serve pasta and pizza.
Hey, they serve pasta and pizza at McDonald's?
They're Italian, apparently.
I've never heard of any of this. This is all news to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to come down and have a unique McDonald's experience, come to Orlando, Florida.
I guess so.
Or you could watch some video games like Brawlhalla.
Yeah, do that instead. We don't need lunch.
I just walked back in and I just missed. Who won that last match?
That was Starlight. Starlight took it over
Crocky?
Yep.
All right, and that's obviously still in the upper bracket, right? The two names have to be still up there, right?
I have to assume so.
Okay. So we're going to see Starlight move on towards the top. I heard that his sponsor.
Multimum. Who are you playing? Starlight. He's
Awesome.
playing Starlight. All right.
Back to back. Starlight's, he might be in the
Multimum
groove.
must have been waiting on the other side of the upper bracket, waiting for Starlight to finish his match against Crocky. Now, Multimum's going to face off against Crocky. This is quite the pool.
It's crazy
Starlight,
how stacked
Crocky,
it is.
and Multimum in one pool. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I do want to say, EU has not been doing so hot in this tournament. In 1v1 right now.
Go Brain knocked down by Boomie. Blood Diamond knocked down Daiku. TB was beaten out by, I want to say, evax.
evax in lower bracket, stevenator in upper bracket.
It's a huge upset.
Huge upsets all around. It's going to be up to Multimum. Multimum has got to carry EU on his back. Can he do it?
I don't know. He might have actually heard you. He doesn't have on his great Astros.
Astros are nice.
They are nice. If only we had a pre-roll or something. No, I'm kidding. I think we've played the required amount. I have
It's
no
not time
idea.
for that. I'll just get Sparky in here. He'll talk about it for like 5 seconds before realizing he doesn't need to.
Right.
I'm never going to let Sparky forget about that. It's great. Because we told him there was an advert for Astros, and he's just like, I'm just going to start talking about them. That's how adverts work, right?
Yeah. No, you talk into the advert, right? Like any CEO knows that you talk before the commercial actually starts to introduce your product in a poor way.
Yeah, that's business. Business 101, everyone.
Right.
But we're watching Brawlhalla 101. Starlight Multimum two experienced players. Multimum, he was the EU regional qualifier in 2016. He went to BCX. He got second place in 1v1. Starlight has been getting a lot of second place finishes. I said that before. In basically every major tournament he's participated in.
Just
since
recently in
BCX.
final round.
In final round, he got second place. I want to say in Winter Championship he got second place. No, in Winter 1v1 he got a 5th place. In Winter 2v2 he got a second place.
Okay, he's been playing a lot more 2v2. I mean, if you guys tune into his stream, you see that the mainstay of his stream is 2v2s with Astro or with Boomie. So he plays with the other, you know, what just happened to Multiple?
It looked like there was some sort of issue. I saw the screen sort of froze, and then he teleported down into the bottom. So I'm sure they're trying to resolve some issues.
There it is again.
That might also just be like keyboard disconnects. I think if you disconnect the keyboard from the computer in the middle of a game, your character will just sort of freak out. They're fixing it.
That'll be fine.
I have no doubt. Multimum, he's had a fair share of sort of keyboard problems. He had a little bit of input lag in 2v2s yesterday, which is definitely unfortunate. It's fortunate for me because I beat him in that set.
Oh, yeah, you and Boomie.
Yeah.
The Dream Team.
Me and Boomie.
The Dream Team. Yeah, I heard you did almost 700 damage one of those matches.
No.
Oh, that was you did 300.
I was the one trying to get 300 damage.
Okay.
Apparently 300 damage is a meme now. Like, I don't know.
That's 2 stocks in red. That's good 2v2 teamwork.
I got out of like, I'd say around the 10 games that I played, I think I got 3 of them over 300 damage. One of them I got exactly 300 damage.
At this level?
I'm
proud of
happy
you.
with that.
I'm proud of you,
I'm
man.
happy with that.
You know, I mean, when I play with Hapscore, and I hope he's not in the chat because I'm gonna talk down on him a little bit. My brother, he's had a couple double-digit damage games in 2v2s. And it's a little bit disappointing. You know, 74 damage, subpar. You know, that's not even one person red. So a 2v2 partner that can get 2 people in red at top tier. I mean, the average rank of this is 30, right? That's a pretty good placement.
Pretty insane.
Yeah.
Especially for someone who took like a decent few weeks just to get diamond. I'm pretty sure you got diamond before me.
I played a ton of Brawlhalla, so yeah, I might have.
But
Also, I use Nash.
We're watching people who are basically in Fire Diamond, or so I hear. Starlight versus Multima. Multima's on Wu Shang. He's got the gauntlets, he's got the spear. I don't know what to think of Multima's pick on Wu Shang, especially this is coming from someone who loved playing the guitars and thought guitars are just not viable anymore given the last patch changes.
It was the patch that he stopped playing guitars on, and he actually said it during Dobrain's Jeopardy that guitars are dead.
Guitars are dead?
I can't believe
Very
though.
aggressive statement.
Earlier today, we saw Cyclist and Wrench play amazingly with guitars on Ragnar
Guitar
Number.
versus guitar.
Right.
At CEO.
It was fantastic. But here we see 2 gauntlets instead. Gauntlets that most recently got a decently large buff and have been performing very well in tournaments. And Starlight with a downlight recovery true combo to put Multimum off the top and take the first stock of this set.
Multimum is going to look for those gauntlets now. He's got that close to the chest weapon that I think he's going to favor a little bit more. Can't quite get the hits on Starlight though right now. Starlight doing some really good movement, avoiding the follow-ups after those side lights. Multimum ground pounds all the way to the bottom. I was expecting him to let that go so that he didn't have to deal with the recovery frames, but instead he just takes it all the way and Starlight gets a free punish from that.
Right, it just seems like Starlight's very familiar with the guitar or the gauntlet kit because he's been playing them so often, almost getting knocked off at the side there by Multiple and down sig.
And there's the recovery that he was
out.
looking for. I almost thought he was going to do a gravity cancel neutral sig reversed, but the recovery works too.
Right. Yeah, Starlight's been playing a lot of gauntlets recently, and it seems like Multimum has also picked up in this most recent patch, replacing his guitars. But both people are very familiar with that weapon. It seems like they're probably going to gravitate towards the spear and sword matchup, just purely because it's something that they're not playing as much of. You know, their opponent is not as used to a sword play because they don't play it as much.
Yeah, it almost seems like the gauntlets are just sort of, oh, I'll pick the gauntlet character because I used to play guitars.
Are regardless the new guitars? Is that the consensus?
They're similar in form. I wouldn't say you play them the same. I think there's a lot more resets in gauntlets that lead to longer strings, whereas guitars is shorter strings and more frequent resets. But I think there's definitely some similarities there, and Starlight and Multiple recognize that and pick these sort of characters. But at the end of the day, they're more familiar with the spear and sword, like you were saying.
Right. Well, I mean, just in the days of old, Starlight was a Bodvar main, and everybody was a sword main at the time. So this is a throwback almost for Starlight, playing a sword character, with the nuance of gauntlets, of course, but it's still, a comfort spot. Having a sword character performs well, and that's Multimum evening up these stocks here. It's 1-1, 3 minutes deep into this match, and it's pretty even. Starlight does have a little bit of a damage advantage, but Multimum has the stage. He has the stage control, he has the weapon. He was able to starve Starlight of a weapon for a good minute and get some damage on to Starlight to start off the last stock.
I feel like Multimum was struggling and sort of got a damage deficit when he grabbed those gauntlets, but on the spear is, I think, where he's really racking up the damage he's looking for. Starlight did get a decent number of hits as Multimum failed to get a proper approach in, but right now Multimum's racking up the damage a little bit more. He does lose his spear to the damage threshold and gets hit by the recovery and a nair kill off the top.
Very impressive kill off the top by Starlight, knowing where he could aggress and knowing that Multimum was vulnerable and juggleable in there, capitalizing on the stock. And it just goes back to his comfortability with the sword. Playing it for, at this point, over a year.
He's been playing a very, very long time. And we're
2,
going to move on into this next match with sort of Multimum thinking, I may just need to use the spear more. The gauntlets, he's not able to get the follow-ups. He does a few sidelights, but Starlight dodges out, or he tries to go for a dodge read, and Multimum is unable to read where that's going. Speaking of dodge read, Starlight tries to get a gravity cancel sidelight, reading the dodge away. Multimum fails there too. I feel like both of these players are experienced enough with the gauntlets to know, hey, when I get hit by the sidelight, here's where I need to dodge, right? And right off the bat, you saw there, Multimum finally picking up that sidelight recovery, but he can't get anything after that. There's another sidelight recovery. It seems like the name of the game for Multimum is don't even bother with the dodge read, just go straight for the recovery.
Well, it does do a lot of damage, and it's been hitting Starlight, so it might be his best bet. Starlight punching a down sig, the side sig from his own sword. Multimum's got a lot more damage on Starlight, but Starlight with that true combo of a downlight into a recovery, hitting Multimum again, following up with nairs, and Multimum's close to the top of the map. He could be knocked out here. He resets back to the bottom of the stage, and he's going for the side lights, but Starlight's just spacing out. Knows that if he's patient, he can side air and punish Multimum, and Multimum again floating. And a downlight Sair is almost enough to kill as Starlight grabs gauntlets. He'll probably guard with the ground pound. There it is, but Multimum denies him the down air and gets the knockout himself with a D-light recovery. Multimum taking control of the first match after being at a damage deficit for the first bit there.
And a pretty great interaction between both of these players. There's the on-arm side air kill. You saw some really interesting edge guards coming out there. Multimum able to basically stuff Starlight's ground pound using that dare, make it back on stage. And they both killed each other pretty quickly just using the on-arm kit. And now we're going to see them both go back. This time, instead of double gauntlets, we're going to see that sword into the spear that we saw before. Bit of a clash going on between the two of them. Multimum edge guarding Starlight really effectively. Good neutral light every time Starlight tries to get back on stage.
Doing a fantastic job spacing out. The spear does have a greater range.
Oh, Multimum's used his
sword.
recovery. He's going to be able to make it back. No, he is not. Starlight recognizes that Multimum goes down in orange.
Wow, takes the lead in this match early on and just puts Multimum in a downhill position, right? He has to come back, not only because he's at a stock deficit, but because he doesn't have a weapon. Starlight continues to starve him with a weapon, and Starlight will be able to get damage with that sword and continue to starve Multimum until this point, where he picks up those bread and butter gauntlets.
But I do feel like gauntlets against Starlight's sword is a matchup Multimum's been struggling with. I think that in the gauntlet dittos, he has an idea of what Starlight's doing, and he knows sort of how to respond using very similar tactics. In here, it's a bit of a rough spot. He does finally pick up that gravity cancel sidelight into recovery. Really nicely done. But Starlight's going to pick up the gauntlets now, and we'll see how it goes here in the ditto. Starlight does have a very decent advantage on Multimum. Puts him in the orange. If he can get one good sidelight dodge read, I think Starlight will be set. But he's going to need to be able to find that. There's the sidelight. He gets the recovery immediately afterwards. Multimum ground pounds to interrupt, but Starlight has gotten enough damage that I think he feels comfortable. Switching to the sword, looking for those kill options, drops the end of the recovery, can't quite get the kill he was looking for. Goes for another recovery to punish the spot dodge. Multimum gets out of there as quickly as he can. Multimum uses the sidelight recovery. There's the nair, looks for the juggle.
Doesn't quite get the second one, but a recovery ends the set. Starlight taking it 2-0 over Multimum. NA showing up strong again.
North America.
It's just the region to beat, ladies and gentlemen. When you come to BCX, watch out for NA.
When you come to NA, watch out for NA. That's just...
It's a good point.
I wonder if EU's going to have that advantage if we ever manage to get to an EU LAN.
Right, we always have an
super
NA
excited
NA home advantage. So an EU tournament would be fantastic. I think there have been talks about getting a BCX-like event in Europe, but it's just been on the dev stream.
Do it.
So
Do it, please.
we want it, but don't hold
it.
them to anything. Don't hold everything they say is liable to change.
Yes, that is the big disclaimer on the dev stream. I used to have a copy paste that I try to stick into the dev stream every time they said something. And then I just sort of I dropped out of the dev stream. I wasn't able to watch it as much these days.
Dropped out of the dev stream? How could
okay.
you? I come in and just put in the hype Brawlhalla hype emojis, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to show up. Say hello.
I apparently have class now every dev stream. Yeah.
You can't watch the dev stream in class. Just tell your teacher to put it on the projector.
I don't think that would produce a very profitable learning environment.
I mean, that's debatable. If you want to learn about the hot leaks of Brawlhalla, you need to be tuned into the dev stream.
I do want to do that.
Right.
Those dev streams,
no.
Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Disclaimer again, school's important. Do school. Video games come second unless, I guess unless you're like LDZ or like Boomie. They can drop out, right? They make enough money in Brawlhalla.
They should probably finish high school.
The GED. Right? They can just take that one test.
Finish high school. Get a good high school. I'm pretty sure both Boomie and LDZ do have their sights set for college. So
Definitely.
It's important to go to college. Esports are great, but things happen. You think you're hot stuff EU player, and then you come in and suddenly lose to all these NA people. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, you didn't say any names, so I'm pretty sure we know exactly who you're talking about.
All of them.
All of them. Do we have projected any EU players getting into the top 3?
I believe Zeloxry is the one person who we haven't seen very much of. He's the one in pool. I believe Zeloxry's in pool G because we've seen TB, Daiku, Dobrain in pool F have their losses. We just saw Multimum go down in the lower bracket.
So will he be matched up against Daiku, do you think?
Multimum? Mm-hmm. They're in different pools.
Oh.
Multimum, sorry, a lower bracket of G.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know where Zeloxry is in the pools.
Teros.
And unless I'm mistaken, we haven't seen very much of him. But
Okay. Well,
maybe
it looks like we
in
have
the future.
2 NA Titans coming up with Noel, the winner of most recently Final Round, and Astronaut, the winner of 2v2s yesterday with Starlight. 2 fantastic players, and I think we'll be seeing swords from both of them, despite what they have here on their button mashing setup.
Yeah. Here's the thing about Astro. We haven't seen him in LAN very much. It's been a lot of online presence, and especially recently. You talk about Noel, who's been here a very long time and made very good, incremental, constant progress. Astronaut's not like that at all. He was pretty decent for a while, but in the past few months, he's skyrocketed.
I believe you completely. I used to be in the clan Inertia, Meta, or Infamous, whatever name you recognize out of those 3. Changed quite a lot with Astronaut. It was back in those days where I would beat him, and just months and months and months later, he's just become a 2v2 Titan, performing extremely well. And we see that they've done their button test. They're in map banning. They've picked up Mammoth, Astronaut going with his signature Hattori, and Noel with the default Koji, a character that he's been playing for eons at this point. And we have the Sword Ditto, the Lord Ditto, the Samurai and the Ninja, hand in hand going at it.
I hear it was Koji who killed Hattori's bride, right? Hattori's
husband. Right.
I don't know why I said bride.
She's in the Demon Bride outfit. It's the Valentine's
that
outfit.
Must be it.
It had to be. It's an amazing skin. It's also a little bit horrifying. You guys will notice whenever they put out a move, whenever Astronaut puts out a signature or move, that face,
I think Astronaut
face.
has picked this particular skin to freak out Noel. Let's see how effective it's going on. Right now, Noel doesn't seem freaked out. He's going for this edge guard. He does interrupt that dare, uses that recovery. He's got Astronaut in the dark orange. Astronaut going for a very interesting jump into gravity cancel downlight reverse read. Hits the gravity cancel downlight, but doesn't get the follow-up. He goes for a jump dare. He couldn't quite find that recovery that I think that you want to look for after the gravity cancel downlight. Noel does his own gravity cancel downlight. And these feels like 2 very veteran sword players.
Right. People have been playing Sword since Sword was the meta. However, we do have Astronaut who plays his Spear just as much as he plays his Sword. He's just as comfortable with both weapons in his kit. While I think Noel while he plays Bo, is a little bit more cautious with Bo. He likes to box out his opponents and make sure that they're inside of a zone where he can hit them, but they can't hit him.
Ooh, nice gravity cancel down sick from Astronaut. You see that a lot on stage, charged long, sort of baiting people into the unexpectedly large hitbox. Astronaut there using it as a gravity cancel, though. Definitely something that you see more from the very experienced Hattori players. He knew where exactly that was going to hit.
Right. Speaking of the experience that Astronaut has on Hattori, if people noticed yesterday, Astronaut consistently had a stock extra at the end of matches. He would have 2 stocks at the end. He would be the last person with 3 stocks on the entire map. It seems like he can do a lot with Hattori's defense, even though it's low at 4. He can do a lot to navigate around the map and only get hit in a way that will send him close to the kill box, but not quite there. And I was surprised to see Noel able to convert that first stock of Astronaut quickly. When Astronaut, I was expecting him to get 200 damage on him before he was able to get knocked off the map.
And now Astronaut and Noel seem like they're just sort of jumping around each other, trying to find their footing. That double sword is it's a bit harrowing, especially when, you know, the options you need is, you know, you try to get side lights as an approach, you try to land those neutral lights. And both feel like they're playing really evenly. It is Astronaut who's gotten a few more hits on Noel, but I feel like if Noel can just like do what Astronaut's doing, he can turn it around. It does feel like they're just playing the same game. Noel, really nicely done, spacing away from that down sig and following up with a side light. It's not often you can punish a down sig like that.
No, the sword has a great punishing kit, but it does seem like Noel gets Astro off the side with... Did he just gimp him? Was it his recovery just a ground pound right out of those recovery?
Ground pound, it was basically instant after the jump, and I think it completely threw Astronaut off.
Right, he had nothing left but his recovery, and he used it as he was getting hit by Noel. So Noel takes that second stock decidedly, and he has a while to build up some damage on Astronaut to give himself a cushion in his last stock if he even gets to that point. We see him playing very cautiously, throwing out side airs, double jumping and then down airing to make sure that any approach that Astronaut has with the spear apart from a throw will not be able to hit him. Astronaut landing a side sig, disarming Noel. Noel back to the stage with a sword again. Again, playing safe, making sure he's not taking unnecessary damage so he can extend his second stock as much as he can. Astronaut with a side light. A down light read after Noel dodges through him in a side air, but not quite enough to knock out.
A great dodge read after that side light. You don't see people doing a down light read after a side light. That's something that Astronaut just absolutely had on hand. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Noel able to take it with that side air, and that he took it by 2 stocks.
Right, it was impressive. And I was saying earlier how Astronaut's able to play both of his weapons. That was a great example of his knowledge of spear, his knowledge of how Noel plays against his spear. Getting hit with the side light, Noel wanted to dodge over to avoid any jump nairs or anything, but Astronaut read that immediately, hit the D-light, hit the Sair, and it could have gotten him into the last stock. However, Noel, a veteran player, was able to bring it back and take Astro by 2 stocks, which leads us into the second match of the set.
Gravity cancel down light from Astro to try to get that weapon.
To get the weapon, and also you can combo extremely well with unarmed if your opponent isn't expecting it. At the very beginning from white damage, it used to be that I think it was Zaloxry that would take a mine or a bomb in ranked or in tournaments, and he would hit himself because there was unarmed 0 to death way back in the day.
That was way back.
Way back.
That was when unarmed was you could main unarmed and it'd be just fine.
I know there are still some people that do. And Astronaut getting Noel deep into red very quickly into this match, showing that he's no one to be slept on. And the egg drop, the knockout in 40 seconds. Astronaut popping off in the beginning of this match. That was outstanding edge play.
I mean, that was not only an egg drop, he was moving him horizontally. You know, you see that egg drop a lot, very vertically. Okay, I'll throw the weapon, I'll grab it, and I'll do a down light, a down air right under me.
Right, right in line with the push-off column.
This was a diagonal weapon throw, and he moved himself and made sure to hit that dare in a position that he knew he was going to get at the right angle. Really impressive by Astronaut making that work.
Right, and Astronaut, like I said earlier, great keeping himself alive. He got hit mid-stage with Koji's side sig on Bo. Still didn't die. And Astronaut completely taking Noel from the stage off the side of the map. That was extremely impressive. His spear is shining here where he was focusing on sword in the last match. He needs to play spear against Noel. He figured it out.
he has some really unmatched aggression against Noel. Noel is just struggling to get away from Astronaut. Every time he tries to move back, Astronaut is there ready for the punish. Noel finally finishes it off with the side air, but Astronaut has a 1-stock lead. This is almost the reverse of what we were seeing in the last match.
It is, and now Astronaut, like you said, is the reverse of the last match, has a stock to play with, a stock to build up damage on Noel, has a little bit of a safety net in that stock, and every damage, every hit he gets here is considered free. And Astronaut, he's playing like he only has 1 stock. He's unmatched aggression, and he's like, the down sig to catch Noel immediately was almost enough to knock out.
So many frames to work with there that he pulled out a down sig on Hattori's Spear of all things, a move you rarely see in competitive play because of how many active frames it has. You can only ever use it if you know you can get a punish, and he knew, and he just knocked Noel out. And that's another 2-0, but in the opposite direction.
Right, it just shows the scale of these players, how good they are, and how they can adapt to each other's play styles, right? Like, Astronaut figured out that his spear was what he needed to use in that matchup against Noel's Koji. The sword just didn't have range to outrange, said spear. And Astronaut completely took that match with 1 stock, off of him, but that was extremely impressive.
That was really good. And Noel, he's of course going to stick with Koji. I don't think I've ever seen Noel try to use a pocket pick outside of Koji.
No, and I don't think I very often see a ground pound to contend the weapon at the beginning of the match from Astronaut. He just stepped on Noel's head at the very beginning.
Astronaut's done a great job at basically mixing up his approaches at that initial weapon. Noel trying to zone out Astro with these sword side airs, pushing him out. Got a gravity cancel downline into recovery. Probably almost came close to killing Astro, considering that low defense and the ceiling of Shipwreck Falls.
Right, it seems like Noel wants to get a 40-second stock just like Astronaut got on him last time, and he does one better and gets it in 35 seconds.
And gets the ground pound way off stage. That's a hard read coming out from Noel.
Right,
Well
Astronaut with a unique dodge, jumping up and dodging directly back from where he jumped, getting his spear finally, and now he's on the map control part of the game now. Noel trying to throw out some recoveries, not quite hitting it. Noel takes control again, but Astronaut's not having it. Rotating back and forth, trying to chase Noel vertically with his recovery. No contact, and again, Noel gets him on edge. A completely different match than we saw last time.
But Astro pushing back really well, using those spear stairs, it's not going to be enough. Noel takes out Astro with the sword side airs. It almost feels like a side air match right now. Astro in the last match was using those spear side airs really effectively. It's the pinpoint hits, but Noel is using his own sword side air effectively as more of a zone coverage.
Right, Astro throwing out side airs. One example is he hit a side air almost in line with the stage while Noel was off stage trying to recover. And that's just a crucial hit, something that you're not expecting coming in, hitting you with a side air. It does a lot of force and does a lot of damage. Astronaut now trying to backtrack. Spear Sarah, you called it. It's just the knockout move of choice, especially on Shipwreck with closer walls.
And especially because Astronaut can mix up whether or not he's going to do a falling Spear Sarah or a jump Spear Sarah. And those two options of the zone that they land in is so large that Noel is afraid about whether or not, when he's going to burn his jump. And that's something really crucial about Astro. Noel charges a side sig, but Astro can't punish.
He misses the punish. He was, I think, more intimidated by messing up a punish and getting hit by it, as he's so deep that might have killed. Noel, I think while he's had bow, he's thrown out more signatures than he did. Has he thrown out a sword sig at all?
Maybe
a side sig?
Maybe.
He's playing phenomenally with the bow. He throws away in favor of the sword. He needs this knockout on Astro here to seal the match, and he's got a comfortable space to do it. And Astro with a D-Light Sair, another Sair close to the very, very
Can't quite
edge
get
of the stage.
that other one. He tries to get a Sair as he falls back again, but he doesn't need it. Gets the recovery, and now it's even stocks. Astro's far down, but as you can see, he's very comfortable just picking up that spear immediately. Now he's got to face off against Noel's bow, which, like you said, a lot more signatures. If he looks out for those signatures, I think he can make it work, and I think he's been doing that in the past. There's a downlight into Sarah. I thought we were going to see a stronger combo, but he was not able to get the nair. He did use his recovery there. He does have another recovery in stock. He makes it back on stage, so he has all of his options, but of course, Noel just keeps pushing him out, and there's a down sig.
The tatami mat to knock out Astronaut at the very end. I think that hit him just below the platform. Hattori's head probably just peeked over, line of sight, and the Astronaut is knocked out. Noel advances in the bracket, and Astronaut goes down to lower.
And if anyone doubted Noel after yesterday's performance, no need to doubt anymore.
Don't sleep on these NA players.
Don't sleep on the...
Don't sleep on anybody.
Well,
Well, I mean,
EU players. Maybe
on.
they just have jet lag. Maybe they've been sleeping on themselves.
oh man.
We're
man.
gonna move on to the next match.
So, sleeping on themselves. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
So we're gonna go into a bit of a break right now because that was the last pool match. We'll be going
into the top 12.
Top 12. Top 12 is going to start soon. It's going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern date time, which is in 25 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be great. Top 12. And then, of course, after that, once we close top 12 into, I believe it's top 8.
Which we will see tomorrow at noon, I want to say.
Tomorrow at some time.
Sometime that may be noon, maybe not noon.
We'll talk more about it after we finish up top 12. But don't go anywhere. In 25 minutes, we will be back. Stick around.
All right, guys, just a little heads up. We're actually going to try to start top 12 as soon as possible. And we're going to just try to knock this out as quick as we can. So even though we told you guys it would be starting in 15 minutes, it'll probably be starting more closer to 5 minutes. So let everyone know. Call everyone back to the stream if you want to catch top 8 to top 12 to top 8 action. It'll be coming right up. So let everyone know.
What up, and welcome back to CEO Dreamland. We are here in sunny Florida, and this is going to be top 12 going down to top 8 for the Brawlhalla tournament. What's up? This is Silly Gobi.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going, Silly Gobi? So coming up next, we've got Zelo versus Dobrain. I think they were your pool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my pool.
I lost to Dobrain.
Yeah.
You got any insight you want to bring up about Dobrain right now?
Dobrain has a really nice scythe.
It's just his scythe is good?
His scythe is really good.
How do you feel about this matchup between Dobrain and Zelo?
See, I played a little bit against Zelo.
Right.
He has a really nice ember all around. So, I mean, this is going to be a good match.
It's going to be, I mean, it's going to be a good match no matter what. The next 4 matches are all going to be good. To break it down for you guys at home, this is top 12. We're going to get down to top 8, and then top 8 will be streamed tomorrow, I believe, on the CEO Dreamland Twitch channel. Don't quote me. But for now, this is going to be top 12 to top 8. The winner of each of these matches goes on to top 8. They'll be on the loser side of top 8. The loser of this will be going home as a loser, much like Gobi and myself, who lost in our pools. But regardless, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be some exciting matches coming up in just a little bit. Zelo and Dobrain have been doing button checks for quite a little while now, so hopefully they are ready to go. I think they're getting ready to lock in characters. Which characters do you think they'll be going with?
I already know Dobrain's going to be going with the scythe character.
You think just any Mirage? Do you think he'll start with the Mirage? He was playing Mirage, and then he would swap to Nyx.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, he's going to Ada.
This might still be button checks.
Is it still?
Are y'all good? Are y'all still doing button checks, or?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, we're good. Good. All right, everyone, we are ready. They're going to start locking in characters in just a little bit. I think they've just been messing around. They've been sitting on stage, trying to keep their fingers warm, playing around with characters. But regardless, I do see a Koji and I see an Ada. Do you think these are going to be actual picks?
I think so.
You think so? All right, which one's which? I don't see the names right now.
I think Koji is Zelo.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then Ada's Dobrain, because I've seen Dobrain. He has a nice Ada.
He has some solid guns. He did get beaten by Boomie on the Ada, so maybe he's going to take a page out of Boomie's book. But I mean, Koji's got a bow, Ember's got a bow. Maybe there's some solid crossover there. Roland's got a sword. Koji's got a sword.
Roland could be a pick here.
I mean, Zoloxry's got a solid Roland. It seems to be what he's looking at right now.
That's what I would have picked too.
Why do you say that specifically?
Well, because I have a really nice time with sword against guns. Because you can bait out the dare and then punish that. Because a lot of gun players just want to dare you. Because dare has the large hitboxes. And if they stay above you, they can sit there and dare. Or if they need to run away, they can fall away Sair.
Okay.
So using the sword, if you see a dare, you can go under it and then come up and punish it.
Thatch?
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 Yo, Thatch though, Dobrain. Mixing up the character picks. Thatch is a really strong pick that a lot of people have been sleeping on.
Sleeper, yeah.
It's similar to Ember and Ada in the whole 3 defense department, where it is a little bit on the squishy side. I know he's kind of unfavored because of the gun kit. A lot of people don't like his signatures. You know, the down sig is kind of a goofy one.
Yeah.
But I still think he's a strong pick, especially it helps if you're going to be aggressive and keep that pressure going.
Oh,
it
yeah, for
seems
sure.
to be the pick. Any stances? That's a defense stance, right? Yeah. He took 1 off of speed for the 4 defense. And then over on Ember, it looks like he's going with the speed stance, taking 1 off of dexterity. Zoloxry is giving the thumbs up. I'm going to give him the thumbs up as well. And we're going to get into game 1 of this best of 3 top 12 to top 8 match between Zoloxry and Dobrain.
I'm expecting Twilight's Grove.
Twilight Grove?
I think so.
It's going to be Shipwreck. I like this pick for Zoloxry. He's got the Ember. Katars and bow, both really strong offstage weapons, whereas guns a little bit more vertical, doesn't have as much horizontal optionry, so maybe that's why Zoloxry decided to opt for this map, or maybe it's just Mammoth wasn't there, so we went for this one.
I think if Zoloxry can push Dobrain off the edge, I mean, even though he has those guns, which Nair, it's really strong when recovering because it has the left and right hitboxes that just come out, and you can't punish that, you can't ground pound that. So we'll see how this goes.
Swapping over to the bow on Zoloxry. He was having success with the Katars. I'm surprised he went so quickly to the bow switch, but maybe he's starting to think about his kill options as Thatch is getting close to the red. What is his best kill option, Gobi?
For right now, in this HP, just pushing him off the edge and then using Dare or Sair is just the best thing to do.
And it looks like that's going to be it. It's those Sairs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Nair is also a kill option if they're floating in the air. Like, all of those aerial options are amazing.
Well, swapping back to the Katars, try to build up more damage with his Katar kit. Dobrain dodging around, trying to get some spacing so that he can use those sword neutralites. Goes for a bit of a hard read on that side sig, but regardless, he's going to have to build up quite a bit of damage. He is a full stock behind Zoloxry.
See, people underrate that's just sword sigs.
Dude, they're good.
All of them are really good, especially the neutral sig. It covers so much area.
The side sig's so great for hard reads, especially off stage. The gravity cancel or slide charged. Those are absolutely amazing. Down sig, a great option for covering people who are trying to speed dodge in, similar to the Ada spear down sig. So I think he's got some optionry in the kit, but it just seems like he needs to get going. He's been having trouble. Spot dodge to the down sig, big punish. Zoloxry could get the kill here. No, he's going to back off and let Dobrain get to the wall.
Being a little safe here. I understand that. He has the lead. He might want to keep it. Don't go for anything too risky.
Ooh, nice neutral line immediately upon landing. Just building a little bit more damage. Down light can't get the ground pound. Dobrain is safe for a little while longer. Getting Zoloxry close to kill range. One recovery could do it if he can get it at a good height.
Any move could put him into a very bad position here.
Ooh, downlight into recovery for Zoloxry. Looks like Zoloxry is starting to run away with this one. Dobrain needs to regain his footing. He needs to pick up a weapon. That unarmed sideline is not going to be the kill option.
I think what we're going to be seeing here is Dobrain's going to be slowing his play down. I think he's been trying to engage a little bit too much. Just slow down, take the hits where you have them, back off, and just wait it out.
The critical thing, though, is he can't really afford to trade. He has to be hitting Zoloxry like twice as much, essentially, due to the fact that he is a full stock behind.
Well, he does have guns. He can space him out to where he doesn't get hit, and then he can get the free hits.
But you're already seeing Zoloxry recognizing how important that spacing is. It's starting to go for some of those bow downlights. The bow side sig also covers a huge distance. It's going to make it more difficult for Dobrain to fully space him out.
Zoloxry is playing really well right now. Just his spacing against Dobrain's guns.
Side sig. Side air. Dobrain, one hit away from death.
He should have waited on that
Zoloxry. Yeah, if he had gotten that ground pound, that would have been critical. Nice recovery pickup, though. Zoloxry is still in the driver's seat despite he not getting that kill just a second ago. Dobrain Gonna try to get some sword stuff going, but a nice weapon toss into a recovery. Bo Neutralite is sending Dobrain flying. There's so much damage on him.
Nair can kill here.
Falling Nair will do it. That's going to be game one, going the way of Zaloxary. All right, what did Zaloxary do so well?
Zaloxary was just spacing out everything really well, waiting on Dobrain to come in and make a mistake. And Dobrain made some critical mistakes there, trying to aggress a little bit too hard.
So what character do you think Dobrain should swap to in this?
A Scythe Legend.
Scythe,
His Scythe can win.
You're confident in the Scythe of Dobrain.
I can see a Nyx.
Okay, so, I mean, there's basically 3 options in the Scythe kit. There is Mordex, Nyx, and Mirage. Generally, he's been starting with Mirage, and he'll swap over to the Nyx when things go awry.
He had trouble with guns. I definitely think Mirage could be one. Because Spear's really good right now.
Okay. He's thinking very long and hard about this. It's going to be the Mordex pick. I know he's a big fan of both Mordex down sigs for Scythe and for Gauntlets. I haven't seen a whole lot of Dobrain's Gauntlets, so I'm not sure what to expect.
Neither have I.
But regardless, this is going to be an interesting pick. Mordex, the newest character to the Brawlhalla roster. Always new characters getting added every single month, I believe. Is that the timeline? Something like that.
Now, people have been sleeping on Mordex.
I mean, is it really they've been sleeping, or they just haven't had time to put in to actually learn Mordex?
I think you're right, but his SIGs are extremely good right now. All the SIGs.
Oh yeah. I love the down sig. The simple fact of the matter is, with Scythe, you have those on hit, those active moves. You can decide where you want to fling them.
Yeah.
And then that transferred over into the Mordex signature kit. Now he's got that down sig. Both down sigs have that option. The Gauntlet down sig can either throw them forward or throw them backwards. Exact same thing with the Scythe. You can throw them forward or backwards. He has a lot of room to kind of throw Zaloxary around. It seems like he's been keeping this in the back pocket, but it's time to bring out the big guns as he is 1 game away from getting knocked out of top 8.
I think something's up. Never mind. Okay. Let's see if Zaloxary can keep his spacing and get another win.
Nice approach from Dobrain. Downsig pick up into the reverse Nair. Wanted to keep that string going, keeping Zaloxary on stage so that he has the grounded and aerial options for his Scythe kit. But Zaloxary gets away, gets the bow.
The thing is, with bow, a lot of people tend to stay in the air, and that's one thing Scythe is really good at, is countering the aerial play.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen more than a handful of Dobrain's reverse Nairs. Starting to go for some signatures, probably was going to reverse that down sig had it connected, but a nice interrupt. There's a forward down sig. 1 recovery could kill or a ground pound. Nope. A little bit off the mark. Zaloxary able to get back safely, and I love the weapon toss to cover if Dobrain decided to try to ground pound on top of him.
Oh, can't be risky with those SIGs. Scythe is really good at punishing
nice reverse Nair again. Is there more force on that? Is that why he's doing it in that situation, or was it just he wanted to get Zaloxary closer to the kill box?
He wanted to get him closer to the kill box for sure.
Okay. He's been going for multiple of those reverse Nairs. I can't quite blame him. They've been incredibly effective, but it is just a thing of note for those of you who are like, how should I play Scythe?
You see, Dobrain probably switched over to Gauntlets to get a mix-up, because now Zelo is so used to playing his Scythe that now picking up Gauntlets is just going to switch up his whole mindset of playing against him. Because Gauntlets are more like aggressive. With Scythe, it's more like wait for like a move and then start a string.
Not only that, Dobrain was one of the people who got Gauntlets nerfed a while back when downlight sidelight recovery was true. He abused that ever-living daylights out of it, so I think he's at least a little bit familiar with the Gauntlet kit. I haven't seen him play it in a while, and it seems like he's sticking to that sidelight as his initiation with those Gauntlets. He's still built up quite a bit of damage. He's got the side airs for movement.
Zelo should have kept the bow there. In that edge guard situation, it would be an easy Darasair.
But Zelo, he loves those weapon tosses. The down sig actually kills straight up into the sky with that down sig.
You're going to see Zelo calm it down a little bit.
Oh, Gauntlet String couldn't keep it going, but that was a nice 20-ish damage onto Zaloxary. Side air connects. That ground pound was so close.
All right.
Okay, no 3 stock for Dobrain, but he's definitely looking a lot stronger here in Game 2 on the Mordex.
I'm telling you to the side. And he's showing really well with Gauntlets,
his Gauntlet plays solid, too. There's another downlight into his sidelight, backs off, didn't even go for the spot dodge that usually you'll see them go for like a side light afterwards. Instead, he backs down to ground to go for another side light. There it is again, side light and then ground to side light.
As long as Zelo doesn't dodge back in, because that's the worst thing you can do against like after a gauntlet side light is dodge back in, because it gives them so many options to push you anywhere they want.
Down sick thrown out from Zeluxer.
Oh.
Dobrain has been going for those double side lights. He is going to take game 2, solid gauntlet play, and he's going to stick with the Mordex. Immediate swap to Roland. He's got the Lance. Lance is strong against gauntlets. That's one of the biggest things that people keep saying.
I do like this pick. I personally haven't had that much success with Lance against gauntlets because I play stevenator a lot, and his gauntlets are really solid. So
that's right. Both of y'all are Fable boys, so I'm sure y'all have scrimmed a little bit.
But I definitely like the Roland pick because I've had fairly good success with sword and a scythe, and then if you can get Lance against the gauntlets, I think this could be a really good match.
Well, we're going to see how well that plays out for Zeluxery. Zeluxery, he has basically 2 character options. It's Ember and Sir Roland. It seems like the Ember pick has been found out, so he's going to swap on over to the Roland. Gobi likes it. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully Zeluxery likes it by the end of this match as we get into Game 3 of this top 12 at CEO Dreamland. Dobrain with this gauntlet play. It's down light, side light, fast fall into another side light.
You see, Zelo should catch on by now. If he knows that he's going to go for another side light, just wait for it and then punish it.
Oh, slight mix-up, though. That time he went for a side light into the recovery. That's the neutral sig, actually. If you hold it, you start to fall forward or you fall backwards.
That's an interesting sig.
It's one of those kind of mix-up sigs where you can go for it as the anti-air, or if you charge it long enough, then you'll go
like you read a
lower.
dodge down. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a lot of options. A side sig right over the flames. Takes out Zeluxery. 8 defense does not matter against the claws of Dobrain's Wolfman. Downlight Nair. Dare goes for the neutral line, but Zeluxery's been able to get out of it both times that Dobrain's gone for that.
Zelo's just throwing out hitboxes now.
Side sig connects.
Good side sig.
Great read. Do you think you should swap to the Lance? No, he's going to stick with the sword.
Stick with the sword. If you're hot with something, keep with it. Unless you have like a really good league and you want to throw off your opponent, that's when you switch.
That's gambler's logic, my man. Like, my hand's hot, I got the wins.
That was an interesting read.
It almost worked out for him. He was just a little bit off the mark with that recovery, but it would have been a nice pickup.
That was almost a really good dodge punish. I've learned not to dodge in on anything now. Like everything has a good dodge in read.
Dobrain's starting to think about his kill options, throwing out more than a handful of signatures. Zeluxery doesn't care about signatures. He's got Nair
back.
Down sig.
Wow.
Solid sword play from Zeluxery, really. He really hasn't gone for much with his Lance. He wasn't having a lot of success with the Lance yesterday, but his sword play is on point with this Roland. One reverse Nair could do it for Dobrain. He's definitely looking for the reverse Nair or the reverse down sig, depending on the positioning. Oh, you saw him start to go for it.
The game's slowing down because it's coming towards the end. So let's see if Zeluxery can keep his spacing, because I know Dobrain's going to slow the game down a lot. He's going to be keeping his spacing, going for those strong signatures that Mordex has.
Reverse dare.
Recovery. There's that sig.
Dobrain's getting desperate for this kill. He's thrown out so many signatures, and Zeluxery's been able to punish almost every single one of them. There's a reverse Nair, but he's not close enough to the kill box. Nice throw. One more Sair. Ground pound will connect.
He has to go to Scythe. Scythe has, he's going to keep with the gauntlets?
For the damage build. He's got those gauntlet strings.
I know, but one Scythe read, and he can get him down to, like, almost red.
That is fair, but I think Dobrain is, maybe he's feeling hot with his gauntlets right now, trying to be comfortable with it.
Interesting. He didn't go for the neutralite option after that.
Looking for more sidelight into sidelight, downlight, sidelight. This time wait for the fall down there. It's basically priming is what Dobrain's doing. He's gone for so many of these sidelights into goofy things that Zeluxery's not expecting. Now when it comes to kill time, Dobrain can go for the sidelight recovery, and Zeluxery just will not expect it. There's the sidelight recovery. Zeluxery not quite enough damage, but it was all priming from Dobrain, preparing Zeluxery to get caught by that.
All Zeluxery needs is a side sig or a sidelight, anything. Anything kill right now. Sidelight recovery.
Side sig from Dobrain. Zeluxery's got the movement. One ground pound could do it though. Ooh, just off the mark for Dobrain. Side stick thrown out.
Down
Dobrain's going to punish. Weapon
down
toss. Nice dodge.
Just space met with down 6 Zelo, please.
Oh, that's so close. Dobrain backs up. Back to the gauntlets.
Down six.
Side stick connects.
Oh, man.
Dobrain takes it out. But well played from Zelo. He's so close. 2-1.
This is a close set.
Absolutely monstrous. Congratulations to both these guys. Dobrain will be continuing on top 8. Did he? Okay. I thought he did. I wasn't sure if he did. I didn't want to. Good for him. But that was game 1 or set 1 of top 12. We're going to be getting another set in just a little bit. How you feeling, Gobi?
Oh, this was a blast.
Yeah?
I loved coming up here to cast.
Yeah?
Hopefully I can do it again.
Yeah, dude. So break down Dobrain's gauntlets for me. I know you play gauntlets every now and then. I feel like it came down to Dobrain's gauntlets more so than his scythe. He had some solid gauntlet play.
His Starlight reads. After the Starlight, that's what kept him in the game. Hitting that Starlight, waiting for him to see what he was doing, and training him, as you mentioned, training him just the Starlight. So that way, if he went for another mix-up, it would hit. It would be a guaranteed hit because he's so used to, like, okay, he's going to go for another Starlight, so I'll just jump or I'll just move over a little bit. Okay, if you're going to do that, I can recover or I can Sair. It just gives him that many more options.
It's the mind games from Dobrain, that Russian mind. Putin trained him right. Dobrain, he set it up and he knocked down the pins. Got game 3. Very close game, though.
Oh,
solid
yeah.
play.
That was a solid set.
So coming up next, I see Wrenched. I can't tell.
My boy!
Is that Astronaut? I believe that's Astronaut.
Oh, Wrenched
was he in your
Astro.
pool? Was Astronaut in your pool?
No.
Is that not Astronaut?
Astronaut.
That's Astronaut.
It's
It's Wrenched
Astronaut?
versus Astronaut, right? Okay.
I don't
coming up
remember
next,
Astro being my pool.
Wrenched versus Astronaut. Maybe. No, it's because we're in top 12.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Wrenched, you took down Wrenched. Wrenched had
That
a
was a
hard
crazy
climb
set.
after that. You want to talk about that finisher?
Okay, so Wrenched was one stock red, like dark red, and I was clean first stock. And he did one of his crazy guitar strings, got me off the edge. I was orange. He hit me with the final ground pound. I had no options. So he stood up and was yelling, "Yeah, I just won!" And then as he fell into a nair that I had, and it bounced him off the bottom of Mammoth Fortress, and then he died just before Racket fall. We were both falling, and he was falling faster. He didn't get to his keyboard fast enough to dodge up so that he could win. It's hilarious.
That's why you always gotta guarantee the win.
Oh, yeah.
Don't count
Get back
your,
on stage.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, I believe is the phrase.
That's the phrase.
Wrenched popped off a little bit too early, but he's made it this far due to his own talent as a player. Who do you know? Who made it out of your pool? So it was Wrenched.
Wrenched beat Cyclist.
Okay.
Let's see. Who was the other?
I saw Wrenched beat Cyclist. I'm sorry, I don't remember your pool. Who Wrenched, Dobrain, and Boomie, right?
Yes.
Okay, so those were the 3 who made it out of your pool. Boomie in the upper bracket. Dobrain, we just saw make it into top 8 losers, and now Wrenched is going to try to do the same, win it out over Astronaut.
Now, I've seen a lot of ranked games between Wrenched and Astro.
Really?
It was intense. Every match came down to the final stock.
Astronaut is an absolute monster. One of the newer players to the competitive scene. Just say it now. Gobi, grab the mic and just say it now. Gobi hopping out. How's it going, Sparky?
Hey, everybody. Part of the Gobi here. 546.
Part of the Gobi 878.
I almost just died when Dobrain was
That was a close game.
Very close
set.
to getting knocked out. I was, oh my goodness, I was sweating bullets
Zelo was
over
playing
here.
lights out. I know you're a fan of the Dobrain main.
Yes.
He is a very cool guy. I have enjoyed hanging out with him here in this Florida. It's been a delight watching him order food because he doesn't understand. But regardless, coming up next, we've got Wrenched, we've got Astronaut. You got to play against Astronaut. Give me the
Astro's
DL.
so good.
Astronaut is so good. He's got the Hattori.
He button checks Yellow Core, though. Shouts out to Pugsy XD.
Is that really why?
That is an homage to Pugsy. Who did he play against me? He played
Hattori.
He played Hattori the whole time. I was gonna say that he played Cassidy, and no, that was actually Galley, who I just completely slaughtered in my pools match.
You did
of
well.
course.
You got pretty far, my guy.
Astronaut out there putting his 3s up for everybody.
In honor of his teammate Starlight of 3's up. Right?
We just saw Astronaut go up against Noel, and in the second game, it was absolutely absurd. Almost a complete... What? Are we...
Wrenched.
What? Wrenched? What? You good? Good luck, bud.
Have to guarantee the thumbs up. Sorry about
like,
that.
Astronaut's spear, the aggression he's able to throw out with the spear side airs, like he's able to follow people
We saw it yesterday in the
off
twos.
of the stage, like so well with those spear side airs, and not in the way like Absent used to kind of jump and do falling away spear side airs. Like
Shoutouts to the
Astronaut
fadeaway.
is so aggressive with his explosive side airs, and I absolutely love watching his spear.
Part of it is he's on that Hattori. That's that 8 movement speed, so much aggressive optionary. It just helps you get into position for those aggressive spear plays. And we're going to see Astronaut versus Wrenched. Wrenched on the Ember. He's basically been playing Ember for the entire time, and he's got those bowstrings down pat.
I wonder if we're going to see kind of what we saw with Cyclist, where Wrench's opponent controls the pace of the game. He's going to have to play a lot quicker, though, against Astronaut. We're going to see if Wrench is going to match that speed, or if he's going to continue to play a little bit of the speed that he played against Cyclist, which was very, very slow, very methodical.
I think he's already starting off a little bit more aggressive. He's gone for 2 of those bowstrings, goes for a 3rd one, this time doesn't downline afterwards, trying to keep that mix-up going. But he's already looking for the kill option on the Astronaut.
I mean, he's just completely carrying Astro left and right, up, down, juggling him in the air, and that's why Astronaut's red right now, and Wrenched isn't even in the orange, not even close to the orange at this point. Astronaut just really hasn't found any connections. He hasn't found the downlight to side air. He hasn't found any of that. He hasn't found the near follow-up after
into
that.
a speed dodge punish.
He hasn't found anything, and he's going to end up losing
signal.
his first stock to that side signature from Wrenched.
Astronaut, he's been trying to set the pace, and it's definitely shown in comparison to the Cyclist match that Astronaut is forcing Wrench to be a little bit more aggressive, but it's almost to Wrench's own advantage. Wrench is playing absolutely lights out right now with his Ember, pushing Astronaut left and right, but this time he's on the Katars. Can he do the same shoving movement, or will he have to swap on over to the bow? We're going to find out as Astronaut back to that spear that you were just talking about.
I absolutely adore Astronaut Spear. Probably one of my favorite spears, unless Boomie's playing Spear. Any weapon Boomie plays, he's my favorite player to watch on any weapon. But I just love Astronaut Spear. I like his sword as well because he does reads, but he doesn't completely rely on reads. He does aggressive dodge-ins, but doesn't completely rely on that. There is no one dimension, really, to Astronaut's play.
Oh, but Wrenched with a huge side air. Astronaut does not have the movement. Wrenched recognized it, already backing away, trying to clear the board. He's got the bow in hand, and we're going to see if he can go for the side light, downlight, nair. Nope, side light, downlight, neutral light was the option. Couldn't quite pick up the neutral light. Not a true combo, but regardless. Wrench is he's already building up that damage on Astronaut's final stock.
And I don't know if it's Astronaut coming out of a tough loss against Noel. It ended up going to Game 3, and Noel kind of just ripped him apart, ended up 2-stocking him in Game 3 after an almost 3-stock going the way of Astronaut in Game 2. And so maybe he's a little bit disheartened from that. That's why the 3-stock dream just ended for Wrench, but Astronaut's still about halfway through his final stock. And
there's
just
still
having
a
trouble getting
possibility
in
here, but I think Astronaut's got to change up his timing for real. But I agree. There is a mental capacity here that might be happening. It is a tournament. There is tournament nerves. But regardless, Wrenched is going to get a clean side sig onto Astronaut. No JV3, but a JV2 will lead to Wrenched going up 1-0 over Astronaut. One more game, and Wrenched will be in the top 8, and Astronaut will have to just take that hot L.
Yes, this is in the loser's bracket. So if you lose this set, you are gone from the
Correct.
entire 1v1 tournament. Sitting in winner's bracket right now is Blood Diamond and Noel, Boomie, and Starlight.
Shoutouts to those Flashpoint boys. But Astronaut this time able to deny Wrench the weapon for at least a little bit. Got some damage build up. And he's trying to keep that pressure going again, going for those side lights and then immediately chain dodging afterwards.
When I was playing against him, he really didn't focus on stripping the field, but he left the weapon option there and just completely played around it. That's where he was centralized. That's where he was just doing the jump spear nairs. He did a lot of side lights on sword into maybe gravity cancel neutral light or just straight neutral lights on the ground. He wasn't really focused on weapon starving, but keeping somebody unarmed was very important to him.
Well, he swapped on over to the spear as Wrench clearly committing to this bow play, not going to be disarming himself, letting Astronaut try to deny him. So instead, Astronaut's going to just swap over to the spear, try to get that spacing, try to get those big spear slaps onto Wrench. There's one slap, but he's going to swap over to the sword. Oh! The down sig attempt.
Seeing some rare signatures coming out of Astronaut. We don't really see a lot of spear signatures coming out. It's occasionally the sword down signature. That's a favorite of Hattori players. Occasionally he'll throw out some sword neutral signatures just like that. He'll gravity cancel that a lot as well. Sometimes he'll slide charge it on the edge. He's definitely getting a little bit more of a chunk out of Wrench this game for sure, as both of them are tied in the red. That spear recovery not quite killing yet. Looking for the nair kill off the top.
But it's been a much different paced game. First game was absolute rush down aggression. Game 2, I think Astronaut's kind of reined himself in, recognized that aggression isn't going to work. Great patience on that edge guard to get right above Wrench's recovery and finish off with that ground pound. And Astronaut is going to take the lead for the first time in this set.
Nice dodge through into the side light.
And I love that he doesn't like immediately go for a hard gravity cancel neutralite or a jump stare. Instead, he goes for the sideline and then waits, tries to see where Wrenched is going to panic and dodge, and then punish accordingly.
I mean, you're able to do something like that with sword sidelight and with sword neutralite, 4 and 5 frame startup respectively. So you can use that as a reactionary move. You can bait out their dodge and then punish accordingly. Neutralite has such a great hitbox, oftentimes behaving like an anti-air. BMG wants to just like hotfix that real quick.
I mean, I see sidelight more often as the anti-air between the two moves, but regardless, Wrenched is going to get a side air on the bottom of the stage, sends down Astronaut, and Astronaut comes back, picks up the spear, which has its own anti-air in that downlight, but Wrenched is on the ground and has those bow combos already started.
Those sidelight, downlight, neutralite, he wasn't able to get any of that against Cyclist, and we're seeing all of that combo, or sorry, all of that string, if not 2/3 of it, just missing the neutralite sometimes. But sometimes he is able to pick it up, and that is some serious damage going the way of Wrenched. But they are very, very even right now. Astronaut not finding really any huge momentum like he was able to in his games previously against Noel.
Punish?
There's a side signature to punish Wrench side signature. Tried to hit it max range with that bow instead of the dog.
Wrenched trying to keep Astronaut from getting past, but a nice dare will let him get back down to the wall. Wrench still in control of the main platform, but a dare into a falling nair sends Wrenched away, and pick up Sair for Astronaut. Takes back the stock lead, but he's so close to kill range. I would be surprised to see Wrenched not just immediately go for some sort of heavy. There's the down sig.
And that's what Astronaut's looking for. He's going to try and space out and then punish immediately. Try to get any of that icing on the cake damage while he's still a stock up. He's not able to get too much. It was a neutral light and a side light. That's all he was really able to get. So Wrenched is in the yellow. Astronaut fresh on his final stock. Getting a nice dodge through side light. There's the neutral light follow-up after that I was talking about earlier.
Wrench goes off stage. He's got a strong opportunity here, but not able to ground pound on top of that recovery.
Astronaut doing a great job recovering wide there instead of just tunnel visioning on the wall. He's able to do that so well. He feels very confident on his movement options. Nice! Downlight dare into the side air. Astronaut with stage control, Wrenched unarmed on the side, chasing over towards that weapon. Gets, and
great chase dodge, reading the fact that Astronaut was going to try to back dodge out.
Sidelight, neutralite into that recovery. Great string coming out of Wrenched.
Hard read, but he's able to get that downlight 5 frames startup. The only one that didn't get an increase in startup. That's
oh no, Astronaut!
He's got the touch, Wrench!
Wrench putting his hands behind his head, flabbergasted. Astronaut just calmly nodding. For as joking as Astronaut can be sometimes, in person, he is strangely serene.
He is very stoic. This is the serious time. It is go time. He's got the headphones in. He's listening to the new album by a person.
Kendrick Lamar just came out with a new album.
I wanted to say that, but I didn't feel right saying it.
Could be Khaled's American
I didn't want to
Teen.
assume that he listens to that. Maybe he's listening to a song by Katy Perry. I don't know what Astronaut
I don't think she had a new album. You were talking about new music.
Well, you know. Astronaut, spear in hand, Wrench doesn't even care. Going for multiple nairs. Big lead on the unarmed play from Wrenched.
Astronaut seems to like to control the ground. He's not afraid to go in the air, but he'll have his little moments in the air, and then he'll go back to the ground and try to control. I think he likes to have Wrench above him.
Wrenched doesn't care, though. He's just doing so much work. Astronaut completely disarmed his time to do the unarmed play, but Wrenched is going to be denying all sorts of weapon options. Astronaut close to kill range. Side sig not going to connect. Great dodge through into the sidelight from Astronaut.
The dare doesn't quite bounce Wrenched enough to pick up that recovery. Astronaut without a weapon. Wrenched, looking to zone Astronaut out. Tried to hit him with that downlight.
Sair. Ground pound. Connects.
He was just deep enough in the push-off column that he could cover hugging the wall and a little bit more into the push-off column. Great just option coverage there in case he needed to commit anywhere else. Now we're seeing the strings coming in from Wrench. The double nair into the side air.
Astronaut able to get past.
There's another side
with
air.
A great slap, punishing that ground pound. Astronaut slowing it down, trying to get those sign lights, just building up damage wherever possible. But Wrench is just chasing after Astronaut. Another Sair wanted that ground pound follow-up.
We were talking about the ground pound earlier when he was unarmed. His Qatar ground pounds have just been right on that wall, even when Astronaut isn't even there. And Astronaut's been recovering wide quite a bit. I'm not sure why Wrench keeps going for that ground pound right on the edge.
Maybe it's all priming. Maybe he's trying to get Astronaut ready for that ground pound. But really, I feel like Wrench just needs to make sure that he's not overcommitting on those ground pounds. Make sure he keeps track of his jumps, because that would be a very critical pitfall if he falls the same way he did just now in game 2. But he's got the Qatars. He's got the side air. One more side air or a ground pound will be enough to take down Astronaut. Wrenched on his first stock still.
And you talked about him not overcommitting, but Wrench kind of can risk it for the biscuit right now. He has a lot of room to work with. He has a 2-stock lead.
Nice.
He is in the red, but Astronaut finally hitting a kill move with that recovery, taking out Wrenched off the top, stripping the field, not playing with that weapon trap like he was earlier. He just doesn't even want Wrenched with a weapon, period.
I mean, at this point, is there a weak weapon on Wrenched's kit? His Qatars have been absolutely monstrous. His bow, relatively grounded, but still incredibly effective. The sidelight, downlight, neutralites have been hitting all day.
Now you're seeing Astronaut slow down a lot. I talked about how Astronaut might be the one controlling the pace of the game, but Wrenched is forcing Astronaut to slow down. He's forcing him to back up a lot, run backwards, back dodge more, and he's forcing Astronaut to slow down and not really have the options to get his momentum. We saw it for just a moment. We saw some momentum going the way of Astronaut. We're seeing him trade out some neutralites, but nothing huge, and Wrench might have the edge guard opportunity here. Oh, just barely dipping out of the way, Astronaut.
Wrench touched. He went for the downlight into the ground pound. Wrench committing hard for these long distance bow ground pounds. Not a frequent option given that it's so slow. It has so much force, but it is very obvious when you're doing it from the top of the map. But regardless, Astronaut gets back up onto the stage. Wrench just going to go for more Sairs and dares.
I mean, Bosair is incredibly forceful, and that is the set. Astronaut is out of the tournament. Wrenched, we saw him go 50-50 with Cyclist earlier. Cyclist tying for 15th, then going up over Astronaut, who made it out of his pool. Wrenched coming back big after what might have looked like sort of the end of the tournament for him. That might have been the end of his journey here, at least.
He has been basically pulling himself out of the depths of hell throughout the entire tournament. He has been so close to getting knocked out of this tournament so many times. He was so close to beating Gobi, and then a slight miscalculation, and Gobi ends up knocking him down in the lower bracket. He was so close to getting knocked out by Cyclist, but barely manages to bring it back. Again, he brings it back. Wrenched just holding on for dear life, and he will continue on to be top 8 of the tournament, which we will see tomorrow. But coming up next, I see the one and only Crocky, and I believe I saw Stevenator.
Yes, it is Stevenator versus Crocky next. The winner of this will be the one to face Wrenched, actually, next in their losers round 2. Yes, I meant next in the bracket, right. In losers round 2. And Crocky might be
having a good weekend.
He might be a little bit disheartened right now, though. Doppy ended up having to go up against Zeloxry in my pool, and Zeloxry ended up knocking Doppy out. Okay. And Crocky came up to me and said, "Did Doppy lose?" And I said, "Yeah, he lost. He was so close. It went to game 3. They were both in the red. It was Doppy's Ulgrim against Zeloxry's Ember, so it honestly could have gone either way if Doppy got a big signature or anything like that." And Crocky said, "Oh, that doesn't really bode well for our 2's games." And I know that Doppy was, he's been kind of stoic ever since then. He's been a man of few words. Since then, he's been sitting over in the audience with his girlfriend, just kind of on his phone, I guess, recollecting himself, because they do have 2's to move on. So I don't know if Doppy or sorry, if Crocky has his mind on this, or if
he's
he
got it
has
on
his
his
eyes
boy.
on the twos matches that he's going to have to play in the 2v2 redo tournament.
I mean, if he looks back though, in the 2v2 redo, he and Doppy actually had an amazing showing.
Absolutely.
Earlier, you and I were right next to him when they had the big pop up after taking down the winners of the original 2v2, Starlight and Astronaut. So I think there's a level of opportunity for Crocky to be on cloud 9, just absolutely out of his mind, excited about what's going on. But at the other side, I definitely think he's got at least a little bit of his mind on his boy Doppy. But right now, he's going to be going into a 1v1 against stevenator, who just watched his 2v2 partner get taken down. Zelo got taken down by Dobrain just a little while ago.
If we're talking about good weeks, though, Steve's been playing extremely well.
For sure.
Again, as well. We saw him in the hot seat with Zelo yesterday on the pre-show. They were unable to be knocked out. He said he was most worried about Hyper Hero. He made it through Hyper Hero. So is Crocky a threat in Steve's eyes?
I'm not sure. I don't think. Do you think Steve thought this far or expected Crocky to get, like, no offense to Steve, but I'm just saying, like, if he was worried about Hyper Hero, do you think he kept going like, oh, okay, after Hyper Hero's XYZ, or do you think he was like, all right, I got to just worry about Hyper Hero right now, and then I'll worry about the rest when it comes?
I mean, I think he was always kind of looking down the line.
No,
Steve
he's got Datanator to look down the line for him. Now he's just whatever's coming up next. Mominator's already over there. It's like, I watch Crocky's streams. I know his Ada. He has no kill options. Dodge circles for days.
It looks like the button check phase is over, and we will be going into this game. Ada, not a surprise. Val, not a surprise.
Actually, Ada is a little bit of a surprise. I know he's a big fan of Ada. He's been a predominant Ada main, but he played Nash yesterday.
Yeah, but Ada's his 1v1 pick.
But he played Nash yesterday.
Yeah, it's in 2v2.
Yeah, but he played Nash yesterday.
In 2v2.
He's got options. He had an Orion that he had back
and
back
usually
in the day.
he brought out the Orion on game 3 or game 4 or game 5 of a set if he made it to grand finals, or he pulled that out in 2v2 if his Ada didn't survive in the first set of 2v2. The Orion was usually a last resort. That was the last-ditch effort because he needs maybe more defensive signatures, or he needs that higher defense, most importantly. And he's playing the defense stat here. I can't remember what stance stevenator is playing.
Generally, he'll go for that fourth stance and take a little bit off of, I think it's defense. But I don't think he needs any defense when he is swinging hard on the Crocky. Already getting some big strings. 4 defense on Crocky might not be enough, as stevenator's gotten him close to the orange, but Crocky's starting to build up that damage with that gun kit.
Doing a great job zoning Steve out. The big damage from Steve came in when Crocky didn't have a weapon, when he was unarmed against stevenator. Now that he has those guns, he's been pretty much completely uncontested until Steve finally hit that sword there.
But he's back to those sidelights. Side sig. Steve able to dodge through, not able to pick up that down air, but still punish opportunity, recognizing when Crocky was going to go for that side sig.
Now this is interesting because the only other Ada we've seen, I think almost this entire tournament, was Boomie. And
Dobrain just played Ada.
Dobrain played Ada?
Yeah.
Oh God, why? I didn't see game 1 then.
Wait, maybe it was.
He played more decks in game
testing.
2.
No.
He played more decks in game 2 and game 3.
I think he played Ada in game 1, if I remember correctly. I know we were talking about it. Gobi and I were talking about it just a second ago. But regardless, not too many Adas in this tournament aside from maybe Dobrain, Boomie, and Crocky.
So this is going to be a very different Ada than we've seen with Boomie. I didn't see Dobrain, so I can't really comment on that. But definitely a different Ada than we saw from Boomie. There won't be huge momentum swings. There won't be huge chase dodge follow-ups. There won't be tech chasing as much coming out from Crocky. It'll be hit-to-hit, move choice to move choice.
Focused.
Yes.
It's more focused on just winning out in those little moments and not necessarily getting momentum and staying on top of his opponent. Regardless, stocks evened up from stevenator and Crocky. Stevenator trying to deny the weapon. He knows how effective Crocky is with that gun kit, but a nice downlight into the speed dodge nair, picks up the dare.
There's another neutral light. Steve just bringing out this damage, completely evened it up. Dodging through that sidelight, dodging up through that sidelight, punishing with a side air of his own. Ooh, and there's that defensive signature that you normally expect to see from Ada players that you didn't see from a player like Boomie.
Well, Boomie was doing it in a non-defensive way. He was using it aggressively, trying to get on top of his opponent with those down sigs. Crocky able to back up, pick up the guns, but he wants the spear for the kill option. Neutral sig not going to connect. Steve able to dodge through.
we going to see a ground pound here? Even though he's been above Steve a couple times, he's still going for those on-stage dares, but he finally hits that down signature, taking out Steve's second stock. He is in the red, though. If Steve, he's looking for those unarmed side airs. He has the gauntlets in his hands, trying to go for just a raw side signature. Even though Crocky's been above him, we aren't seeing any recoveries from him. We're even seeing nairs that are just going to bring him back down onto the stage.
Steve might want a little bit more damage on Crocky. You're seeing he's just on the tip of red, and Val not exactly the highest force character in the game. So Steve might just be thinking about building up that damage, but the side sig is quite a forceful move, especially on the gauntlets for Val. Starting to see those pivot down airs.
And that side signature is usually what you see as a kill option from most Val players if they are more gauntlet-centric.
I mean, even the sword side sig is a popular option. You'll see stevenator sometimes do it off the edge for that downward movement or to get back to the ledge, and he'll go for that upward movement. He brings it out every now and then, but generally it is that gauntlet side sig. It is a strong kill option for Val players.
And more side airs. I think Steve just hit 3 unanswered side airs onto Crocky.
But he's back to the gauntlets against Crocky. Didn't have a whole lot of success in the first stocks of this game, but maybe he's got a different idea as far as dodging in approaches go.
Crocky doing a great job just completely spacing out Steve with those poking side lights. Nice neutral light. There's the edge drop.
Dare weapon toss. Steve doesn't have the movement.
Just barely. He was so close. Crocky throwing out that Vex flag, planting it for his sponsor. Meanwhile, on the other side, even though he doesn't have the jersey on, Fable stevenator with his head in his hand thinking, what can I do to get in on Crocky? How do I get past those poking side lights, those back dodge poking side lights, those run away for a few frames, turn around poking side lights that he was so effective with?
He's thinking long and hard about it. He's played against more than a handful of gun players. He's got to be familiar with that spacing technique. But maybe he's just not used to the way that Crocky in particular does it. Crocky already putting up the thumbs up, but Steve is thinking long and hard about this. I'm not sure if you can call for a coach, Mominator, Dadinator, if you're out there. I think your boy might need some hints.
Is he going to switch to the core? He's thinking about it.
I don't think he will.
He hovered on core for a second. He's thinking about it. I don't know when the last time he played core was.
It's been a while.
But I want to see his core. I love his core.
He has a strong core. He has a very aggressive core that he brings out like very infrequently. When he does, it's had success, but he's just had more consistency with this Val, and it seems like Val is going to be the character pick as we get into Game 2 of this top 12 of this Brawlhalla 1v1 at CEO Dreamland here in Florida.
Sunny Orlando, Florida. And it was stevenator in the block 1v1 that ended up picking up 5th place with that core. I wish that he would steadily practice his core like he does his Val. Maybe split it like 60-40 between Val and core, because I've always loved stevenator's hammer. Boomie's is my current favorite hammer because I think he plays hammer more often than Steve does. But before that, stevenator always had my favorite hammer, and he played core when literally nobody else played core. Like, I'm not talking about top players. I'm talking about like every single player of the game. Yeah, Fats is the only person who ever played core.
But Steve, he's got those gauntlets. Nice kind of fadeaway ground pound on the back of Crocky's head. Going for more of those ground pounds, that seems to be his approach. Crocky's got to be wary about that. He can't quite go for those jump nairs, but if he can get enough movement, he can go for a backup dare to punish those ground pounds.
Steve using those chain dodges, using them to get into the air, the sideways into the diagonal up, to the diagonal right or the diagonal left.
Nice dare. Doesn't go for the recovery pickup.
And he's keeping much better pace with Crocky here, putting out a ton of damage, about double the damage that Crocky's able to put out right now, but he's not fighting any kill moves just yet.
Oh, there's the recovery pickup.
Why is that a kill move?
Yo, because they buffed it.
Yeah, I know.
Increased force, my guy.
That's insane. It was such a great move before, and now it's a kill option?
Oh, yeah. It's the downlight into the recovery is a strong kill combo. But stevenator showing he doesn't need the combo. He doesn't need that startup. Instead, he'll just go to a low to the ground recovery, similar to how gun players will do that kind of low to the ground recovery. Nice neutral stick from Crocky. You don't see that a lot.
And the spot dodge. Oh, no, the spot dodge from stevenator. And Crocky ends up hitting that gun ground pound.
I'm not sure what stevenator was really looking for. If he thought
I think he was
Crocky,
expecting a weapon toss from Crocky.
He might have been.
And then wanted to spot dodge through the weapon toss and punish any sort of other option. But Crocky just going for that hard ground pound right on top. Great punish. Keeps him alive in the second stocks of this game, too.
If he was going for that, though, we haven't really seen the vertical down weapon toss coming out of the guns. He's done it with spear, but he hasn't done it with guns.
Well, you can do the gun down toss into a pickup dare. Dare spikes a little bit harder, like you were talking about earlier, where they've increased the force on that dare. So that low to the ground, maybe that's what stevenator was worried about, or just in his head, he's like, I just wanted to spot dodge.
And there's those poking side lights going into the dare, gets the side air. Is the blast zone? The blast zone's not close enough. Crocky's able to recover just under Steve's ground pound. Not falling for the second blast of the down signature. And stevenator, no! The gun ground pound dropping from Crocky, tries to get the kill with the side signature on that spear. That doesn't make it.
Side air for stevenator, able to avoid that recovery. So close, both of them in the red. Steve unarmed, Crocky able to down air that recovery from stevenator. He's got the gauntlets, punishes the down sig, can't pick up the recovery. Neutral light. Did you know gauntlet neutral light could be a kill option when side air follows it?
I mean, it's almost a kill option now. We've seen people come very close to killing with just that move alone, even without any Sair follow-up afterward.
I mean, just yesterday we saw stevenator get a kill with sword neutral light, with a gravity cancel neutral light. Crocky able to avoid that ground pound. If he can get this kill without taking more than just that neutral light, I think Crocky's going to be in reasonable shape. Nice weapon toss. Punishes the gravity cancel.
Just barely missing. stevenator right under that neutral signature coming out of Crocky's 8 of guns. And the damage is just building up on Crocky little bit by little bit. Crocky's not able to find any kill options here. He's not winning any of these dodge circles. Oh, and somehow stevenator is able to dodge up and to the right over that. Oh my gosh, that was so close. And that's it for Crocky in that game.
One game away, both sides. Steve has seemed to have found the key, those ground pounds on his approach, but he's still thinking, he's like, I can do this better. I know I could have done that better and won harder. We're gonna go to game 3 in just a little bit. I want to point out, have you seen Crocky while he's playing? Every single time a big hit's about to happen, you can see him bob his head. Like he's like dodging
I mean,
IRL.
you've seen him, like, he does that when he streams. Like, there is a whole video of him just moving around and physically moving his body just completely subconsciously. It's like when people play Mario Kart and they haven't played video games. Yeah, and
physically and in the car.
You actually rotate your body when you turn. That's Crocky inserting himself into this game. He feels every hit.
It's so engrossed in the game, so realistic. Just waiting for the VR, right? It's coming to PS4. Maybe the PS Vive is, I don't know, whatever it's called. Brawlhalla.
I think it's just PS4 VR.
Okay, PS4 VR.
The Vive is an HTC product.
Brawlhalla PS4 VR.
I hope not.
BMG, please.
Steve thinking long and hard.
Pick. Interesting pick. Twilight, not common. He had Mammoth, right? That was the other option, but decided to go with the Twilight pick. He has some options, especially with that gauntlet. He can kind of go for the pinhole on the right side. It's not as problematic as if like Crocky went for a downlight side air to the right. But regardless, stevenator on the sword, Crocky on the spear. Game 3 of this top 12 match here in CEO Dreamland, Orlando, Florida.
Crocky is going to have to find more of those kill options in this game. He wasn't able to find hardly any of them last game. He wasn't able to find the spear side airs for the kill.
No kill options.
He wasn't really able to find the recovery. I think he found the recovery one time. None of his signatures hit at all. Not the side signature, not the spear down signature, not the gun neutral signature.
From Steve, though.
Absolutely. And Crocky, if he's not able to kill, he can't take away Steve's stocks. He can't win the game. That is his biggest issue right now. He's able to build up the damage, but killing Steve is the problem.
Crocky dodging around. He needs to build up a little bit more damage on Steve, and he knows it. He's going for those down airs and trying to follow up afterwards. He's going to get a single tap with that Sunlight. Another one tap. Steve might be deciding to swap on over to the sword in just a little bit, but Crocky is getting close to that kill range. He's on that Ada. Ground pound connects. Steve takes the first stock. He is almost in kill range, almost to that death zone, but it's going to take a little bit more than a couple sidelights from Crocky's guns to do it.
Steve was spacing that out so well, just overspacing everything that Crocky had, but still moving him forward just a little bit. Little by little, he pushed Crocky over onto that edge. stevenator didn't put out, I don't think, a single attack. Then all of a sudden, he did that jump ground pound very, very quickly, just as Crocky was over the edge to where it wouldn't bounce him off the stage.
It's just that pressure of being there, that threat of potentially swinging on top of Crocky. Nice ground pound, will clash out, avoids the down sig again. stevenator just knows how Crocky wants to use those signatures. Side air picks up. Sword, not able to connect with the dare, but he's built so much damage on Crocky's second stock.
And before that side air, he was able to hit a nair. Then when Crocky bounced off the stage, a gravity cancel downlight into a side air. Great work coming out of stevenator, able to completely even up the damage, even though he is one stock ahead.
Ooh.
Somehow narrowly avoiding.
Has extra iframes, I swear. He is avoiding all of these signatures, basically just floating through them. And one of the big benefits of that is that he's not canceling his iframes. He's not doing a dodge into a cancel, and because of that, he's not getting the 4 frames of startup on whatever move he's using. He's not getting caught because SIGs have priority over anything. Instead, Steve just doing the full speed dodge, gets all of the iframes, and gets the kill on the Crocky.
And it's not even just that. It's effective dodging from Steve in his choices of where he dodges. He's not dodging through every time. He's not dodging up or down every time. He's not dodging diagonally every time. But he has dodged in all 3, left and right, up and down, and diagonally. So that's just effective mix-up dodging from stevenator, and Crocky just really hasn't been able to tech chase him at all. Nice, dare in a ground pound.
The recovery picks up. Crocky will not be getting 3 stuck today. stevenator coming back. Crocky is not too close to kill range.
Crocky was so close to dropping that third
the gimp
hit.
potential was there as well.
And even so, that shows how much damage it finally took for Crocky to find that kill option. That recovery killed a mid to high defense Vow on the edge with a recovery off of the top.
Starlight pick up for Crocky, looking for that dodge through to punish. Ground pound. Crocky is able to build up the damage onto stevenator. Recovery picks up, not going to be a kill. Sticking with the guns, wants the recovery for the kill option.
So nice there, and the turnaround side signature. Is that the first signature that Crocky has hit this entire set?
About 4 years, yes. That is the first Crocky signature to hit. stevenator, he's on the sword. I feel like he's been more comfortable with those gauntlets, but he doesn't have that as an option. Nice neutral line just for a little bit of damage and pressure on the Crocky.
Side air's coming out.
Nair.
Looking for more nairs.
Backs off, doesn't want to go for that huge commitment of nairs into recovery.
Every time he hits the dare, that's 17 damage. That's another 17. He's now done 34 damage in 2 dares, almost evening up the health completely. There's another dare. That's 51 damage.
They're about even in health. stevenator trying to reevaluate his dodge approaches. Doesn't quite have that much time to figure it out, though.
Crocky just completely poking stevenator out, keeping him zoned away, almost looking like a Memoria game.
Dares again from Crocky. Side sig! And Crocky has taken it. Disconnects, pops off, and he is feeling very good about himself.
Crocky with the huge win, knocking stevenator out of the tournament. I don't know who's more happy, Vex Gaming or Crocky right now. Oh my goodness, putting the backpack on, taking his setup, holding that W in his pocket, going on to face Wrench.
He is bouncing.
Tomorrow.
He will be fighting Wrench tomorrow morning, but stevenator unfortunately is knocked out of the 1v1s. We have one more 1v1 for tonight. It'll be the last of the top 12, and I think it is going to be Daiku versus...
Let me pull up the bracket. I think it might be Daiku versus another EU player. Yes, it is Daiku versus Multimum. But I want to point out that the only signatures that Crocky hit that entire set were those last 2 side signatures that took away the final 2 stocks of stevenator. That is coming in the clutch when Crocky absolutely needed it the most.
I mean, it's you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, so he just kept taking shots until they started connecting, and eventually it works out.
I mean, he also missed like 90% of the signature shots that he did take.
Yo, that's he hit the ones that mattered. All right, that's where it counted the most. Crocky ends up winning it out. Very close game. That was a very tight game. Stevenator just wasn't able to maintain that pressure. Crocky, those guns, absolutely monstrous guns. I know I've said in the past that he's generally a spear player, but apparently he's got some gunplay in his kit. Crocky wins it out 2-1 over Stevenator.
I believe we are getting Multimum and Daiku up here right now. I think Multimum has had some rough sets. Midget, I think, has just scrimmed him today, and Midget was beating him. I can't remember. I think TB also had some rough shots as well. I don't remember if evax took him out.
I'm not sure. I
can't remember who took out a TB, but it was someone that I wouldn't expect to just completely destroy the Riddle Brawl 1v1 first place finisher of TB. So the EU boys have had some really tough games today, and just the way the bracket ended up filling out, I think only one EU player can make it to top 6.
Well, right now, Dobrain has definitely made himself in the top 8. We are going to knock out one of the remaining EU boys in just a second. It's going to be Daiku versus Multimum. I have to believe Daiku's not exactly ecstatic about this matchup. Daiku has generally struggled against Multimum. He's kind of been the kryptonite to Daiku. But regardless, one of those, Daiku or Multimum, will get knocked out in just a little bit. The winner of that, I guess, according to the bracket, might be going up against Dobrain.
Yes, the winner of Multimum and Daiku will go up against Dobrain.
That's rough.
But just like you said, it was Daiku tweeted out. I can't remember what the exact tweet said, but it's like, I don't have to get first place, but please, God, don't let me lose to Multimum. Anybody but Multimum. And he might have had another tweet for a different tournament where he included TB in that. It might have been in the 2v2 tournament when he was playing with Dobrain. It was like, as long as I don't lose to Multimum and TB, that's okay. He then went on to lose to Multimum and TB, and then in the 1v1, he also went on to lose to Multimum. That was the Winter Championship 1v1 for EU that Multimum placed first in. So also something that every single EU player has to worry about is jet lag. I don't know how they've adjusted.
Or train lag if you're Dobrain.
Or train and jet lag.
Train and jet lag,
if you're Dobrain, who spent double-digit hours on a train and then double-digit hours on a plane. And, of course, this balmy Florida weather, if you're coming from overseas where it might be snowing. I don't know what the weather in Russia is. I don't know what the weather in Sweden is. I don't know what the weather in Norway is right now. But it's probably not balmy and 80 degrees like it is here in Florida. So all of those things they have to adjust to very, very quickly.
Well, hopefully they have made the adjustments at the very least. At least both of them are adjusting to it. Daiku and Multimum, as they are getting set up. Multimum sitting down, no sandwich in hand this time. Daiku on the other side, thinking long and hard. I had a little bit of a talk with him just a little while ago where I was like, Daiku, like just don't play Vrax, and you're okay.
He kind of needs to not play Vrax.
And he was like, my Bryn's worse, and I was like, nah, dude, like don't play Vrax.
I would not agree with him there.
But I think there's a very real possibility he's going to play Vrax, considering Multimum is going to be coming in with the Wushang, with that spear and gauntlets, and Daiku believes that Lance is the counter to gauntlets. I think there's a possibility there. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think he might.
I agree that Lance is a counter to gauntlets.
I don't agree that
100%, but I don't.
Daiku's Lance.
Yes.
I love Daiku, but like just don't do it.
I'm trying to look up
who.
He's
tweeting right now, Daiku?
He might be. He might be tweeting.
Is he just like tweeting a picture of his face, just like selfie, like I'm about to fight Multimum again?
It looks like he is on his phone. He could be asking for some last-minute help in Dobrain's Discord from any of the Reason Boys. Now, Multimum may not have a sandwich, but he does have a nice, tasty beverage there. He's keeping them vocal cords lubed up, keeping his entire body hydrated. Another very important thing here, since it is so warm in Florida, is staying hydrated, feeling good. And Multimum, of course, in true fashion, he just looks so relaxed all the time.
He's just a chill guy. He's a very calm, collected fellow. What beverage is that?
It's a vitamin water.
It's a vitamin water? What flavor? Is orange a flavor?
I don't know.
Just curious, man.
What?
I want to know what the beverage of champions is. All right, Multimum, the EU champion, winner of the regional, second place at BCX, first place at the Winter Championship.
But the most recent 1v1, TB won. So TB is kind of the EU
Okay, but
champion
Multimum's
right now.
a champion.
He is. I guess he is a champion.
He's a un-EU champion. He's not familiar with how headphones work.
Yeah, I was
but
gonna
it's
say,
okay.
does someone need to help him? Do they wear headphones differently
yeah,
in EU?
Is that how they wear them?
Is
in
that the
Sweden?
style over there? We're seeing some some keyboard changes. Daiku actually looking pretty relaxed right now as well. He knows that a lot rides on this, and sometimes pressure can make Daiku crack.
It's DJ Multimum was in the house. But yeah, Daiku, he is known to be a little bit susceptible to pressure. He's one of those guys who sometimes he'll overthink himself and start to fall apart. But at the same time, sometimes he can psych himself up so hard. You've heard him talk to like Starlight. You've seen his tweets. You know how sometimes he'll just out of nowhere, he'll just be like, I'm a god. I'm going to win this. I am the GOAT, God, King, whatever of everything. I am the only tier list that matters. He is not going to be playing Vrax, hopefully. I hope these are the real picks, even though this is going to be button checks. Multimum is going to be playing that Orion for his button check.
Keep in mind that not too long ago, Daiku tweeted that the entire scene was free. The entire scene, not even just EU, not even just NA, but the entire scene was free. So everybody make sure to flame him on Twitter.
Who beat Daiku in
if he doesn't win ones and twos.
Blood Diamond beat Daiku. I just remember that. Blood Diamond, yep. I mean, he already lost twos. Unless you're going to count the 2v2 redo.
I think you need to count the 2v2 redo. Right. Absolutely, 100% you need to count the 2v2 redo.
Well, he lost the first 2v2.
But Multimum, actually, I talked about the big loss that Multimum took. It was actually to Starlight. He got 0-2'd against Starlight.
Right.
Let me go back to Daiku's pool.
He lost to Blood Diamond. I can't quite remember the score. I think it was 2-1. The first game he played the Vrax. That's when we were like, what? Don't do that. He played Bryn. And then I think he won the first Bryn game and came back.
According to bracket, it's 2-1 going the way of Blood Diamond.
Yep.
Then he went in 2-0'd Hyper Hero and 2-1'd evax. evax was able to take a game off of Daiku. So Daiku might be a little bit shaky right now from those games that I wouldn't expect him to not 2-0. And then coming into this with the huge pressure that he has. Yeah, we're good. Go ahead. Getting the thumbs up from the casters. Very nice of it's nice for people to check that we're ready.
Just you gotta communicate, man. Like we can't talk to them; they can't hear us. So
that's
just
really
give each other
nice.
thumbs up. Is that a Koji? Is he playing under the name Exo?
He's playing under the name Exo with a 9 dexterity Koji. What
is this button check? No, we thumbs up, guys.
What are these boosted animals doing right now?
The EU scene makes no sense. I think Shipwreck is a good pick for Daiku if he decides to go down that rally. I just realized Multimum is on Orion as well. Not the Wushang that he had previously stated he was going to be playing. Instead, he's going to be going in with this Orion. Orion has actually gained a lot of popularity as of late.
Because he's good.
Spear's good. His lance is amazing. He's got that spear neutral stick for the offstage spike, but Daiku has decided to get extra dexterity on an already insane dexterity character with the 9 dex Koji.
I can't believe he's playing under the name Exo right now. I don't know what's the biggest surprise in this. Whether he's playing Koji,
Exo?
a 9 dex Koji, or he's playing as Exo. That used to be his name quite a long time ago. He was Berserk Exo, or shortened to Exo.
Exodromos for a
yeah,
while, right?
Exodromos, for a little while, and that's his name on Reddit.
Okay.
And then he decided to go by his actual birth name of Daiku.
Multimum, though, always been Multimum, always been consistent. Picks up the recovery onto Daiku. I'm so tempted to say Exo every single time I think about it. Down sig connects, sends Daiku off the stage, and Multimum just calm and collected.
He has a pretty big lead right now. He's just barely, he's in like fake orange, where it's like the orange right before orange, but it's not actually orange. And he's almost evened it up completely with that hit that he just took. He's a little bit behind in terms of health, but he is ahead in stock, and Daiku is just having some trouble killing.
Throws out the down sig.
Koji down signature, which is, you just need the read of a lifetime for nowadays.
I mean, Daiku, he's got some strong reading capabilities, but in general, he said he struggles to read Multimum. Multimum is a little bit unreadable for him because he just does things that Daiku's not expecting. Multimum picks up another down sig for the kill, and Daiku is falling behind. I'm not sure how I feel about this 9 dexterity Koji.
Nice double downlight into the
Punish
side air.
opportunity?
Another downlight into the side air, trying to go for the neutral signature read. Didn't quite dip below that soft platform enough. Throwing out a lot of signatures from Multimum.
I mean, they're working. He's hit multiple down sigs, almost connected with a side sig, almost connected again with that down sig. Daiku able to get underneath it, picks up the nair, not going to get 3-stocked. But he's still got a very huge mountain to climb, planting a flag a little preemptively. Bowstring. Sidelight, downlight, neutral light. He is hitting those.
But you've seen Multimum can get his health bar into the darkest red possible and still not die. With that defense stance, he has 6 stance.
6 to 7.
Yes, 6 to 7 defense, and that's just so huge. Now he's just throwing out these down signatures.
Oh, Daiku wanted to go up there trying to maybe pick up a nair to punish, but it is going to be a ground pound from Multimum with that spear that sends Daiku off stage. And Multimum is going to take game 1, and they're sticking with it. No, backs up, goes to the Bryn. Can I just say I called this? You should have gone for the Bryn.
I mean, I don't think you. I
wouldn't say I literally told it to his face.
I called this.
I told it to his face,
but
just to play Bryn first.
I mean, yeah, because that's the obvious choice.
Yeah, well, apparently not
that's
to Daiku.
That's like when you look at the weather report and it's like there's an 80% chance of rain today, and then you're like, yeah, it's probably going to rain today. So you bring an umbrella and it rains. You're like, oh, I called this.
I did.
I called it,
that it was
guys.
going to rain.
I told all of you. I brought my umbrella. I called it.
I made an astute observation based on the information at hand that Daiku himself was not able to recognize just yet, although he might just have equally bad success with this brand, and then it won't matter. But regardless, Daiku versus Multimum. Game 2, Daiku 1 game away from getting knocked out. Multimum 1 game away from solidifying his seat in the top 8 to fight Dobrain tomorrow morning. Daiku is able to pick up the first weapon.
We are seeing a spear-on-spear matchup here. The way Malty was playing spear earlier, I'm really liking this. He was able to hit those double downlights into the side air. He was able to hit the downlight into the side air.
Hit so many down sigs. Dare's low.
Oh, there's 3.
Dare's. Nice pickup with that nair. Nair again. Chasing after, picks up the recovery on the Multimum. Daiku's built up a little bit of a damage lead. Not quite as significant as I would have expected, given how many dares and nairs he's hit on the Multimum.
Nice side air coming out of Multimum.
Oh!
There's another down signature coming out of Multimum. He's able to do those so well, more than I see almost any other player that plays Orion hit them. Usually other players will just throw them out as a surprise, but Multimum is able to just completely initiate with them. He's able to throw them out on the edge. He's able to throw him out with so much success. Let's see what he has in terms of his lance.
Well, he's got to worry about that axe. Able to avoid the ground pound, dodges just up enough. He's going to hold on to that stock. Oh, the downlight interrupts. Daiku was trying to punish that down sig. Weapon toss not going to connect. He's going to take the side air to the face. And Daiku?
And the nair
killed
killing.
by a nair.
I don't know the last time I saw a Lance nair kill. I think I was probably playing Pugsy, and we were just customing, and he was like, I'm going to kill you with a nair. And I was like, please, Pugsy, don't do this to me. And he was like, nope, I'm killing you with a nair. And then he killed me with a nair.
Side air from Daiku, a little bit more of a consistent kill option. Going to clear the board, stick with the spear. He's had the damage build. I mean, he has those downlights and nairs down pack. There's a nice downlight into a nair. Not going to be a downlight into the side air. Might be looking for a little bit more follow-ups afterwards.
Multimum needs to get that spear back ASAP Rocky. Every single initiation he's doing with this lance just kind of isn't working. If Daiku sees the down air coming, he's able to just do a downlight of his own to hit that anti-air, almost picking up that side signature.
Daiku already looking for that kill option. You saw him go for the downlight, gravity cancel, neutral sig. It's a very tight window. Punish opportunity. He's going to pick up the sidelight, and there's a nice neutral sig to punish Multimum, trying to come back up. Sticking with the spear, wants that damage build.
With these two players, we've seen so many just like raw standard signatures. That's just not something you normally see on players like this. Sometimes it's like a hard read. Sometimes you see him slide charged on the edge. Usually there's a gravity cancel or some sort of tech involved. But this was just like, it was a sidelight, turnaround, neutral signature.
I mean, they are just so aware of each other's tendencies. They've played more than a handful of games against each other. They have fought in multiple tournaments against each other, and Multibum is going to pick up a nice recovery. Doesn't even need a signature. I mean, it's kind of like a signature, right? It's a heavy button in there.
Sure, if you want to call it that, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Daiku, axe in hand, sidelight into side air. Multibum close to kill range. Ground pound, going to send him back to the platform. Dodges through side air, and Daiku takes game 2. We're going to go to a game 3. Daiku looking a lot better on that Bryn. Now I can say called it.
And I feel like that is just, that's vintage Daiku. That's signature Daiku axe play of just dodge over, turn around, hit a side air for the kill.
Yeah.
Just, that is the way he used to play axe way, way, way back in the day. That was just axe fundamentals. One of the main kill moves.
He basically wrote the book on the original axe play. He was the person who said, all right, everyone says that axe is not viable. Well, guess what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it viable. And that's what he did. He played Taros until he could make Taros work in tournament, and then he decided to make the swap, played some Bryn, played some Ragnar, and played some Jolly.
And now Multimumpitz has switched back to this Wushang that we talked about a little bit earlier. The set is tied. The winner of this will be moving on. The loser of this will be going home kind of a sad person because they didn't make it into top 8.
Dares from Multimum.
There's another one.
Dares from Multimum. Daiku, like, you know about Spirit Air now, right? Like we've seen you take dares to the face at BCX. It's been a couple of months, but still, the spear dares on Daiku are so effective.
That was a great axe dare into a side air, though. So incredibly
he's got a strong
great timing.
axe.
Great patience from Multimum. Trying to initiate a lot with those sidelights. He's worried about initiating from the air because he's worried about that axe downlight. That's why, possibly why we haven't seen a lot of dares until just, there's actually a ground pound. Great signature from Multimum.
And Daiku is going to be on his final stock. Multimum not too worse for wear. He has quite a bit of health on this Wushang. Daiku, no weapons. Multimum, great job clearing the board and putting himself in between.
That down signature was such a great option to use when that weapon spawn was there and they were completely stacked on top of one another.
Sidelight, not even going to go for any sort of signature. Wants to get this kill with a normal light or an aerial. Ooh, barely avoiding that ground pound. Wanted the dare. Multimum able to interrupt with the recovery. Stops the recovery from Daiku. Side stick thrown out. Daiku wanted the fast false there.
Tried to go for the side signature there. Went for the neutral signature there.
Recovery.
Finally gets the kill with the recovery, but Daiku is on his last stock about halfway through, and Multimum is fresh on his second. Gets the unarmed recovery, ends up picking up a spear nair. Another spear nair. Sidelight into the recovery. The kill moves are starting to come out for Multimum. There's some more down airs.
Daiku is off the stage. Multimum's yet to take damage, and that is it. JV3 for Multimum as he takes down Daiku again. Daiku is he's going to be tweeting about that one.
Daiku proving wrong what the weekend said about if it ain't XO, then it gotta go. As Multimum moves on, knocking out a good EU friend, comrade, pal, sparring partner, possibly teacher sometimes. I'm sure they both learn a lot from each other in their conversations back and forth. He likes to call Malty a boosted animal, but I'm sure right now he has nothing but respect for the stone cold Swede, Multimum.
Absolutely lights out play from everyone here. That is it for the top 12. We are going to be coming back with the top 8 tomorrow. That is on the CEO Dreamland stream.
Yeah, I think we're going to be up on
we're going to be on the main stage.
The big
it's going to be
stage that all the Smashers have been on so far. That's what we're going to be.
Definitely want to watch that. I'm pretty sure Brawlhalla is going to host it. If you guys are still interested, I believe there's more Rivals of Aether coming up in just a little bit. This has been day 2 of CEO Dreamland. That is
day 1 of 1v1s.
Day 1 of 1v1. The end of day 1 of 1v1s of pools. Tomorrow is day 3, the last day of CEO Dreamland, as well as day 2 of 1v1, and theoretically day 3 of 2v2. If you want to be more confused.
Yep. That's what it is. I believe that will do it for us. I am your good, friendly neighbor, Sparky878. Sitting next to me is
Duke Fam. You can find us on Twitter. I think you can see it right there. Duke Fam and Sparky878 over that direction. Yeah, this has been good.
Bye, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow at the CEO Dreamland stream for the hypest 1v1 gameplay on land that you've seen in quite some time. See you later.